Master, I'm afraid this boy really is your son. In the grand, dimly lit office of Wayne Manor, Alfred stood calmly across from Bruce Wayne, his voice steady despite the shock in his words. The elderly butler's gray hair and kind expression gave him an air of wisdom, yet even he seemed amused by the situation. Bruce Wayne, the Dark Knight of Gotham, stood frozen in disbelief. Alfred, that's impossible, Bruce muttered, his usually calm demeanor shaken. He glanced toward the boy seated quietly nearby. The boy looked Asian American, his dark eyes scanning the room with unease. Alfred's lips curled into a rare, teasing smile.
Oh, sir.
I admit, it sounds unbelievable. But the truth is right in front of us, isn't it? Bruce's face turned grim. I'm not Tony Stark, Alfred. This sort of thing doesn't happen to me. No, it shouldn't, Alfred agreed with a soft chuckle.
But here we are.
He's 10 years old. Rather than denying the past, I suggest you focus on what to do now, Master Bruce. With a gentle pat on Bruce's shoulder, Alfred excused himself, leaving father and son alone. Jason Lee sat quietly across from Bruce, equally overwhelmed. He had once been a regular college student. That was before the accident, a collision that hurled him into this bizarre world where Marvel and DC existed side by side.
10 years had passed.
10 years of growing up in a place called Gotham City. 10 years of watching Iron Man appear on TV and learning the hard truth. This world wasn't just a fanboy's dream. It was a powder keg where gods walked among mortals, and madness lurked in every alley. And now, after the death of his mother, he had come searching for his father. Only to find out it was Batman. Jason barely had time to process this bombshell when a robotic voice echoed in his mind. Film and television technology systems successfully bound.
He blinked in confusion. What?
Anchoring world coordinates. Parsing rule structures. Matching source laws.
Congratulations, host.
You may now extract and replicate technology from any known film or television universe. Technology extraction successful. Awarded, Ultron-level artificial intelligence. Suddenly, streams of data burst through his mind like a tidal wave. Jason's thoughts spun as knowledge embedded itself deep into his consciousness. Complex algorithms, AI control systems, neural networks. He knew them instinctively, as if he had studied them for years. Tears welled up in Jason's eyes. After a decade of hardship, fate had finally turned in his favor. Bruce, watching Jason's shifting expressions, confusion, joy, awe, grew increasingly concerned.
Jason, are you all right?
Are you feeling sick? Jason shook his head absently.
No. I'm fine.
Truthfully, his father's identity had already taken a back seat in his mind. All he could think about now was the data surging through him, and the possibilities. I want a laboratory, Jason said suddenly. Bruce raised an eyebrow.
A laboratory? At your age?
Jason nodded firmly.
Yes.
Just a lab.
Bruce chuckled. Wouldn't you prefer some toys?
Maybe a new game console. Jason's eyes narrowed. This man is Batman? Seriously? I said I want a lab. Bruce looked at his son, really looked at him. There was something unshakable in Jason's expression. He wasn't bluffing.
He meant it.
With a reluctant sigh, Bruce took out his phone. Alfred, get me a fully equipped laboratory.
There was a brief pause. How equipped, sir?
Bruce glanced at Jason, then responded, the best. The best outside of Wayne Enterprises. Jason's eyes lit up. For the first time, he felt genuine excitement. He had money, resources, and a connection to one of the most powerful families in America. Wayne Enterprises controlled nearly 60% of Gotham's industry. To Jason, it was a goldmine for a tech revolution. After all, as the old saying goes, the rich build with technology. The poor wait for mutations. And right now, Jason was ready to build. He glanced at Bruce Wayne again. Maybe having a billionaire Batman for a dad wouldn't be so bad after all. The Wayne family was no ordinary family, it was an empire. In Gotham City, a place teetering between chaos and control, the Wayne name carried more weight than law. At least 60% of the city's industries were under Wayne influence, ranging from energy and biotech to cutting-edge materials and next-gen tech. If the Stark family was a rising comet, the Waynes were a dynasty, rooted deep and wide like an ancient tree, immovable and untouchable. In the halls of power across the United States, the Wayne family was known as the uncrowned royalty of the Bald Eagle Empire. And at its helm stood Bruce Wayne, billionaire industrialist, and secretly the Batman. With a single phone call, he acquired one of the most advanced laboratories in the world. Within days, the lab was fully stocked, equipment that most nations could only dream of possessing. Machines that were globally embargoed, restricted by international treaties, and guarded with military-level clearance, were now humming softly in Jason's new lab. Staring at the optical array scanner before him, something he'd never even seen in his past life, Jason's eyes turned red with emotion. "Jason, looks like you're impressed," Bruce said with a proud smile, standing at the doorway. Jason turned, still awestruck.
I am. Thank you.
Despite his admiration for Batman, calling Bruce Dad still felt too abrupt. Bruce noticed the hesitation. "You can call me Bruce," he offered gently. Jason exhaled, relieved.
Thanks, Bruce.
In many Western families, father-son relationships were casual, almost like friendships. First names were the norm, and in this case, a welcome distance for Jason, who had too much on his mind. Bruce's smile remained, but curiosity sparked behind his eyes. "So tell me, what exactly do you need this lab for? This equipment isn't exactly for science fair projects." Jason looked him dead in the eyes. "I'm going to create artificial intelligence."
Bruce blinked.
Artificial intelligence? His tone carried disbelief, though not mockery. He'd been educated in enough disciplines to know the complexity of what Jason was claiming.
Still, he couldn't help but chuckle.
"Jason, I believe in you. One day, you'll definitely create true AI. But real AI isn't something a kid builds overnight."
I know.
Jason cut him off sharply. "I understand what it takes." "All right then," Bruce said, raising his hands in surrender. "We'll talk later. I'll leave you to it." Jason didn't waste time. As soon as Bruce left, he closed the doors behind him and leaned against them with a long sigh. He wasn't ready to play family yet. He had work to do. Jason turned to the data flashing across his monitors. The Ultron-level AI architecture downloaded into his brain by the film and television technology system was immensely complex. He knew that even the best supercomputers on Earth weren't powerful enough to support it. Even Ultron, built by Tony Stark, had required a massive server farm spanning dozens of floors in the Stark Tower. And truthfully, without the Mind Stone, Stark would have never created true artificial intelligence at all. JRVS, for all its brilliance, was still a far cry from true sentience. Jason muttered to himself, brow furrowed, eyes burning with insight. "The planet's current server infrastructure is insufficient. I'd need to harness redundant internet computing power just to stabilize the AI kernel. But even that wouldn't be enough." His fingers drummed across the console. "The only viable solution is the bionic quantum state server array." A flash of inspiration hit him. The human brain, so small, yet packed with billions of neurons, was still the most efficient processing unit known to man. Even in the Marvel world, the brain remained an untapped frontier beyond the reach of any technological civilization. And now, thanks to the system, Jason had access to a mature, stable technology based on that very principle. The concept had existed in Stark's design for JRVS, though only in its earliest form.
But Jason?
Jason had the fully evolved blueprint, one generation ahead of Tony Stark's most advanced prototypes.
His eyes gleamed. This was it.
His entry point into the world of gods and monsters. In the months that followed, the lab became a hive of activity. Engineers came and went. Trucks unloaded tons of exotic materials, handpicked by Jason and delivered via Wayne Group's global supply chain. Every component served a singular purpose, the birth of an intelligence beyond anything this world had ever seen. And finally, 5 months later, Jason emerged from the depths of the lab. Behind him stood a massive 20-meter-wide metallic sphere, pulsing with golden light. It hovered inches above the ground, surrounded by hundreds of floating input channels and quantum nodes.
It was alive.
It was thinking.
It was his.
Hey everyone, I sincerely appreciate your support. If you enjoy my audiobooks, I would be truly grateful if you could subscribe to the channel. And if you'd like to support even further, you're welcome to become a Patreon member, where you can access audiobooks of novels as long as they are freely available on the internet. Your kindness and support mean so much. Thank you.
Grandpa Alfred, where is Bruce? After Jason came out of the laboratory, he went straight to the loyal butler of the Wayne family. As for his cheap man, I don't know where he went at this time. In the first month, Bruce Wayne was very patient around Jason. But later, when he saw Jason doing the experiment well, his own chivalrous heart was ready to move again. That is, during the day, Jason may still see Bruce Wayne, but at night there is no shadow of Bruce Wayne at all. The key is that Bruce Wayne doesn't know yet that Jason already knows his secret. He often finds various lame excuses to excuse him. For example, attending dance parties, company meetings, discussing cooperation, etc. Jason has always been curious about which company is so crazy and often holds meetings early in the morning. On the contrary, Alfred has been taking care of him during this time. So during this period, his relationship with Alfred was going very well. Ah, young master, he has gone to a meeting. There is an impromptu meeting in Bangsa country. Jason was amazed when he heard this. Older gingers are more spicy. For example, Alfred would not make up any excuse to have a meeting in Gotham City 2 days in the morning. Grandpa Alfred, there shouldn't be any danger in this meeting, right? Jason asked quietly. Last time, Bruce Wayne prevaricated him to go out for a meeting. When I came back, the circles under my eyes were blacker than those of a panda. I don't know how Bruce Wayne got panda eyes while wearing a bat mask. That's all. When he came back, Bruce Wayne even told him that he accidentally hit the door frame. This made Jason feel that these two people were insulting his intelligence. Hearing Jason ask this, a trace of embarrassment appeared on Alfred's face. Master, definitely, no, this won't happen. Alfred just finished speaking. I saw Bruce Wayne, who had been beaten black-eyed in the distance, walking over with a depressed look on his face. Hey, Jason. Walking up to the two of them, Bruce forced his interest to say hello to Jason. I just saw the weird looks in their eyes. Bruce touched his face and said awkwardly. What's wrong? Is something wrong? Now even old guys like Alfred can't stand it anymore. Jason said in a faint tone. Let me guess. Did you offend Sister Maria during the meeting this time and have her beaten? Maria is Bruce Wayne's personal secretary, who is responsible for acting as a vase during meetings. She is so delicate and weak. Jason said this just to make fun of Batman. Seeing Jason say this, Bruce's face flashed with embarrassment and he quickly changed the subject. Ah, Jason, I heard you were looking for me? What's the matter? Jason glanced up at him and said. My artificial intelligence is finished and I want you to take a look. What's so fast? Bruce Wayne glanced at Jason in surprise. Seeing that Jason didn't show any expression, he spoke. Okay, Alfred, let's go take a look. Look what surprise Jason brought us. Okay, sir. But, should we call Fox over? Alfred asked. Fox is the chief technology officer of Wayne Group. Bruce Wayne's Batsuit and Batmobile were both designed by Fox. Jason had created such an amazing thing, so naturally they wanted Fox to take a look. Okay, let's call Fox here too. Bruce Wayne returns. Jason didn't have any objections to this, and quietly waited for Fox to arrive. Although it was already 10 minutes past midnight, the old man Fox arrived at his laboratory quickly. Mr. Wayne, it is not polite to disturb an elderly person at this time. Fox looks like a very kind old black man with gray hair and looks very approachable. Okay Fox, you can't blame me. Who asked Jason to finish his work now? Bruce Wayne said with a shrug. Oh, what great work has our little Jason done. Fox squatted down and rubbed Jason's smiling face. Although Jason was very uncomfortable with Fox's intimate contact style, he could only endure it. Who said children have no human rights? My artificial intelligence research and development is completed, I will show you. Afraid of being poisoned by the bad old man Fox again, Jason hurriedly walked into the laboratory. Oh, artificial intelligence? What an amazing invention. Fox also shrugged. Although he didn't think Jason could really come up with any black technology, he still followed it. Bruce Wayne and Alfred looked at each other and followed suit. After entering, the three of them were immediately shocked by the ball of light in front of them. That huge amount of golden ball of light in the middle of the laboratory. The half-virtual and half-real structure makes this light ball look very illusory. From time to time, golden light flashed, like lightning flashing across the sky, coupled with one bright and one dark golden light. This golden ball does not look like a dead thing, but seems to be alive. Bruce Wayne prides himself on having seen the world. He has seen Superman. But the scene in front of him still made him open his eyes wide. Oh my god, what is this? Alfred exclaimed in surprise. On the contrary, Fox's mind turned faster and he spoke directly. Jason, isn't this the artificial intelligence you're talking about? Definitely. Jason nodded calmly. Hearing this, the old man Fox smiled. Although he was very amazed by this huge creation, he didn't think it was artificial intelligence. Little Jason, what does your artificial intelligence run on? You know, artificial intelligence is not just a bunch of data, it also needs hardware support. I haven't seen the server that should be there. Could it be that you put its server somewhere else? When Fox said this, Bruce Wayne and Alfred also reacted. There is essentially no difference between artificial intelligence and ordinary computers. Human-computer interaction requires a series of complex operations, and these activities require servers to support them. The better, the larger the server, the more complex the budget it can support. If you want to support the budget of artificial intelligence, the size of the server required cannot be solved by a small room. But they didn't see the so-called server, so how does this artificial intelligence work? All three turned their attention to Jason. Jason looked at the three people as if they had never seen the world. I couldn't help but feel contempt in my heart. Forget it about Bruce Wayne and Alfred, two people who don't know how to do it. Why is Fox's chief technical director so confused from here? In desperation, he explained. This is definitely artificial intelligence. Because traditional server performance has limits, etc. Limited by the performance of materials, the performance of servers cannot be improved infinitely. Just the heat generation problem caused by the chip's original resistance will greatly reduce the efficiency. Jason said helplessly. Anyone who has played with computers knows that when a computer is run to its extreme, the temperature can easily rise. This is because there is resistance in the internal chip, which will cause the chip to heat up after power is turned on and reduce the operating efficiency of the chip. The same is true when switching to the server. No matter how good the heat dissipation is, it is impossible to completely dissipate the heat. In addition, the server originally has limitations. Naturally, new energy cannot yet compete with new technologies. To solve this problem, I took advantage of new technology. Bionically inspired quantum state service array. It is essentially an application of bionics, breaking particles into quark-level microscopic particles, and then performing quantum state calculations. This makes the artificial intelligence server in front of us comparable to a quantum computer to a certain extent. After Jason finished speaking, the other two people except Fox looked confused. Although I don't know what Jason is talking about, I always have an uneasy feeling. Jason, is what you've researched really so powerful? Bruce Wayne coughed and said. However, his trembling voice still showed that he was not as calm as he appeared. Before Jason could speak, the old man Fox spoke first. Awesome, Mr. Wayne, this is not just about being awesome. If what little Jason said is true, this matter is another breakthrough in the scientific community and may even be recorded in history. I think there should be no problem with the Nobel Prize, Fox said with some excitement. As the technical director of Wayne Group, he can better understand the significance of this technology. Having computing capabilities similar to those of a quantum computer is a great thing even without artificial intelligence. The gap between this invention and today's computers is like the gap between supercomputers and the first-generation computers decades ago. This is the gap between times. Hearing Fox's praise, Bruce Wayne came back to his senses. He rarely heard the old guy Fox praise others. Even Tony Stark, who is recognized as a genius, is nothing more than a handful in Fox's eyes. The technical difficulty of the batsuit created by Fox is no less than that of Iron Man's steel battlesuit. It's just that the application methods of the two are different. It's hard to hear Fox's praise. Bruce Wayne felt happy when he thought of this. It turns out Jason is really that good. Bruce Wayne smiled and said. Jason looked at Bruce Wayne's expression and rolled his eyes. Okay, let me show you the most basic application of artificial intelligence. There are many applications of artificial intelligence. Whether it is computing or various data analysis, artificial intelligence performs very well. I will only show you the most basic function, face search, and recognition. I can use the artificial intelligence to restore Bruce's movement tonight. As soon as Jason finished speaking, Bruce Wayne said loudly. Impossible. He went out to do some heroic deeds tonight, and his whereabouts were very secretive. How could he be found out? Jason rolled his eyes, not wanting to talk to his cheap, illiterate man. He spoke directly. Skynet, start analysis. Yes. A charming voice came from all directions. Soon, a transparent screen appeared in midair. What was playing on the screen was surveillance video. Inside is what Bruce Wayne did tonight. Even the scene where Bruce Wayne puts on the batsuit and goes to the dock to do some heroic work. Looking at the scene on the surveillance video, it turned out to be the underground garage of Wayne Manor. Bruce Wayne was already dumbfounded, with a dumbfounded look on his face. The old man Alfred was also shocked and his hands were trembling as if he had Parkinson's disease. It took a long time before Bruce Wayne could hold back a sentence. It shouldn't be. Wayne Manor has the most advanced firewall in the world. The firewall at Area 51 is not necessarily better than the one here. Jason glanced at him and said calmly. In the face of artificial intelligence, any firewall is meaningless. Jason's eyes were full of calmness. Is that so, Fox? Alfred asked towards Fox. After hearing Alfred's question, Fox reacted from the shock. Then he said with a wry smile. That's true. Any digital defense is meaningless in the face of artificial intelligence. Now even if Jason wants to launch a nuclear bomb, we can't stop him. The physical isolation is not as strict as imagined. Any military robot should not be controlled by artificial intelligence. Fox smiled bitterly and shook his head. So what if Wayne Manor's electronic defenses were advanced? The gap between artificial intelligence and humans is difficult for ordinary people to imagine. The world's top hackers are like children in front of artificial intelligence. For example, ordinary hackers can only crack passwords through various methods. However, artificial intelligence can completely rely on performance to brute force passwords and perform exhaustive methods to crack them. This kind of computing ability is simply impossible for humans to possess. How can a firewall created by humans be able to block artificial intelligence? Bruce Wayne was even more surprised when he heard Fox say this. You can fit an egg in with your mouth open. He knew that artificial intelligence was powerful, but he didn't expect it to be so powerful. Even the military can't stop it? This made Bruce Wayne so surprised that his jaw almost dropped. What makes Bruce Wayne even more uncomfortable is that he carefully disguised his identity as Batman and was found out so easily. The whole process took less than a minute. To be precise, just over 40 seconds. His actions that he thought were secret were completely discovered tonight. With such richness, it would be no problem to make a movie. He didn't even know when Gotham City had so many surveillance cameras. While Bruce Wayne was in a daze, Jason glanced helplessly at the three stunned people. Bruce, I didn't expect you to actually like to do cosplay. Shouldn't this be something only children like? When Jason said this, the expressions on the three people's faces were a little embarrassed. After Jason said those words, the air in the entire laboratory became anxious. Especially Bruce Wayne, who for some reason has the urge to crawl into the cracks of the ground. After a long time, Bruce Wayne coughed awkwardly and said, "Jason, this is not cosplay, I am Batman. How about it, isn't it cool?" Jason rolled his eyes. He didn't expect that Bruce Wayne would struggle with this kind of problem. Although he admired Batman very much, he suddenly felt uninterested. Maybe, but let's get down to business. Who is this? Jason pointed at the screen with his little hand. A pale Joker face appeared on the screen. Seeing this face, Bruce Wayne's expression became serious. This is Joker, a madman, a lawless criminal. Although Jason knows who Joker is, but in order not to be exposed, he still didn't speak and waited for Bruce Wayne to explain. Glancing at Jason, Bruce Wayne slowly explained. Gotham City. It was originally a city of sin, but after he began to transform into Batman in the dark, the security of the entire Gotham City suddenly improved a lot. Just when he was overjoyed with the results he had achieved, an opponent appears. That's Joker? This guy with the Joker face paint. The first time he appeared, he arrogantly robbed a bank and gave the entire positive forces in Gotham City a hard slap. Then it set off a storm of huge amounts of money in Gotham City. Many people have been affected by this storm. As the Asgardian in the darkness of Gotham City, he is naturally no exception. However, Joker is an ordinary person, but he is more difficult to deal with than any person with special abilities he has ever seen. He still couldn't forget the last time he saw Joker. At that time, he was tracking a white powder transaction in the port. With his excellent fighting skills, he has captured several drug dealers and is preparing to hand them over to the law. However, just as he was about to take action, a strange sound came from his ears. Papa papa. Bruce Wayne turned around sharply. Joker with green hair and a purple tuxedo appeared in the darkness. When Bruce Wayne saw Joker, he immediately wanted to take action. However, Joker's next move stopped him. "Oh, I wouldn't do that if I were you, Batman." As he spoke, Joker showed his crazy smile. He held a red detonation button in his hand and tossed it around. Bruce Wayne's face darkened. Joker is a madman, and he holds a detonator in his hand, which means that he really planted countless bombs around him. He didn't care about the lives of these drug dealers. But there are residential buildings nearby. If Joker planted a bomb there too, it wouldn't be a happy thing for him. And based on what he knew about Joker, it was not surprising at all that Joker would do such a thing. "What do you want?" "Hey hey." A terrifying laugh burst from Joker's mouth. The body makes several indescribable movements. Joker then spoke. "Batman, let's play a game. I planted 20 bombs near the docks. You need to find them within 5 minutes and take them down. If you can't do it." Before Joker finished speaking, 3 flying darts flew out of Bruce Wayne's shoulder armor. The remote control that was thrown up in Joker's hand shattered. Bruce flew forward, trying to catch Joker. It's just that in addition to Joker's originally high IQ, his own fighting ability is also quite outstanding. Soon he got into a fight with Bruce Wayne. But Bruce Wayne soon gained the upper hand. Just when he was about to defeat Joker, Joker burst into laughter again. Ahem, haha, cough. "Batman, you only have 3 minutes now." Bruce Wayne was shocked when he heard this. He gave Joker a hateful look and started the Batmobile. He wants to use the equipment on the Batmobile to find bombs hidden in the neighborhood. However, he still took a moment to tie Joker here and wait for him to come back before sending him to court. "It was just when I came back here after dismantling the bomb that day. Joker has long since disappeared." Also disappearing were the drug dealers he tied up. In desperation, he could only return to his Wayne group in depression. After listening to Bruce Wayne's explanation, Jason nodded. Although Joker does not have any special abilities, he is definitely the most difficult villain in Gotham City. None of them. The reason why he is more troublesome than others is that Joker is a madman. He doesn't care about the consequences at all. Joker just wants to prove that the world is chaotic and dark, and he doesn't care about anything else. Coupled with the fact that Joker originally had a very high IQ and outstanding knowledge, he could naturally bring huge amounts of trouble to Batman. Looking at the expression on Bruce Wayne's face, Jason knew that he was definitely not relaxed at the moment. "Do you want to find him?" Jason looked at Bruce Wayne and said. "What?" Bruce Wayne was so lost in thought when it came to Joker that he didn't even hear what Jason was saying. "I said you want to find him," Jason repeated. "Definitely, but Joker is so good at hiding that I can't trace him at all." Bruce Wayne shook his head. "Joker is not just a madman, he is also a criminal with a very high IQ. My original knowledge is very outstanding." He also wanted to use his connections to find Joker in Gotham City, but he was allowed to use all his strength. He still found no trace of Joker. He doesn't think Jason has ability either. Although artificial intelligence is powerful, it still cannot interfere with reality. In addition, Gotham City's infrastructure is very backward, and 40% of the places do not have cameras. There is also a very complicated underground drainage system. If you want to find Joker, even with artificial intelligence, it will be extremely difficult. "Thank you for your kindness, Jason. But Joker is very hidden, so I'm afraid you can't be of much help. I'll find him myself," Bruce Wayne said with a very determined expression on his face. Seeing him like this, Jason curled his lips. "Courageous, but stupid. How long do you have to wait to find Joker by yourself?" You can only wait until someone else commits a crime and then pursue them. This is a missed opportunity. If it weren't for the protagonist's halo, Jason even suspected that Batman might have been killed by the Joker. Besides, Bruce Wayne really underestimates artificial intelligence. Looking at Bruce Wayne with a determined face, he didn't know what he was thinking. Jason sighed deeply. Bruce, you really underestimate artificial intelligence. As long as there is the internet, no one in the world can escape the tracking of artificial intelligence. Upon hearing this, Bruce Wayne smiled. Jason, I know you mean well, but the situation in Gotham City is complicated. Although Bruce Wayne was very happy that Jason cared about him so much, but he still doesn't think Jason's artificial intelligence can find Joker. Gotham is a deeply twisted city. The most backward and advanced things in the world can be found in this city. Coupled with the rampant crime in Gotham City, citizens take privacy very seriously. The Wayne Group's setup of surveillance cameras has met with great resistance. In many places, there is no monitoring at all. Bruce Wayne believes that if Joker moves on the main road, artificial intelligence may still be able to find him. But once Joker entered the underground sewage system, even gods don't want to find him. Jason glanced at Bruce Wayne, who looked disbelieving, and cursed a bastard in his heart. Before real artificial intelligence appeared, it was difficult for anyone to know what artificial intelligence meant. In the internet, artificial intelligence is God. Any terminal may become part of artificial intelligence control. Unless Joker doesn't have any electronic devices around him, he won't be able to escape the artificial intelligence tracking. Skynet, turn on unlimited search mode. Artificial intelligence is very powerful. In order to restrict her, Jason even had to set restrictions on her function. Only he himself can unravel it. Unrestricted means that Skynet will use all the internet resources she can use to search for a person. Among them, various private terminals account for the largest proportion. For example, ordinary people's computers, mobile phones, smart bracelets, TVs, etc. will all become the tentacles of artificial intelligence. Its young master, unrestricted mode is on. Skynet's voice just fell. Rays of golden light that looked like living creatures began to shine from the core of the artificial intelligence. In just a few dozen seconds, a translucent screen appeared in front of Jason. Target found, unrestricted mode turned off. As soon as Skynet's voice fell, several people looked at the translucent screen floating in front of them. A weirdo in a purple suit and green hair was busy with something on the screen. Look at the slightly raised corners of his mouth and his crazy eyes. It is undoubtedly Joker. This is impossible. Bruce Wayne shouted directly. Even the good upbringing he had always had was forgotten by him. He feels that his worldview today is constantly being impacted. He just said with absolute certainty that Jason couldn't find Joker at all. But in the blink of an eye, he was slapped in the face. His mood can be described as very complicated. Jason, how did you do that? Jason glanced at him and said, it's very simple. In just a few dozen seconds, Skynet hijacked all internet-connected electronic devices in Gotham City. Joker was then targeted through these devices. This camera was installed by Joker himself. Oh my god, how is this possible? Fox groaned directly. Gotham City is a giant city with a population of tens of millions, and there are probably billions of electronic devices in it. How is it possible to hijack within tens of seconds? Fox seemed to say this unconsciously. Bruce Wayne was also extremely shocked, looking at the big ball in front of him. Wayne Group also has research involving artificial intelligence projects. But their artificial intelligence couldn't even break through Wayne Manor's network defenses. The gap between the artificial intelligence in Jason's hands is really huge. Bruce Wayne couldn't believe how Jason came up with such a device. Nothing is impossible, Mr. Fox. This is just child's play for artificial intelligence. Let's take a look at Joker's affairs. What is he doing? Jason pointed at the screen. The Joker on the screen looks like he is in a very messy laboratory. On a messy test bench, something was being carefully prepared. But just by looking at the green color, a few people knew that it was not a good thing. Nitrous oxide. Looking at the dose he prepared, I'm afraid it could contaminate the entire Gotham City. Bruce Wayne couldn't care less about being shocked by the artificial intelligence, and said with a very ugly face, Joker's laughing gas is not laughing gas in the conventional sense, but a nerve gas. People who inhale this poisonous gas will laugh until they die. The death was very strange. He had seen Joker use this kind of thing to harm people. Now Joker begins to prepare his unique poison gas again. And behind him, several huge jars dozens of meters high seemed to contain the same thing. Seeing this situation, Bruce Wayne could not bear it anymore. Jason, where is Joker's location? Jason glanced at Bruce Wayne and snapped his fingers. A line of addresses appeared on the screen. 35,120th Street, Harlem. Quickly jotting down the address in his mind, Bruce Wayne decided to set off immediately. Joker is a dangerous person. If he had caught him sooner, fewer people would have been harmed. Alfred, I'm going to catch Joker, and you take Jason to rest. Yes, sir. Alfred replied and said to Jason, Master, it's time for us to rest. Jason glanced at Alfred, showing no intention of resisting. Don't look at this old man pretending to be trembling all day long. It looked like half of his body was in the coffin. But in fact, if you really underestimate him, you will definitely suffer. This old man worked in MI6 when he was young. Even now, dealing with a few lads is no problem. Jason feels that his arms and legs are now small. It's better not to resist. But he was very curious. Batman vs. Joker? This is a scene you can only see in movies? Bruce, I don't think I can go rest now. Joker is so cunning, what if something happens? I'd better stay here to provide you with technical support. Jason, I believe your artificial intelligence is good enough. Now you can go back and rest. After saying a word of concern, Bruce Wayne turned and left without giving Jason a chance to refute. Just as Jason was about to speak again, he saw the expressionless face of Mr. Alfred. Okay, Alfred, I'll go back and rest. Although having said that, Jason was still thinking about how to watch Batman vs. Joker. Bruce Wayne speeds through the streets of Gotham City in his Batmobile. Gotham City in the early morning. Basically deserted. Ordinary people would not appear on the streets during this event. The people still roaming the streets today are either drug addicts or people who engage in various illegal and criminal activities. Fortunately, the Batmobile was originally very invisible in the night. No one has found any trace of the Batmobile so far. Speeding all the way, Bruce Wayne soon arrived in Harlem. Harlem is one of the most chaotic areas in Gotham City. All the prosperity of Gotham City seems to have nothing to do with this place. The buildings here are all products of the 1920s. In addition, most of the people living here are African Americans. The level of chaos and poverty can be imagined. Joker chose this kind of place to live. If it weren't for Jason's artificial intelligence, it would be impossible to find him. Near the area near Joker's laboratory, Bruce Wayne got out of the Batmobile and hid in the darkness. Pressed a few keys on the tiny programming computer on my arm. The cameras in the building in front of you are marked. It's obvious that this is Joker's long-term base. The location is very tight. The surveillance video has no blind spots in this small space. According to infrared radiation detection, there are huge amounts of space inside the house. And there are quite a few people inside. They should be the men gathered by Joker. I worked on the computer for a while. A drone flew out from the Batmobile. After flying around the building, there was a three-dimensional drawing of the building on Bruce Wayne's personal computer. Being a superhero also requires using your brain. Bruce Wayne hacked a camera with the device given by the operator Fox. Then he touched the blind spot of the camera toward the inside of the house. First, he went to the security room and controlled several security personnel who were watching the surveillance. Next, Bruce Wayne gradually breaks through. In order not to alert Joker, Bruce Wayne invaded very slowly. In addition, Joker has laid many very insidious traps on his chassis. Bruce Wayne also spent a lot of effort to break these. It took more than an hour to reach the edge of Joker's laboratory. Looking at the door of the laboratory in front of him, Bruce Wayne also breathed a sigh of relief. Remove the equipment above the shoulder armor. Bruce Wayne breaks open the lab door directly. Joker, you can't escape. After posing, Bruce Wayne rushed directly into the laboratory. But it was different from the hard battle full of traps he imagined. There was no one in the laboratory. Seeing this scene, Bruce Wayne's expression changed. Among the architectural drawings detected by drones, there is no other exit from this lab. Just when Bruce Wayne was wondering where Joker was, a monitor of huge amounts in front of him suddenly lit up. Whoa, ha 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 ha, Batman. As expected of Batman, he was able to find this place. I have to say, you are indeed the strongest superhero in Gotham City. It makes me very distressed. Joker, stop pretending. You probably haven't left the building yet. You can't escape this time. With a sneer, Bruce Wayne turned and left. He was going to find this guy out. However, just as he turned around, Joker's crazy voice came from the monitor behind him again. Whoa whoa whoa, Batman. Indeed, you guessed it right, I haven't left yet. But do you dare to come and catch me now? I forgot to tell you, this base will explode in 5 minutes. I think you should be able to save the people in this building, right? Ha 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 ha. Joker smiled maniacally again. Bruce Wayne glanced at him, said nothing, and turned around to leave. Indeed, he was going to save the people inside this building. Even though the people here are extremely sinful and unforgivable, but he is still not qualified to judge these people. What he has to do is take these people to court. Therefore, he turned around without any hesitation. And Joker looks at Bruce Wayne looking back. A big smile appeared on his face. At the moment Joker was in a secret room in the laboratory, with only a wall separating him from Batman. Batman, I hope you don't disappoint me. Without you, there will be a lot less fun. Sticking out his scarlet tongue and licking his lips, Joker pressed the self-destruct button in the middle. Turn around and run. Go through the secret passage in the back. Joker soon arrived at the back of the laboratory. Taking a look at his laboratory, Joker's eyes flashed with pity. Left without any hesitation. But he hasn't taken 2 steps yet. A voice came from behind him. Mr. Joker, nice to meet you. Joker heard this voice without any hesitation. He took out 2 pistols from his suit and turned around and fired several shots. However, apart from a few streaks of fire on the wall, the bullets didn't hit anything else at all. Mr. Joker, this is not the way to treat guests. The voice came from the front again. A cold light flashed in Joker's blood-red eyes. He put away his gun and said in a hoarse voice, "Who are you?" "It doesn't matter who I am, I'm just a small character." Only then did Joker see the source of the sound. It was a drone-like device in midair. The sound came from above. Pretend to be a ghost. Joker drew his gun and shot him twice. However, to his surprise, the drone in midair used a very strange posture to dodge the bullet. Seeing this, Joker also became serious. He is a madman, not a fool. He knew exactly what it meant for a drone to dodge bullets. Ordinary people can't dodge bullets no matter how fast they react, let alone control a drone to dodge bullets. With just such a movement, he knew that the person facing him was not an ordinary person. Clutching the pistol tightly, Joker stared at the drone. "Who are you?" I said. "It doesn't matter who I am. I just want to play a game with Mr. Joker." Hearing this, Joker's eyes flashed with excitement. He stuck out his tongue and licked his scarlet lips, and asked with interest, "What kind of game?" "It's simple, I will be hunting you down for the rest of the day. If you can escape successfully, congratulations, you saved your life. If you can't escape, I think Mr. Joker should know what that means." Well, now the game begins. As soon as the drone finished speaking, a buzzing sound sounded from the surroundings. I took over this game. Licking his lips, Joker suddenly disappeared. Where Joker stood, there was only a big black hole. "Crap, you run so fast." Jason punched the pillow hard, with a gloomy expression on his face. He was the person who just talked to Joker. As a loyal Batman fan, how could he not watch this scene of Batman fighting his old enemy? So I went back to the room and sent Mr. Alfred away. He directly used the tablet computer to monitor the scene in Joker's laboratory. In order to prevent Joker from escaping, he also sent out a drone formation sent from Fox. Although Fox is not well known in the country, but as the technical director of Wayne Group, he has quite a lot of black technology in his hands. The armor on Batman is only part of the technology he masters. The drone he used was also the same. The Bat series of drones he developed. The combat effectiveness is even comparable to that of ordinary tactical special teams. The aircraft he was shouting about was a model specially enhanced for speed and sturdiness. He originally wanted to attract Joker's attention with words, and then directly sent a drone team to catch Joker directly. However, Joker is more cunning than he imagined. He obviously realized something was wrong and ran away from the sewer. As expected of a Joker, "It's just that it's too simple to escape my surveillance like this." A sneer appeared on the corner of his mouth. "Skynet, bring up the three-dimensional diagram of Gotham's drainage system. It's the young master." As soon as Skynet finished speaking, a three-dimensional projection occupying most of the room appeared in the room. Jason turned the model of the entire drainage system with his fingers, touched his chin, and said, "Skynet, simulate Joker's possible escape route." The power of artificial intelligence goes beyond tracking. It is also possible to anticipate the target's actions to a certain extent. The more information collected, the more accurate this prediction becomes. Based on Joker's psychological analysis and simulation of various data, Skynet can simulate several possible escape routes for Joker. After all, Gotham's sewer system, while massive, is not endless. Tens of seconds later, several thin lines appeared in the sewer model. "Master, according to predictions, there is an 80% chance that Joker will appear in the sewer kingdom of Gotham City." Jason's eyes narrowed as he looked at the map. Gotham City is a huge port city. Because there are frequent heavy rains, Gotham City's drainage system is very developed. Almost the entire city's underground is being hollowed out, forming a massive sewer system. This has become a hideout for Gotham City. Many criminals who were unable to live on the surface after being attacked by Batman went underground. In the sewer system, someone dug out a huge underground space. In this huge amount of space, there are black markets, various buildings, gangs, and all kinds of desperate desperados. This place is called the Underground Kingdom by these people. If Joker wants to hide, this is indeed a treasure place. There are no surveillance cameras in the sewers. Jason looked at the projected map with a smile on his face. There are indeed no cameras underground. But there is the internet, and there are all kinds of electronic devices that various people bring in. There are many shops in the black market that deal with all kinds of illegal goods, and these can all become Skynet's spies. An ordinary mobile phone can not only become a camera, but also a recorder to analyze voice prints. Unless Joker enters deep mountains and old forests and other areas without network coverage, he wants to escape Skynet's surveillance. Almost impossible? Skynet, monitor all equipment in the Underground Kingdom and monitor Joker's traces. "Yes, Master." Skynet answered and then became silent. But Jason knows that at the moment, the entire Underground Kingdom and all electronic equipment have become his spies. After about 10 minutes, Skynet's voice sounded again. "Master, we found traces of Joker. Joker entered the Underground Kingdom through entrance No. 214. Skynet said as he cast a projection from midair. "The screen shows a man wearing a white mask. Master, Joker has been disguised." Skynet said this. A picture of one was projected again, and the similarities between the two were also marked. Only then did Jason see the similarities between the two. As expected of Joker, so cunning. If Skynet hadn't marked him out, Jason would have really believed that the guy in the white mask in front of him was Joker. It seems that this guy is not only talented in chemistry, but also very powerful in disguise. It's just such a pity that he met artificial intelligence. Jason shook his head sadly. Artificial intelligence can only make achievements in transformation. It is also very powerful in various analyses, like a comparative analysis of these two pictures. As long as there is a little bit of similarity, artificial intelligence can analyze it. No matter how similar they are in disguise, people's little habits are different. Everyone has their own micro-movements. These are very difficult to change. Artificial intelligence can analyze the true identities of these people through these tiny movements. Shaking his head, Jason spoke directly. "Send out a drone team and surround him. Game over. He is not as kind as Batman. In order to stick to the justice and bottom line in his heart, he can be so tolerant to these extremely evil people. If Joker is caught by him, there will only be one end. That is death. 10 minutes passed quickly. Under the direction of Skynet, no one quickly arrived at the underground kingdom. In silent mode, Joker is slowly surrounded. At this moment, Joker is still unaware. Wait until the drone circle is formed. Jason once again controlled the drone and entered the cave where Joker was. There are also buildings in the underground kingdom, but they are very small and dark. Fortunately, the drone has an infrared mode, which allows Jason to see the scene inside. Mr. Joker. As soon as Jason said something, several bullets flew towards him. Look at the bullets that gradually enlarge on the screen. Jason also broke out in a cold sweat. Good thing he didn't go looking for Joker himself. Otherwise, even with the body of his cheap dad Batman, he might be beaten into pieces. Calm down, Jason said over the drone again. Mr. Joker, I think you should calm down. As Jason spoke, he controlled several drones to emerge from the shadows. Seeing this mecha drone, even Joker froze. Several drones had dark automatic rifles hanging under them, and one had a bunch of grenades hanging under them. Joker considers himself a madman, but he still doesn't dare to move at all. He didn't want to die with a pile of scrap metal. Looking at Joker on the screen, Jason smiled. At the moment Joker can really be regarded as having no way to heaven and no way to earth. It's not a good feeling to be pointed at a gun, especially a loaded automatic rifle. It's hard for anyone to stay calm when a cold black hole is pointing a gun at you. However, among these people, doesn't include Joker. Rather than saying that Joker is a human being, it is better to say that he is an extremely twisted soul. His existence seems to be to prove that there is no light in the world. He is the representative of darkness. Joker was already dead when he was tortured by his father. And what is alive is just a twisted soul. A dead man is naturally not afraid of death. Joker can still laugh when being pointed at by several cold automatic rifles. Wow, you really went to great lengths to catch me. Let me guess who you are. Falcone? Or a member of the Maroni family? No, they don't have such technology. Are you from the Wayne family? Joker said to himself nervously while smiling. Completely disregard a few drones loaded with these murderous weapons as nothing. Mr. Joker, you do know a lot, but you haven't touched the essence. In Gotham City, the Wayne family is not the only one who masters advanced technology, Jason said mysteriously. Although Joker will definitely die today, he still doesn't want to reveal his identity. Both DC and Marvel are equally dangerous worlds. Not to mention the superposition of the two. There were really monsters everywhere, and there were as many gods as dogs. What if someone else knows his identity, or kidnaps him because of his cleverness? There are too many magical powers in this world, even Mephitis has them. Jason thought it would be better for him to keep a low profile. Therefore, he directly prepared to hide his identity and pass the blame to others. Sure enough, Joker became interested when he heard what he said. Are you from Stag? Stag is another large high-tech company in Gotham City. Stark Industries is to Gotham City what Stark Industries is to New York City. Very powerful. He's just an out-and-out arms dealer. And it goes even further than Stark Industries, often arresting people for human experiments in secret. Don't compare me to those arms dealers from Stag, Jason said, pretending to be unhappy. Wow, sir, it seems you have a great background. Joker made an exaggerated expression and an exaggerated smile appeared on his face. Joker, you don't have to act crazy, it won't do me any good. I know you very well. Before you started committing crimes, you were just an ordinary person, and you were an ordinary person who was rejected by your parents. Am I right, Mr. Jack? That's enough, stop talking. The smile on Joker's face suddenly disappeared, and he looked at the drone fiercely. Jason smiled behind the monitor. Everyone has their own bottom line. For example, Joker is most taboo about others telling him his true identity and his parents. Freeze's Achilles' heel is his wife. Everyone has weaknesses, including crazy people. It turns out that a madman like you can also be angry. I thought you were just a madman, Jason said sarcastically. Joker said nothing, looked at the drone hard, and looked around. It's like looking for Jason, more like looking for a way to leave. Mr. Joker, don't think about escaping. I can tell you, you're dead today. I'm not as pedantic as Batman. Joker looked around and showed his signature crazy smile again. Wow, who did I think you were? Turns out you're another pathetic guy who thinks he's righteous. Jason laughed. Maybe, I'm a wretch, aren't you? Compared to you, at least I have a harmonious family. Joker's eyebrows jumped when he heard this. If it weren't for the drone, Joker felt that he would have used the most cruel punishment in the world to deal with the man in front of him. However, he quickly controlled his emotions. Wow, what a righteous tone, but the justice you worship is just a disgusting skin. Okay, Mr. Joker, there's no need to preach your story. The fact that you have been treated unfairly is no excuse for you to be cynical. Some people can still become messengers of justice even if they see their parents being shot. You are just looking for a high-sounding excuse for your own selfishness and to satisfy your own twisted desires. The difference between you and me is that I can control my desires, but you are just a slave to them. What's more, compared to the Court of Owls, you are just a minor role. Jason's tone was full of sarcasm. He does look down on Joker. If it weren't for his extraordinary IQ, Joker would be just an ordinary psychopath. His tragic experience is no excuse for him to take revenge on society. Ha, your justice is just. Joker still wanted to argue nonchalantly. Stop it, Mr. Joker, I'm afraid you don't even know what the Court of Owls is, do you? The sins you boast about are not that outstanding. Jason sneered. Gotham is not called Sin City because of a few super ability criminals. The Court of Owls hidden deep in the city and many criminal organizations are the root of the birth of Gotham's evil. Even Wayne Group was once part of this behind-the-scenes group. Without Batman, Joker would really just be a Joker who wreaks havoc. Okay, Mr. Joker, do you have any last words? If you don't have it, I will send you to meet your god. Oh, no, people like you will definitely go to hell. By the way, let me tell you, whether you believe it or not, hell actually exists. Sir, I don't think we have any essential conflict. I think we can still talk. I can give you a lot of money, Joker said while laughing. Although he is not afraid of death, it does not mean that he wants to die. There's a lot he hasn't accomplished yet. He hasn't defeated Batman yet. He can't die. The stolen money, Jason said sarcastically. Okay, Mr. Joker, if you do something, be prepared to suffer the consequences. I think what you committed is enough to sentence you to death. Although there is no such punishment in Gotham City, it is just a way out for themselves by these guys who made the law. I don't have that argument here. Don't worry, it won't be painful. With that said, Jason started the drone without saying a word. But to his surprise, his drone didn't move at all. The lethal poison bullets in the muzzle were not ejected from the muzzle at all. How can it be? Jason muttered to himself. In a dark and narrow underground space, several dark drones floated in the air, making creaking sounds. Opposite him, Joker, wearing purple clothes, had a crazy smile on his face. How can it be? Sir, with the help of your words, nothing is impossible. Ha 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 ha. Listening to Joker's wild laughter, a trace of solemnity flashed across Jason's face. As expected of Joker, Gotham City's most feared villain. With a mortal body, he has accomplished many things that super ability villains cannot do. It's really not that simple to kill him. Skynet, scan and analyze. Although the drone cannot move, it can still transmit video signals. He could still see the effects of the drone's transmission. It shouldn't be a device that directly destroys machinery. Taking advantage of Skynet's scanning, Joker spoke again. Sir, although you are not here personally, I think we can still talk. What do you want to talk about? Jason said. Joker's ability to confuse people is very strong. He actually didn't want to talk to Joker. But being idle is also idle. I want to know what the Court of Owls is. Joker's eyes flashed. As one of the top villains in Gotham City, he knows organizations both big and small in Gotham City, but he had never heard of the Court of Owls. And according to what everyone said, the Court of Owls is still a very powerful organization. This made him very interested. Is there an organization more evil than him in Gotham City? When Jason heard this, he let out a laugh in the drone. It turns out you are curious about something. I thought the madman only had destruction in his mind. No, sir, you misunderstood. It's just my art that you don't understand. How about we make a deal? The price of these drones should be very high, as long as you tell me about the Court of Owls. How about I just let these little things go? Joker licked his scarlet lips and said very excitedly. Hearing Joker's words, Jason laughed in his heart. These drones are indeed very expensive. Each one costs several $1 million, not counting R&D costs. However, this thing is just a drop in the bucket for Wayne Group. The Wayne family doesn't care about this money at all. Joker's wishful thinking was wrong. Joker, don't think about it, I won't tell you. Besides, it's just a strong electromagnetic restraint device. I really don't think I can do anything about it. Jason said via drone. Joker is truly a joker. A highly intelligent criminal genius. This kind of thing can be made. Although the main body of the drone is mostly made of carbon fiber, there is still a metal structure inside. Nature is bound by magnetic fields. However, this does not trouble him. Jason worked on the tablet a few times. A few dazzling electric lights flashed on the drone in the underground space, and then it resumed activity. However, Joker is not an easy person to get along with either. As early as when an abnormality occurred on the drone, Joker took action. 2 hands from behind the west were pulled out directly from behind. The pistol in his hand kept firing, and the drone not only fell from midair. Seeing the impact from the drone, Jason's jaw almost dropped to the ground. The underground space is very dark. If it weren't for the infrared camera on the drone, nothing would be visible to the naked eye. Not to mention the black protective color of the drone. It was under this circumstance that Joker shot down almost all the mobile drones. It relies on the flash of lightning from the drone. There was also the sound of propellers in midair. Jason was shocked. It is true that Joker does not have super abilities, but this is not something ordinary people can do? What is the difference between this and having super ability? Sure enough, God treats some people favorably. Even if he has a high IQ, his physical fitness is also so good. Snap, snap, snap. Jason applauded Joker very sincerely. As expected, Mr. Joker, with such strength. Even the special forces of the Navy SEALs are nothing more than this. No, Joker bowed. At the moment, Joker is completely like a personable gentleman. Not like a lunatic at all. Now, sir, can we have a word? Joker said very elegantly. Elegance and crazy temperament are integrated in him, without any abruptness at all. But Jason shook his head regretfully. Mr. Joker, I'm afraid not yet. Why? Joker asked very confused. I don't seem to understand why Jason said that. Snapped. Jason snapped his fingers, and dozens of drones flew out of the darkness again. The muzzle of the black hole was pointed at Joker again. Do you understand now? Jason controlled the drone and said condescendingly. Facing Joker, he won't relax. The lion fights the rabbit with all his strength. Besides, Joker is not a harmless little white rabbit. Naturally, he had to use his full strength. He sent out 100 drones, almost all of Bruce Wayne's inventory. What Joker faced was only a small part. Joker felt a little twitchy when he saw these dense drones. Big dog owner? I scolded this unknown guy hard in my heart. This kind of drone that can carry an automatic rifle and withstand strong recoil is very expensive. A few $1 million at least. How many banks can he rob once? Tens of millions at most. But the drone in front of him is worth at least hundreds of millions. The expression on Joker's face became even more distorted. It seems that you are going to great lengths to deal with me. No, these are just fractions, not much money, Jason said in a relaxed tone. He spent billions just developing artificial intelligence. This is still after mastering the specific technology. Fortunately, his cheap guy is rich. Otherwise, it would be basically impossible for him to develop artificial intelligence. These are really just scraps. Hearing this, Joker's expression became distorted again. These rich people are nothing. What are you doing now, Mr. Joker? Your strong magnetic restraint device probably has no energy. In a poor place like the Underground Kingdom, I don't think you have much usable energy. I wonder what other trump cards you have. If you don't take it out now, I'm afraid you won't have a chance. Hearing Jason's words, Joker lowered his head. After a while, his body began to twitch, then burst out into a high-pitched laughter. Ha 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 ha. Jason looked at Joker, who was laughing wildly, confused. In the dark space, the penetrating laughter continued to echo in the small space. Jason's back felt numb. Why are you laughing? Jason asked a little strangely. Surrounded by nearly 100 drones, it is basically impossible for Joker to escape. Jason couldn't figure out what trump card Joker had to escape from here. Joker kept laughing wildly. After a while it stopped. Even because of his wild laughter, Joker coughed a few times, as if he was choking. Wait until Joker looks up. Joker's eyes were already full of blood red, and the expression on his face was abnormally distorted, looking very scary. The Joker grimace on his face appears to be shapeshifting due to distortion. What am I laughing at? I'm laughing that I would be forced to this point by an unknown person. Batman didn't do either. Licking his scarlet lips again, Joker still wanted to say something. However, he was interrupted by Jason. Joker, are these your last words? Last words? No, I don't think you're going to kill me. Joker laughed provocatively. Joker's eyes were full of provocation. It was as if it wasn't him but Jason who was facing the dilemma. Jason looked at Joker on the screen. There was a sigh in my heart. Joker is indeed a Joker, and his mental quality is indeed strong. With dozens of guns pointed at his face, he could still talk and laugh like this. And this madman does have arrogance. The reason why madmen are scary. It's because this kind of person doesn't consider the consequences at all and doesn't care about his own life. Joker is the best among lunatics. After living in Gotham City for so long, he has nothing to do, so he certainly has the capital. Mr. Joker, to be honest, I actually admire you a little. As a villain, you have truly achieved the ultimate in villainy. This kind of bottomless madness that doesn't care about other people's lives is really terrifying. When Joker heard this, a bright smile appeared on his face. Thank you for the compliment, can I go now? Joker glanced at the drone provocatively. I'm sorry Mr. Joker, you can't leave now. I do admire your courage, but I'm afraid you can't leave today. I don't think the preparations you made in Gotham can save your life. Hearing this, Joker raised his head and glanced at Jason with scarlet eyes. Don't you care about the millions of lives lost in Gotham City? There are also people from the Underground Kingdom. Although they are all scum, they are also living beings, aren't they? Joker smiled evilly, his eyes full of mockery. Hey, Mr. Joker, it seems you misunderstood something. I'm not Batman. Jason shook his head. The reason why Joker is so rampant is because of his preparation. He installed over-the-top devices in many places in Gotham City. What's inside is the deadly poison gas he developed. Nitrous oxide? I'm afraid if anything happens to Joker, these devices scattered throughout Gotham City will be opened. Deadly laughing gas will spread throughout Gotham. Countless people will die, especially in the Underground Kingdom. As long as Joker turns on the device, tens of thousands of criminals here may die directly. If it were Batman here, he would definitely take action. Get out of here obediently. But he's not Batman. Joker misunderstood his strength and his position. He wasn't going to let Joker go just because of the threat. What's more, Joker's stuff can't be written about him. Mr. Joker, I repeat, I am not Batman. You really don't care about these people's lives. Joker said with some surprise. Soon he laughed again. You can't scare me. Even if I die, I will let Gotham City be buried with me. With that said, Joker was so decisive that he took out a detonator from his pocket. He pressed it decisively. After a while, the entire Underground Kingdom is still silent. Nothing happened. Impossible. Joker's expression also changed drastically. As a highly intelligent criminal genius, he rarely loses his temper like this. But now, Joker couldn't help it anymore. His trump card didn't work. Looking at the stunned Joker, Jason said lightly, "Nothing is impossible, Mr. Joker. It seems that your capital is not that useful. As early as when he discovered that Joker was abnormal, Jason had already started working. First, the electromagnetic shielding device on the drone was used to block all electrical signals. Unless Joker uses old antique wire transmission technology. Otherwise, no signal can be transmitted from here. Plus Skynet's search. The three-dimensional map of Gotham City next to it is full of dense red dots. Above is the location of the laughing gas storage device set up by Joker. As long as the drone is dispatched, these devices can be dealt with immediately. Mr. Joker, I'm still more skilled. Jason smiled and pressed the fire button regardless of whether Joker replied or not. Sparks shot out from the gun in the drone. Joker didn't sit still. His body kept shaking, and the pistol in his hand was replaced with a new magazine. Empty in the blink of an eye. More than 24 drones fell directly from the sky. Jason's mouth twitched as he watched this scene. Although the automatic rifle mounted on the drone is less powerful than an ordinary automatic rifle, but it is definitely more powerful than an ordinary pistol. Hit someone. That's just a big hole. A shot to the limbs directly cripples him, and a shot to the main torso will almost certainly kill him. Joker was shot at least 4 or 5 times. The purple suit was dyed blood, coupled with the deadly toxin injection device inserted into the body. Logically speaking, he should just die, but just dragging his body like this, he shot down more than 20 drones, even if there is no sign of life. His body was also leaning against the wall, eyes wide open. It makes Jason feel like he is the villain. Half a day later, Jason said with a sigh, as expected of a Joker, I'm afraid many people with special abilities don't have this kind of power. Shaking his head, Jason no longer felt sorry for this vicious person. After sending out its own drone, it was determined that Joker had completely lost signs of life. Jason controlled his drone and cremated Joker's body directly. He breathed a sigh of relief when he saw Joker's body turned into a handful of ashes. A feeling of exhaustion emanates from the heart. Although he did not reach here physically, even through the drone, he could also feel the substantial pressure that Joker brought to him. All I can say is that Joker is a villain, but he is indeed a talent. Shook his head. Let Skynet control the drone to dismantle the laughing gas device. He went directly back to the bedroom to rest. Jason and Joker battle wits and courage. He even directly killed this Gotham City villain. Batman is not idle here either. After learning that Joker planted a bomb in the laboratory, Batman can only let Joker escape, turn around and defuse the bomb. Although Joker's men are all kinds of scum, it can be said that he was full of evil and almost killed people in his hands. But in his eyes, no matter how sinful these people are, we cannot allow others to deprive them of their lives. We can only hand them over to the court for trial. He would save Joker, let alone these people. So he let Joker go and chose to save others. However, after defusing the bomb, he ran into trouble. There really aren't many Joker men who can fight, but Joker's pets are very troublesome. I don't know how Joker was raised. Wolf dog in the laboratory. Not only is it large in size, but it also has strong attack power, and extremely flexible. The Czech wolf dog with red eyes is probably no worse than a real wild wolf. Under the attack of these wolf dogs, his stab-proof armor was actually torn, and there were a few more holes in his body. He pursues a flexible fighting style. This means that there is no way he can wear a full-body plate armor like Iron Man. Although some of his bat armors have high technological content, but Batman doesn't often wear these equipment. The most commonly used armor is ordinary armor, which cannot stop these beasts at all. After roughly treating the wound, Bruce Wayne rushed to the manor in the Batmobile. However, he met an unexpected person on the road. Looking at the motorcycle waiting sideways in front of the Batmobile, Batman's brows furrowed involuntarily. Catwoman, why are you stopping me? I don't want to cause trouble for you now, but if you insist on doing this, I can only send you to jail. Batman looked at the charming woman in front of him and felt a little worried. Catwoman is a character who is both good and evil. Although she often steals things, the amount is huge. Absolutely guilty. But this guy also has a kind side and has helped many people. He had nothing to do and didn't want to face this woman who was full of trouble. Batman, you are indeed a heartless man. Have you forgotten what happened before? Catwoman said pitifully. Batman only felt a headache. Even though Catwoman is acting so pitiful now, she really wants to take action. She won't show any mercy. He suffered a lot at the hands of this woman last time. Catwoman, what do you want to do? Bruce Wayne said coldly. At the same time, he put on a defensive posture, ready to take action at any time. Catwoman rolled her eyes at him and said, you really don't understand the mood. I came to tell you information with good intentions, but you want to deal with me. Catwoman looked at Bruce Wayne with a look on her face that said you don't know how to be charming. But Bruce Wayne's heart didn't waver at all. 2 words came out of his mouth. Hee. Catwoman gave him an angry look. Humph, now I think I should ask you for some reward before giving you the things. What exactly do you want to give me? Bruce Wayne frowned. He didn't think Catwoman would find him when she had nothing to do. Batman's identity is not as attractive as Bruce Wayne's. I just want to tell you some news. News about Joker. Bruce Wayne frowned, as if considering whether Catwoman's words could be trusted. Explain. After a long time, Bruce Wayne spoke. Now I'm not going to give you this information for free. I want $500,000. Don't worry, this information is definitely worth the price. Bruce Wayne glanced at Catwoman. It changed hands and transferred $500,000 to Catwoman. This little money is just drizzle to him. Even if Catwoman lied to him, the loss would not be big. Now you can say it. Catwoman glanced at her phone, a hint of joy flashing in her eyes. How generous, Batman. Catwoman blew a kiss to Bruce Wayne and became a little impatient to see him. Then he spoke. I came to you to tell you something. You don't have to worry about Joker anymore. He is dead. What? This is impossible. Bruce Wayne said in shock, not even noticing the open wounds on his body. How could Joker die if he is so cunning? I don't know, but he is indeed dead. I still have evidence here. With that said, Catwoman threw over a USB flash drive. Then he blew a kiss to Bruce Wayne and rode away on his motorcycle. Bruce Wayne looked at Catwoman leaving and was not in the mood to cause trouble for Catwoman. He hurriedly entered the Batmobile. Plugging the USB drive into the car computer, Bruce Wayne stared at the screen. After a while, the image of the car appeared on the computer. Because it is a scene captured by an infrared camera, the video looks a bit washed out. But Bruce Wayne recognized Joker immediately. Then he saw the drone confronting Joker. Immediately his pupils shrank. He could naturally recognize that it was a product of Wayne Group. He also used it more than once. It's just that he doesn't like hiding behind the scenes, so these things were eliminated by him. Then, there were these drones that he eliminated. He was actually confronting Joker. And Joker seems to be at a disadvantage. This shocked him. Who is it? How did he control Wayne Group's drones? Is it Alfred? No, Alfred wouldn't do such a thing. Is it Fox? That's not right. It's impossible for Fox to control the drone to this extent. Bruce Wayne thought about it for a long time, but he never thought that anyone could control these drones so naturally. After simply watching the video, he directly dialed Fox's phone number. Mr. Wayne, don't you know that disturbing an old man's rest is extremely excessive? Fox's somewhat annoyed voice came from the phone. Bruce Wayne had no interest in arguing with Fox, so he asked directly. Has anyone in the group used the drones? Drones? You mean the ones you eliminated? Fox asked. Yes, those are the ones. Bruce Wayne confirmed directly. Didn't Jason get transferred? Didn't he tell you? Fox asked a little strangely. Jason. This is impossible. Bruce Wayne lost his composure and shouted directly on the phone. It's true that Jason was transferred. What's wrong, Mr. Wayne? What happened? Fox asked. It's okay, Fox, you can rest. With a casual remark, Bruce Wayne hung up the phone. However, the expression on his face was extremely complicated. Bruce Wayne in the Batmobile. At the moment, the Batmobile is traveling quickly through the streets of Gotham City. The indicator is nothing. At the moment his mind was not on driving at all. Just watch the video and he'll know. That was definitely Jason's handiwork. Whether it's the uniform formation of drones or the graceful operation method, none of this is possible for humans. Only artificial intelligence can perform such precise operations. And in Gotham City, the only artificial intelligence is in the hands of his son. But even with the help of artificial intelligence, killing Joker is not that simple. Joker is a very difficult enemy. He battled wits and courage for several months, but failed to kill this guy. But it only took one night. This criminal whom he regarded as his lifelong enemy. He died at the hands of his son. This made him feel a little shocked and a little uncomfortable at the same time. There is both the old father's satisfaction in watching his son grow up, and his own sadness at being surpassed by his son. Having a genius son is stressful. Think about yourself in Gotham City doing chivalry for many years. I battled wits and courage with Joker every day, and even got scars all over my body. The result is not as much as Jason achieved in one night. How does this make him face his son? In the future, when he brags, he will tell his son about his great achievements. The result was not as outstanding as what he did casually. How could this make him feel so embarrassed? When he thought of this, Bruce Wayne felt a little frustrated. But Bruce Wayne soon put these useless emotions out of his mind. Then a smile flashed across his usually serious face. My son is truly a genius. After a silly smile, he accidentally pulled the wound, causing Bruce Wayne's mouth to twitch in pain. *T. With a curse, Bruce Wayne drove the Batmobile quickly towards Wayne Manor. The next day, early in the morning, after eating breakfast served by the loyal old butler, Jason is ready to experience the corrupt life of capitalists. Although the body is not fully developed yet, it is good to go and see it for eye candy. However, Jason had just finished breakfast. I saw my own advantage. Bruce Wayne. Jason, we need to talk. Bruce Wayne sat across from Jason and said, Bruce, what do you want to talk about? Wiping his mouth, Jason looked at Bruce Wayne and said. Taking a deep look at Jason, Bruce Wayne had a bright smile on his face. Jason, you are a genius. You are the greatest genius I have ever seen. Not even Tony Stark has achieved such an achievement at your age. Bruce Wayne wants to say something else, only to be interrupted by Jason. Bruce, I know I'm a genius. Can you say something valuable? I still have to do an experiment. Bruce Wayne felt a lump in his chest when he heard this. This kid is good at everything, but he's so annoying. He took a deep breath and suppressed his urge to spank the child. Jason, remember, since you have such ability, don't let it go. We have extraordinary abilities, and we must make good use of them. Don't let power blind you. Bruce Wayne stared into Jason's eyes and said. Jason frowned when he heard Bruce Wayne's words. Do you know what happened last night? That's right. Bruce Wayne nodded. Then you think what I did was wrong. Exactly the opposite. Bruce Wayne said in a relaxed tone. You killed Joker and all of Gotham City should be grateful to you. I just want to say that you must not be blinded by power. Killing Joker is very easy, but it's not easy to be yourself. I never believe that pure killing can bring justice, you have to remember that. Bruce Wayne gave Jason a deep look. Okay Jason, you can think about these words slowly. Go ahead and enjoy your life. You've been working for months, it's time to take a break. This month, you are not allowed to enter the laboratory again. After saying these words to Jason, Bruce Wayne turned and left. Jason looked at Bruce Wayne's back thoughtfully. After a long time, Kison shook his head. Bruce Wayne thought he was a kid. This can be regarded as concern from Batman. Smiling and shaking his head, Jason turned and left the restaurant. Get ready to experience life. However, as soon as he went out, he was blocked at the door. The person who came was none other than Fox, the chief technical director of Wayne Group. His eyes lit up when he saw Jason. Hey Jason, good boy, come here. Fox strode over and ravaged Jason's little face before speaking. Jason, did you develop Skynet's technology entirely yourself? Definitely. Jason said directly and shamelessly. Doesn't what the system gives him belong to him? Besides, he has mastered all these techniques, but they are not original. He said he developed it himself. Is there any problem? Jason, you're a genius. Tony Stark is an egomaniac who is not as powerful as you at your age. Fox praised with an exaggerated expression. The expression was like a woman seeing a file-sized diamond in a dinosaur egg. When Jason heard this, he felt like laughing. Tony Stark was also unlucky. Two people were comparing him to him today. But Tony Stark is the Bald Eagle Empire's most famous genius. These two people compared him to Tony Stark, which shows that they really think he is a genius. But a moment later, Jason looked at the seemingly innocent smile on Fox's face, and his heart was filled with vigilance. Our ancestors said it well, if you show courtesy for nothing, you will either commit adultery or steal. Fox is a collaborator of the Wayne family, not a slave of the Wayne family. There is absolutely no need to kneel down and lick him, the heir of the Wayne family. Then he now licked him with such grandiosity. Undoubtedly, there is only one reason. The old man had designs on him. Therefore, the expression on Jason's face became more alert. Fox, just tell me what you want to do. After all, we are all our own people. Jason looked at him a little thoughtfully and said seriously. Hearing this, Fox's face flashed with joy. Yes, we are our own people, so I'll just say it. Jason, do you have any plans to sell your technology? Jason looked at Fox in disbelief when he heard this, as if he had heard something unbelievable. Jason stared at Fox with a look of disbelief on his face. His eyes were full of disbelief. Seeing Jason's expression, Fox felt a little embarrassed and even a little guilty. Jason, although we are our own people, Wayne Group will definitely give you a satisfactory price. We initially estimate that the basic technical information alone can give a price of tens of billions. Fox said this without any confidence. Even if he applies himself to others, Fox himself feels that these words are a bit excessive. If it were him, someone came to him and wanted to acquire the technology that he had spent a lot of effort developing, he would also be in disbelief. And that's even with such a low bid. This is artificial intelligence. If promoted, it can bring about earth-shaking changes to the world and change the technological changes of the entire human race. Not to mention the bionic quantum state service array technology developed by Jason. There are even prototypes of quantum computers. This can drastically change the entire world. Thinking of this, Fox also felt that the price he offered was a bit low. Jason looked at Fox, who looked increasingly guilty, and said hoarsely, Fox, Skynet is my hard work. I researched these technologies day and night without rest or sleep. Skynet is even equivalent to my child. Fox heard Jason say this. His face became even more embarrassed. If it weren't for the protective ability of his skin color, his face would definitely be redder than a monkey's butt right now. But he just wanted to speak. Just heard Jason speak. You have to pay more. What? Fox asked in shock. I said that technology can be sold, but you have to pay more. Jason said with a serious face. Technology is something that is meant to be sold. When science and technology are invented, they inherently carry various meanings. Not for fame, but for profit. Jason never meant to keep his skills in his hands forever. As long as Fox can provide the money, he dares to sell. However, he doesn't think Fox can afford this value. Existing Wayne Group. Even if you buy his skills, your vitality will be severely damaged. Not worth it at all. As expected, Fox said with a grimace. Jason, Wayne Group simply can't generate that much cash flow. We can't afford your technology. When he said this, Fox's face was full of sorrow and anger. It feels like there is a lively beauty in front of you and you really can't unbutton your belt. That feeling was full of powerlessness. It's okay, I expected it. We can change the way of cooperation. Besides, I can't sell all the technology. How do you think we should work together? Fox was shocked and said. Wayne Group can exchange some goods in kind and only need some cash. Definitely, I want something that doesn't belong to our Wayne family. Fox, you know what I mean. Jason wanted to pat Fox on the shoulder in an old-fashioned way, but unfortunately he found that he was not tall enough. He could only put his hands behind his back calmly. This is okay too, Fox said happily. As for Jason's last words, he also knew it. Although the Wayne Group is run by the Wayne family, but the Wayne family only held the majority of the shares. There are other shares that are other people's shares. They are all powerful families or companies in Gotham City, or even in the entire Bald Eagle Empire. It is this way of cross-holding. These big families have mastered wealth that is difficult for ordinary people to achieve, but they don't look that rich on the surface. Wayne Group also has several other major shareholders. The relationship between these people and the Wayne family is not very good either. It's normal for Jason to think about his family. As for him, he is also a loyal subordinate of the Wayne family faction. Even if Jason doesn't say so, he will do it. Thinking of this, Fox reminded Jason, I think it would be better if you just sell some basic knowledge. For example, some basic materials, chip manufacturing, etc. It's best not to let others control things like artificial intelligence. You are still young and there are some things you don't understand. Hearing what Fox said, Jason glanced at the old man with satisfaction. He is indeed a loyal confidant who can build Bruce Wayne's armor. You can say this kind of thing, so it is reliable to leave this matter to him. Thinking of this, Jason's words immediately changed. Grandpa Fox, you are a friend of our Wayne family. I can rest assured that I can leave this matter to you. You don't have to worry about anything else. When Fox heard this, he glanced at Jason. I thought to myself, that's not what you said just now. Sure enough, he is Bruce Wayne's son. He can really fool him? After thinking for a long time, Fox, the old fox, said this. Jason, don't worry, I won't let you suffer. There are several pieces of equipment in Wayne Group's laboratory that I think you must want. I'll get it for you. Then thank you Grandpa Fox, Jason said with a sweet smile. Wayne Group's laboratory has a lot of hard work from the second largest shareholder of Wayne Group. Jason is very satisfied with this reward. The little fox and the old fox looked at each other. Their eyes were full of smiles. A few days later, Wayne Group held a press conference. The technology department of Wayne Group has made huge amounts of breakthroughs in chips and systems. I want to declare war with the two giants Intel and Microsoft in one fell swoop. Suddenly it caused an uproar in the Bald Eagle Empire. Many businesses have heard the news. This naturally includes Stark Technology in New York. At the moment, Tony Stark has not yet experienced the disaster of being captured. He is still the narcissistic playboy that everyone hates. Tony Stark frowned when he saw the news in the newspaper. What the hell is the Wayne Group doing that you dare to post this kind of news? I haven't made a breakthrough in this area yet, so why should they, Wayne Group? It's probably just bragging again to deceive investors. Throwing the newspaper on the sofa with disdain, Tony Stark looked at the blonde beauty next to him. Okay my beauty, let's not worry about that hypocrite Bruce Wayne. Let's cherish this beautiful moment. As he spoke, Tony Stark picked up the blonde beauty and walked towards the bedroom. The newspaper was trampled directly under his feet. At the moment, Jason naturally didn't know that because of him, Wayne Group was defamed by an arrogant genius. He also didn't expect that he would soon have an intersection with this genius who was often mentioned. Jason's life has been very nourishing these past 2 days. Gotham is a sin city. But that's for the poor. While the rich wine and meat smell, the road with frozen bone. This is especially evident in Gotham. For wealthy people like Jason, Gotham is paradise. If he wanted something, as long as he had enough money, someone would find it for him. This makes Jason feel quite happy and unwilling to forget about the past. But on this day, Jason's happy life was interrupted by the old butler. Master Jason, have you seen Master? Alfred asked Jason while holding an invitation. I don't know. Maybe he went out to do justice again. It's normal that he can't be found. Oh, it looks like this beautiful invitation is going to the trash can again. Shrugging helplessly, Alfred threw the invitation on the table. Grandpa Alfred, who gave this invitation? Oh, the military is going to issue capstone awards again this year, and we, the Wayne family, are invited to take a look. It's just that Bruce usually doesn't go to this kind of thing. Jason also nodded when he heard this. That's right. Bruce Wayne is an absolute nerd. Even if you are participating in an event, you are participating in an event originally from Gotham City. He will basically not participate in other activities of the Bald Eagle Empire. This also makes the Wayne family, although very powerful, not famous in the Bald Eagle Empire. Far less famous than companies like Stark Industries and Osborn Industries. Bruce Wayne is also famously low-key. There is basically no news about him from the outside world. Bruce Wayne would basically not participate in this kind of activity. It was just an invitation. As long as he was a reputable figure in the Bald Eagle Empire, he would send a copy to the Wayne family. But think about it. Jason suddenly felt that the Pinnacle Award sounded familiar. So he asked, Grandpa Alfred, this year's Apex Award winner won't be Tony Stark, right? Yes, how did you know? Alfred asked a little strangely. Jason smiled when he heard this. He doesn't just know this. He also knew the unfortunate Tony Stark. After receiving the award, he was kidnapped by terrorists in just one night. They were also captured and used exclusively to make weapons. Very pitiful. Grandpa Alfred, since Bruce doesn't have time, how about we go and participate? I'd like to meet Tony Stark too. Oh, Jason, it seems you want to compete with Tony Stark, right? Alfred looked at Jason kindly and said with a smile. Jason could only respond with an awkward yet polite smile. After making the decision, Alfred was very efficient. Get on the Wayne family's private jet. Alfred took Wayne straight to Las Vegas. He was accompanied by a security team of nearly 100 people. Jason is not like the other Wayne family ironheads. He takes his life safety very seriously. When traveling far away, it is natural to bring more bodyguards. Sitting on a plane, time flies by. It just took over an hour of work. He arrived at this legendary gambling city. I don't know what the Bald Eagle military thinks. The Summit Awards ceremony should be held in Las Vegas. Anyway, Jason didn't see anything suitable for awarding awards here. Master Jason, shall we go to the award ceremony? Alfred asked, standing next to Jason. Definitely not, Grandpa Alfred, I'm here to meet Tony Stark. I'm not going to meet those war maniacs and arms dealers in the military. He shook his head and looked down upon the Bald Eagle military personnel. Jason said, holding the phone. Skynet, investigate, where is Tony Stark? It's the young master. Skynet's voice rang on the phone again. Master, Tony Stark is in the largest casino in Las Vegas. After hearing Skynet's words, Jason nodded. Grandpa Alfred, let's go. Although Alfred was very puzzled that Tony Stark did not go to the award ceremony but went to the casino. But he knows the power of artificial intelligence. He nodded without saying anything and took Jason into a Rolls-Royce next to him. Soon, Alfred took Jason to the largest casino in Las Vegas. After entering this luxurious building, the noisy life came from inside. There are people having fun everywhere. Under the protection of a kind of bodyguard, Jason separated from the crowd and walked directly towards Tony Stark. From a distance, he saw Tony Stark shouting among the crowd. I saw Tony Stark hugging him from left to right. Two blonde beauties are pregnant again. There was even more yelling and screaming from the inside. 6 o'clock, yeah, beauty, blow on the dice. After kissing the woman, Tony Stark threw the dice. Then he continued yelling. Jason couldn't help but cover his eyes. He shouldn't have come, now Tony Stark, in 4 words. It was simply unsightly. Before he was captured by the 10 rings, Tony Stark was a complete bastard. Only, come all come. Jason comforted himself in his mind. He walked up to say hello. Tony Stark felt someone telling him to turn around. I saw Jason, who was now only half a man tall. Where did this little guy come from? Can't you find your mother? Ha ha ha. Next thing you know, Tony Stark is laughing. Jason's face suddenly turned ugly. I'm a teenager, isn't it normal to be so tall? Originally, I wanted to give you a hand, but now you go to the desert and sing tears behind bars? Before Jason could speak, it was Alfred who spoke. Mr. Stark, please be respectful. This is Mr. Jason Wayne, Bruce Wayne's son. What? When Tony Stark heard this, he glanced at Jason in surprise. After a long time, he said, smash it, smash it. As expected, he is the hypocrite son of Bruce Wayne. He smells of hypocrisy. Tell me, kid, why did you come to me? For your father's sake, I reluctantly listened to your request. Although Jason scolded Tony Stark tens of thousands of times in his heart, but he said with a very fake smile on his face, Mr. Stark, I heard that you built your own semi-artificial intelligence in your home. It just so happens that I have made some achievements in this area. How about we talk about it? Tony Stark heard this as if he had heard some good joke. Ha 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 ha, little guy, are you serious? You actually want to discuss artificial intelligence with me? Are you the only one? I don't have time to play house with you. How about I buy some milk for you to drink? Tony Stark looked at Jason and said with a loud laugh. Looking at the smug Tony Stark, Jason had the urge to slap Tony Stark in the face with his shoe. Grandpa Alfred, let's go. This is a bastard with a sperm on his brain. It seems that the genius of Tony Stark circulating on the market is all exaggerated. Maybe some people bought the publicity themselves. Jason said to Alfred loudly and deliberately. That voice just passed into the ears of Tony Stark, who was touching the beautiful woman next to him. What did you say? Tony Stark said loudly. Tony Stark is a man with a very strong self-esteem. Jason said that to him in public, which made him feel very uncomfortable. I said, you are just a playboy with a sperm in your head. Jason said with a sneer. I'm just wasting my time coming here. Everything you do proves my point. If you disagree, prove it to me. Jason said with a sneer. The job Tony Stark does is certainly not that bad. In fact, his design has reached the extreme of engineering. The several robots in his basement are a mixture of artificial intelligence and mechanical engineering. Basic responses and self-control have been achieved. It can be said that it is very outstanding technically. However, it is naturally impossible for him to tell the truth. Hearing Jason's words, Tony Stark laughed angrily. Boy, you pissed me off. Tony Stark was furious when he heard this. He originally didn't want to get to know this little guy, but now this little guy talks so unpleasantly. He was going to teach this little guy a lesson for Bruce Wayne. Come on, let's find a place. Let me show you, kid, what it means to have someone outside the world and a sky outside the world. Tony Stark is also a very childish person. I couldn't bear it immediately after hearing Jason's words. Good. Jason's plot succeeded and he pretended to be indifferent and said something. As the saying goes, rocks from other mountains can attack jade. Ultron artificial intelligence was originally the joint work of Tony Stark and Bruce Banner. Tony is very capable in this area. Although he has mastered this technology, he might also be able to get some inspiration from Tony Stark's ideas. The two looked at each other, and the air became a little anxious, then walked outside. Soon, the two came to a guest room. Boy, I heard that you know a lot about artificial intelligence. What do you think of the k-means clustering algorithm? K-means clustering algorithm is commonly used to deal with image segmentation problems. Convert images into digital language that can be recognized by artificial intelligence to improve artificial intelligence's learning ability. As the saying goes, they are the eyes of artificial intelligence. It is a very important algorithm. Jason smiled relaxedly when he heard Tony Stark ask this. Let me tell you about the normal aggregation algorithm I use. By clustering the original unlabeled input data, usually images, until data with similar characteristics are reasonably clustered into groups. As soon as Jason opened his mouth, he spoke a few thousand words eloquently. Tony Stark was a little confused. Not only because the technology Jason mentioned is very advanced, but also because he always feels that this algorithm has an inexplicable sense of familiarity. But he was certain that he had never seen this kind of technology before. I can only comfort myself that the kid in front of me may be lucky. But he also put away the contempt in his heart. This guy still has some skills. But he didn't take it to heart. He has seen many geniuses, but he has never seen anyone more talented than him. Not bad, I still have some skills. Tony Stark nodded haughtily. Then what do you think about divergent evolution such as artificial intelligence? Jason glanced at Tony Stark and said, the divergent evolution of artificial intelligence makes it difficult for artificial intelligence to use the same data set to handle problems with similar data set types. For example, the ImageNet dataset is used to deal with a target recognition problem, and the final recognition result is very good. But this does not guarantee that you can still have very good recognition results when dealing with video recognition and facial recognition. Compared to the divergent evolution of artificial intelligence, I agree more with its progress in convergent evolution. Using automatic optimization of artificial intelligence algorithms to perform operations within a deep framework, making artificial intelligence simulate human thinking to some extent. Tony Stark was shocked when he heard Jason Doutao's words. Misiao, so smart. Even Tony Stark didn't want to admit it deep down. But he couldn't deny that on a certain level, Jason's ideas seemed to be a little more advanced than his. He was actually inspired after listening to it. You Tony Stark would never admit that. Not bad. He nodded pretendingly to hide the shock in his heart. Tony Stark then spoke. No matter how good the theory is, it is nothing more than a theory. The artificial intelligence I created, J.A.R.V.I.S, has reached the stage of strong artificial intelligence. I don't know, your theory is so solid, how about it in practice? As he said that, Tony Stark gave Jason a provocative look. Follow the Turing test. The capabilities of artificial intelligence are divided into several stages. They are weak artificial intelligence, strong artificial intelligence, and Superman artificial intelligence. It is compared with human beings. Reaching the level of strong artificial intelligence means that the level of artificial intelligence can surpass that of ordinary humans. Possess human IQ. Tony Stark's mechanical butler, J.A.R.V.I.S, has evolved over the years. Obviously already have self-awareness. Although the final step towards evolution was inseparable from the help of Mind Gem. But it has reached the pinnacle of human artificial intelligence. It's just that compared to the mature technology in his hands, it is still lagging behind. Tony Stark wanted to regain his place in this area, but it was a miscalculation. Sorry, Mr. Stark. The artificial intelligence Skynet in my hand is at least as strong as artificial intelligence. And it should be much stronger than your AI. This is impossible. Tony Stark crossed his arms and sneered. Impossible? How about we make a bet? A smile appeared on Jason's face. What bet? Tony Stark said. I can breach J.A.R.V.I.S's firewall in 2 minutes. This is impossible. Tony Stark said flatly. Compared with human network offensive and defensive warfare, the war between artificial intelligences doesn't have so many bells and whistles. What is compared is the arithmetic ability. Computing ability is closely related to artificial intelligence algorithms. He didn't believe that Jason's algorithm could be better than his. It is impossible to break through J.A.R.V.I.S's firewall within 2 minutes? Jason looked at Tony Stark, who looked confident. I couldn't help but sigh. Comrade Tony is still too young. If it were him, he would never be so sure. You have to leave room for yourself in everything. Definitely, Tony Stark also has the ability to be confident. As one of the most talented people in the Bald Eagle Empire, it's normal to have this kind of confidence after being praised all the time. It's just that Jason is going to teach Tony Stark a lesson today. Mr. Stark, it's useless to say anything. How about we try it out? If I can't succeed, I will give you all my artificial intelligence technology. If I succeed, how about you tell me all your understanding of artificial intelligence? Hearing this, Tony Stark fell into thinking. If he didn't take it seriously before, now he takes it more seriously. He can see it. The boy in front of him is really capable. Even though he is conceited, Tony Stark is not weak in his life. But he still didn't want to give up this opportunity. After a moment of reserve, Tony Stark spoke. Though I don't think you can pull it off. But for Bruce Wayne's sake, I'll give you a chance. Jason looked at Tony Stark's expression of reluctance, smirking inwardly. Let me see if you can still be so confident later. Mr. Stark, let's get started. You do whatever you want, I've already prepared it. Tony Stark said with pride. Skynet, start the intrusion process, do not copy the data. Yes, Master. Skynet responded through the phone and began to invade. Tony Stark was still calm, but after a while, the expression on his face became weird. Nothing else. J.A.R.V.I.S started frantically warning in his Bluetooth headset. The artificial intelligence he was so proud of was being defeated steadily in virtual battles. Jason looked at the look on Tony Stark's face. I also felt a little happy in my heart. It's surprising that Tony Stark's J.A.R.V.I.S can stop it. Ultron artificial intelligence was originally Tony Stark's technology. It also incorporates the techniques of fellow genius Bruce Banner. It can be said that Ultron artificial intelligence is definitely the technological crystallization of two geniuses. And it's the crystallization of technology a few years later. Tony Stark's technology may not have developed much in the past few years. This is equivalent to him using someone else's fully developed technology. Go play the technology you just started researching. It's a wonder Tony Stark can stop him. Not to mention, the system's technology has been enhanced. Even if Tony Stark and Bruce Banner develop Ultron again, they will still be crushed. Tony's ability to hold off for such a long time is already very impressive. Sure enough, Jason did something magical. J.A.R.V.I.S can no longer withstand Skynet's invasion. Tony Stark's face also turned ugly. Seeing Tony Stark's face full of doubts about life, Jason quickly comforted him. Mr. Stark's artificial intelligence is really powerful, and it took a lot of effort for my Skynet to break through J.A.R.V.I.S's defenses. My Skynet only has a slight advantage in computing power. Jason comforted Tony Stark. But Tony Stark's eyes were still blank. Is it really like this? Is it really just a matter of budget ability being a little more than J.A.R.V.I.S? He, who is also good at artificial intelligence, naturally understands. Skynet is already superior to J.A.R.V.I.S in terms of computing capabilities and underlying logic algorithms. This frustrated him a little. What he had studied for so long was lost to a teenager. Take a deep breath. Tony Stark said. You win this time, kid. I'll give you the stuff. As he spoke, Tony Stark sent a large portion of the information to Jason. Then he continued. But boy, don't be too confident. I can't surpass you in artificial intelligence, it's just that I haven't been thinking about it recently. I will definitely be able to develop an artificial intelligence that is more advanced than yours in 2 days. Jason chuckled inwardly when he heard this. You can indeed do it, but it certainly won't be something you can do in 2 days. Indeed, Mr. Stark is indeed a genius. Stark has deep knowledge in mechanical engineering and nuclear physics, but I can't. He is only good at artificial intelligence and is not as talented as Mr. Stark. Jason smiled and said, business blows off each other. Who wouldn't? We are all adults, so it is normal to be polite. Sure enough, Tony Stark was greatly benefited from this. The expression on his face also became better. If ordinary people said that to him, he would definitely sneer at it. But Jason just surpassed him in artificial intelligence and got his approval. The words he said sounded different to his ears. However, the habits he had developed over the years still prevented him from completely letting go of his face. Boy, you are pretty good, in terms of artificial intelligence. Tony Stark said a lot. Want to engage in business exchanges. It's just that Jason's mind is not on this at all. After he obtained Tony Stark's technology, the system in his mind moved again. Get insights into Tony Stark's artificial intelligence technology. Optimization of the underlying architecture of Ultron artificial intelligence. Jason was shocked when he heard the news. Then came great joy. Is there such a good thing? Tony Stark is a good man. Jason felt a little elated, but he didn't know it until a moment later. He was happy too early. The host meets the plot characters head-on. System function activated. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the technology extraction function. You will have a chance to obtain the technology owned by the character through direct communication or battle with the plot mission. Jason was even more surprised when he heard the news. The system is awesome. Tony Stark is such a good guy. This function is really useful. Unlike Tony Stark, a true genius, he can only be regarded as a genius. All techniques are learned from the system. Although the technology in hand is advanced, it also has its own limitations. That is, technology can only be limited to one discipline. He has artificial intelligence technology and only knows artificial intelligence. But Tony Stark is different. He is an all-rounder. She has profound attainments in mechanical engineering, bioengineering, new materials, nuclear physics, and other fields. This is something Jason can't compare to. It's different now. With the new function of the system, he can also become an all-rounder. So Jason's expression became more pleasing to the eye when he saw Tony Stark. Tony Stark is a good man. We must stay close to each other in the future. Tony Stark leaned over and looked at Jason unkindly. Jason, hey, boy, are you listening to me carefully? Tony Stark felt a little angry. He just saw Jason speak so nicely. I am going to talk more about his work in artificial intelligence. But unexpectedly, he hasn't started yet. The kid in front of me was actually distracted. This really made him angry. Jason glanced at Tony Stark and smiled quickly. Oh, I'm sorry, Mr. Stark, your skills are really great. I was fascinated by what I just watched. I'm sorry. Tony Stark looked a little better when he heard Jason say this. Glanced at Jason, as if to say, I guess you, kid, are wise. Jason couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. Why does Tony Stark act like a child? Mr. Stark, don't worry, let's go on, let's go on. I completely agree with Mr. Stark's understanding of artificial intelligence infrastructure just now. But I also have a slightly different perspective. I think existing servers can no longer support artificial intelligence level precomputing. I think we have to get more advanced server technology. Bionics is a major direction. As we all know, there are billions of neurons in the human brain. The propagation of electrical signals within them forms the complex fabric of our thoughts. If we can simulate the function of the human brain, it doesn't take much, just basic simulation, and the problem of insufficient computing power can be solved. Hearing what Jason said, Tony Stark was also thoughtful. There is essentially no difference between artificial intelligence and ordinary computers, except that algorithms are the core. The hardware foundation is also a very important part. If an ordinary computer is slightly overclocked, the computer will heat up endlessly and the CPU will not be able to withstand it. The same is true for artificial intelligence. Something that can only support ordinary calculations, you make it bear excessive calculations. This is definitely not possible. Therefore, artificial intelligence must require better hardware facilities. For his artificial intelligence butler JARVIS, we directly found a 5 or 6 story building in the Stark building to place the server, but it's still a bit overwhelming. Sometimes when doing experiments, we also need to use the internet for cloud computing. The idea of bionic servers that Jason mentioned also gave him a reminder. Thinking of this, Tony Stark's face became serious. Your method is indeed good, but it's still difficult to achieve with existing technology. First of all, our understanding of the human brain is very rudimentary. It's still very difficult to achieve the functions of the human brain. Secondly, we do not have suitable materials. Existing silicon-based chip materials cannot simulate the functions of the human brain at all. When Tony Stark talks about technology, he immediately seems to be a different person. He completely lost his usual playboy and carefree look. He immediately became a professional. Jason also sighed when he saw the change in Tony Stark. It's no accident that Tony Stark can achieve this level of success. Normally, I usually stay up all night doing experiments, relying entirely on coffee. This is also reflected in the movie. Moreover, Tony Stark also has an amazing professional sense of smell. The essence of the matter can be seen clearly at a glance. It can be seen that materials are an important factor limiting the development of technology. There is such a method in the engineering world. Technical problems are ultimately material problems. Any technical bottleneck can be solved as long as there are materials with sufficient performance. The same is true for the problem of insufficient computing capabilities. Silicon-based chips limit machine computing capabilities. But fortunately, he has solved this problem long ago. In other words, Tony Stark, inspired by the Mind Gem, has solved it. Jason said with a bright smile on his face. Mr. Stark, I just have some new ideas in this area. Hearing this, Tony Stark suddenly felt an ominous premonition. It was exactly what he expected. Jason then spoke. The human brain is indeed a very complex organ. There is no definitive study of the human brain in the world yet. But we also have other ways. The way the brain thinks is actually not that difficult. Various neurons send out electrical signals, coupled with chemical reactions at the synapses. Let us form thoughts in our minds. We cannot accurately simulate the synthesis and delivery of various chemicals in the brain. But we can, to a certain extent, simulate the way electrical signals are transmitted in the brain. Jason glanced up at Tony Stark. Seeing him, my mind was completely attracted by his words. He immediately spoke again. The strength of metals depends on the free electrons in the metal. The conductive ability of different materials is different because of the different energy bands. Some substances have forbidden bands that completely isolate electrons. Nature cannot conduct electricity. Most organisms are very poor conductors of electricity and have high electrical resistance. That's why I developed an eco-friendly metal. It uses quark-level particles smaller than matter atoms, making it more conductive than gold, which is the most conductive of electricity. It can completely achieve the purpose of simulating biological electrical signals. Jason paused and glanced at Tony Stark. Only Tony Stark's face was full of deep thought. It uses lithium, an active element that is commonly used today. Then it goes through a honeycomb fiberization process and a certain amount of other pairs of paramethyl amino acids are added. It can form an active metal similar to biological tissue. When Jason said this, he was a little surprised himself. Biological tissue and metal are two completely different things. But with clever technical processing, the resulting material is fully biologically active and has metallic properties. Its ability to conduct electricity is almost comparable to that of superconductors. Plus the resistance is very low. There is no need to worry about server heating. It is simply a material that can be used as the core of a server. Compared with the current common silicon-based chips, the performance is not much better. Without any exaggeration, it is not a problem to exchange this technology for tens of billions of dollars. This is a technology that can cause a major earthquake in the entire semiconductor industry. Tony Stark heard this and looked at the information Jason gave him. There were also huge waves in my heart. He had to admit in his heart that he underestimated the young man in front of him. At the same time, Jason also got feedback. Conduct scientific discussions with plot tasks. The extracted target possesses technology. Congratulations to the host, you have obtained the steel battlesuit technology. Jason looked at the system prompts and was full of surprises. Tony Stark is simply his lucky star. Provided him with a new system function. It also provided him with a new technology. It's still his own special skill. What kind of spirit is this? This is the spirit of international selfless dedication. The way Jason looked at Tony Stark became gentler. Mr. Stark, what do you think of this technology? Tony Stark was shocked when he heard this. Just now he had an in-depth understanding of this technology. The more he understood, the more he realized the power of this technology. This isn't just a bionic server thing. It is another big breakthrough in the field of materials. It is simply a new technical research direction that has been opened. He even thought that this technology could win a Nobel Prize. Thinking of this, Tony Stark felt even more uncomfortable. How could that guy Bruce Wayne give birth to such a genius child? Envy, jealousy, and hatred spoke after a long while. Jason, your development direction is really good. It's just that there is still room for improvement in some aspects. For example, in the integration of biologically active factors. That still needs to be improved. When Tony Stark said this, Jason was shocked. As expected of Tony Stark, most people see Tony Stark as Iron Man. It seems like he only has outstanding abilities in mechanical engineering. But in fact, Tony Stark is a true all-rounder. In the movie, after Pepper is captured by the villain, Extremis was injected. It became a dangerous source that could explode at any time. But Tony Stark is seeing Extremis for the first time. It took several months of hard work to turn Chili into a normal person. The villain Killian has spent more than 20 years studying this virus. It's no wonder Killian has such a deep grudge against him, Tony Stark. It can be seen from this that Tony Stark also has very in-depth research in the field of biological sciences. He could see the flaws in this metal and it was very normal. Mr. Stark, you are truly a genius. Jason praised sincerely. Tony Stark's face darkened when he heard Jason say this. Are you mocking me? Are you really mocking me? You, a guy who developed this kind of technology as a teenager, praise me as a genius? Why does this sound so unpleasant? Never mind. I am an adult who has a lot of knowledge and is not as knowledgeable as a child. No matter how talented he is only good at an artificial intelligence. And I'm a jack of all trades. I'm much better than this kid. After comforting himself, Tony Stark felt much better. After preparing his mind, Tony Stark showed a fake smile on his face. Jason, you're not bad either. Your understanding of artificial intelligence is very deep and has reached the top level in the world. Second to me. Jason rolled his eyes at this. Tony Stark is really narcissistic. At this time, I don't forget to boast, it's really good enough. The key thing is that what he said is true. There are really not many scientists on Earth who can compare with him. After all the calculations, there are only 4 or 5. He can now be counted among them. This made Jason suddenly feel a little happy. I've always admired Mr. Stark's truth-telling nature. It's really fascinating. Jason also told lies with his eyes open. Completely forgot about an hour or 2 ago. The scene where he points at Tony Stark's nose and curses him. The two exchanged business blows for a long time. Let's start talking about the technical aspects again. The discussion got to a point where the two even used artificial intelligence to conduct simulations. If conditions didn't allow it, they would all want to experiment with their ideas in the laboratory. The two discussed it for several hours. Until night falls. Both of their stomachs growled before they stopped. At the moment, the relationship between the two people is very harmonious. Although Tony Stark is an arrogant man, he is also very arrogant and venomous. But I really have nothing to say to my friends. Just talk about the Avengers, guys. Without the support of Tony Stark, he would have been living on the streets and eating ashes. Where can we live together in a mansion and drink beer every day? Counting on Nick Fury, they would have starved to death. And War Machine is even more so. Whether it was Tony personally accompanying him to recover after being injured or giving away the steel armor that he had never given away, it can all be said that Tony Stark is a person who values his friends very much. He cares very much about the people he recognizes. It's just that on the surface he looks very arrogant, which can easily be misunderstood by others. Jason felt all of this. In this short time, he has obtained a lot of technology from Tony Stark. Some can still be recognized by the system. This is a true friend. Jason sighed and said, Tony, that's it for today. We can talk about it later when we have time. I won't interrupt your spring night anymore. You little brat doesn't know a thing. Tony Stark said contemptuously. I am CAO? Jason was extremely angry. Although he is still young, he is very talented. Tony Stark, that bastard, actually said that to him? I was originally planning to treat you just once so that you would suffer less, but now I'm done with it. Huh, some people have a lot of hair by then, but it doesn't last long, so what's the use? Jason mocked, not wanting to be outdone. Hey, kid, do you know what you're talking about? I'm Tony. Tony Stark immediately jumped up from his chair like a cat whose tail had been stepped on. I'm not interested in learning about these things. I'm still young. Jason said something, and Tony Stark suddenly fell silent. At the moment, he was also a little annoyed. How could he be so easily aroused by this little guy? Tony Stark felt that it must be because this kid was so mature that he didn't look like a child at all. He even sometimes felt that Jason was more mature than him. But soon, he threw this unreliable idea out of his mind. How is this possible? Shaking his head, Tony Stark said. Haha, I don't know the same as you. You go back to find your father. Jason didn't take it seriously when he heard this. He had also experienced Tony's mouth, and this tone was completely normal to him. It would be a big headache for Tony Stark to be gentle one day. He shook his head nonchalantly. Jason said goodbye to Tony Stark and left the room. The next day, when Jason got up from bed, it was already 1 or 2 o'clock in the afternoon. He benefited a lot from his conversation with Tony Stark yesterday. I did the experiment all night yesterday. Naturally, he got up later. But when we came together, Alfred walked in from outside before eating. Master, something happened. What happened? Did something happen to Tony Stark? Jason said to Alfred while eating his sandwich. Master, how do you know? Does this matter have anything to do with you? Alfred said in surprise. Jason rolled his eyes and said, Grandpa Alfred, do you think it's possible? Then how did you know? Alfred asked with a frown. Grandpa Alfred, don't you even read news on your mobile phone? Jason said helplessly. Not to mention that he already knew something was going to happen to Tony Stark. Just talking about the various news on the phone was enough for him to understand what happened. The news with various shocking headlines can be said to attract enough attention. He even has the demeanor of some editorial offices in his previous life. Alfred also realized that he had made a big joke. Old people like him still like to read newspapers. For things like mobile phones. Although he also uses it, he doesn't use it as frequently as young people. Seeing the embarrassment on Alfred's face, Jason smiled and said, Grandpa Alfred, did you give him the gift I gave Tony Stark? Definitely. Alfred said. That's okay, Tony Stark can't die, Jason said nonchalantly. Originally, he wanted to directly persuade Tony Stark not to participate in the military product promotion. But after thinking about it, he felt that there seemed to be no reason for him to do so. He and Tony Stark were not related to each other, and their friendship was not that deep. Even if he told him, Tony Stark would definitely not believe it. After talking about it, Tony Stark might even suspect that the Wayne family might want to enter the arms industry. I want to steal his family's business. But Tony Stark gave him so much technology, and he couldn't ignore it. He gave Tony Stark a body armor newly developed by Wayne Group. Body armor made of ultra-fine carbon fiber. The thickness is only slightly thicker than an ordinary shirt, but it can block automatic rifle fire. Although the huge kinetic energy of firearms cannot be completely eliminated. But wearing this body armor, he would never end up with a big hole in his chest. As for whether Tony Stark will wear it, he wasn't worried at all. He gave Tony Stark a good scare yesterday. Described the deserts of oil countries as the home of terrorists. If it weren't for the fact that the design list this time was too big, Tony Stark was almost too scared to go to oil countries to discuss business. In fact, the reality was no different than Jason expected. Tony Stark was frightened when he heard Jason's exaggerated statement. So much so that after he got off the private plane, he even exchanged body armor with a soldier regardless of his demeanor. Tony, what are you doing? Aren't you afraid of heat stroke? Tony Stark's Colonel Roddy said helplessly. Oh, Roddy, I'm protecting myself. Tony Stark said something. Happy, you should wear one too, this place is too dangerous. Tony, hey Tony. Colonel Roddy really couldn't stand it anymore. He grabbed Tony and said, Tony, this is the Bald Eagle military base, there is no danger at all. Don't be afraid. Roddy, who can say for sure? I heard that terrorists here like to use suicide bombs and nuclear weapons. Tony Stark said without hesitation. Colonel Roddy rolled his eyes helplessly. There is such a thing as a suicide bomb. But nuclear weapons? Which bastard is talking nonsense? If the petroleum states had nuclear weapons, how could they, the Bald Eagles, dare to come in and grab oil as they pleased? After some hard work, Roddy persuaded Tony Stark to return the military body armor that was taken from the soldier. But Tony put on the light body armor that Jason gave him. Only then did he feel much safer. He comforted himself and calmed down his emotions. Tony Stark began to introduce his Jericho missile to the military. After seeing this kind of cluster bomb that can automatically lock on the target, the military decisively placed an order worth billions. After Tony opened the red wine, he also moved the territory with the soldiers. Along the way, I joked with a few fan soldiers. Tony Stark's nervousness also eased a lot. But before he could be happy for too long, he heard a loud bang. The military jeep in front of it suddenly erupted into a huge amount of sparks. What's going on? What happened? Tony Stark suddenly became very panicked. SH*T, enemy attack. SHT, fire. Stay in the car. On sight there was an attack. The soldiers in the car had absolutely no time to protect Tony Stark and just let him stay in the car. He quickly ran outside the car and fired back with a firearm. However, these attackers were obviously well prepared. They were naturally prepared to attack the Bald Eagle Empire, the most elite force in the world. After a while, the few soldiers who resisted were all killed. As soon as Tony Stark saw this situation, he ignored the warnings of several soldiers and ran out directly. Braving the gunfire, he ran behind a rock with dangerous risks. Tony Stark pulled out his cell phone as if to call for backup. As a top rich man and the smartest scientist in the world, he naturally has ways to save his life. But before he could make a call, he saw an additional missile in front of him. The name Stark Industries is clearly visible above. SH*T. Tony Stark turned around and wanted to run. But before he could move, the bomb in front of him exploded. Then Tony Stark flew up. Fly out, a few meters away. Tony Stark felt pain all over his body when he landed. It was like being crushed by a steamroller. But when he touched his body, he discovered that there were no wounds on his body. Look down. The suit on his chest was in pieces. Some tiny metal fragments were embedded in it. Tony Stark was terrified. If he hadn't been wearing the bulletproof vest that Jason gave him, he would have been disabled at the moment. Ha ha ha, Jason, you are a genius. With an excited shout, Tony Stark turned around and got up and wanted to run. However, he hasn't taken a few steps yet. I felt a sharp pain in the back of my neck, then my eyes went black and I fell to the ground. Before falling into coma, Tony Stark only had time to have one thought. Oil country is so f***ing dangerous? P.S. Petroleum country or state is Arab country PLS, don't get mad at it, no offense. Of course, Jason didn't know what happened to Tony Stark in the Arab country. He just knows. A man of luck like Tony Stark would definitely not die so easily. There was nothing else to do, and his old man went out to do chivalry again. He could only return to the laboratory again. After all, he just got lucky and learned the technology of steel battlesuit from Tony Stark. This made him very impatient. Who doesn't want a steel battlesuit of their own? It's just a person who has this kind of dream. Now that he can realize it, he will naturally realize it. Skynet, create a file, codenamed Mark 5. File creation has been completed, please enter the content. The main body is divided into two parts, the energy part and the armor part. After feeling the vast amount of information in his mind, Jason thought for a moment and said, I have to say, Tony Stark is really a genius. With a mortal body, he can stand up to the gods. This is not just talk. In the steel armor, many things are black technologies across the ages. Take the defensive ability of steel armor as an example. This is something very incredible. In real life, physical defense also has limits. For example, authentic military body armor is very heavy. On top of the body armor, there are various protective ceramic plates and protective steel plates. The purpose is to offset the powerful kinetic energy of the bullet. Even if an ordinary bulletproof vest blocks a bullet, the powerful kinetic energy of the bullet will also cause a great impact on the human body. The same goes for steel armor. To block an attack, consider the impact. A layer of alloy armor with a thickness of only a few centimeters may be able to block frontal bombardment from a tank's main gun. But how to mitigate the impact of artillery shells is a very big problem. If it is not handled well, the person inside the steel armor will be directly beaten into a puddle of flesh by the impact. And this is an insignificant part of the black technology of steel armor. Other black technologies include acceleration buffering, energy weapons, cold nuclear fusion, medium-less propulsion engines, global non-segment real-time communications, and so on. Even Jason's technology comes from direct infusion of the system. It also took a long time to sort out these technologies. Wait until he inputs the technical skills into Skynet by category and creates a file. Jason said after all preparations were completed. Open archive, energy system, cold fusion arc reactor. Jason said carefully. What technology is the most black technology in Tony Stark's steel armor? There is no doubt that it is an arc reactor, which belongs to the category of controllable miniature cold fusion. How awesome is this thing? For example, a reactor the size of a fist file can instantly generate as much energy as a quarter of an arc reactor. This is a very scary concept. Mastering this technology means that only a few dozen arc reactors are needed across the country to meet the country's electricity needs. What an amazing technology. It is no exaggeration to say that based on the technological level of his previous life, the arc reactor would have been at least 1,000 years ahead of the world. Not to mention, this invincible miniature energy can also be used in aircraft carriers, nuclear submarines, spaceships, weapons, etc. In Jason's opinion, the value of the steel armor is not as high as the value of the arc reactor. Therefore, his first project was the arc reactor. However, this reaction is very difficult to create. Don't look at it. Tony Stark made this thing in a cave with ease. But there is a scientist in the movie who said it well. That's Tony Stark. Someone who can rely on his own technology to fight against alien warlords with a population of tens of billions and control of hundreds of planets. Sometimes Jason even had doubts that Tony Stark was the man who cheated. Fortunately, it was actually him who cheated. Shaking his head to get rid of the envy in his mind, Jason spoke. Skynet, order a few tons of palladium metal. Yes, young master. Jason nodded with satisfaction after hearing the reply. Although palladium is a precious metal, it can be used in many fields such as aerospace, energy, and automobiles. But the price is not high, cheaper than gold. For him, who was born into the Wayne family, it was incredibly cheap. Naturally, he ordered more. As for the new elements used in future generations of steel battlesuits, Jason feels it is completely unnecessary. That unlucky guy Tony Stark was poisoned by palladium metal only because he had the arc reactor in his body. He has no such worries. War Machine uses steel armor every day and still has no problems. The high level of energy used by the first generation and mass-produced version, which was quickly eliminated, was too wasteful. Palladium metal is cheap, isn't it delicious? Unlike Tony Stark who likes to show off, Jason prefers to work behind the scenes. That custom-made steel battlesuit like Tony Stark's would be a bit inappropriate. With Skynet, like Ultron, building an army of mechas is his best choice. In the end, he only built himself a nano armor, which was enough. Wait until he has accumulated his armor for a few years. He is not afraid even if Thanos comes. Wouldn't he be happy if he could just overwhelm Thanos with a massive army of steel armors? Thinking of this, Jason chuckled. Establishing a controllable miniature cold fusion reactor production line. Secretly buying a piece of land in Africa to build a factory. Archive this file as top secret and prohibit others from reading it. Open the laboratory and prepare for the initial manufacturing of a controllable miniature cold fusion reactor. Order a 5-axis simultaneous processing machine tool from the Wayne Group machine tool department. The laboratory has divided a special area to establish the Tokmak strong magnetic confinement device. A series of commands were issued from Jason's mouth. Under the efficient arrangements of Skynet, it was quickly implemented. For a scientist, having an artificial intelligence like Skynet is very worry-free. After a pause, Jason continued. Load technical template. Design diagram of projecting controllable miniature cold fusion. Jason gave an order, and a huge amount of projection appeared in the laboratory. Just like when Tony Stark developed new elements. Jason wants to make an arc reactor. Artificial intelligence must also be used to conduct advanced simulations. This can eliminate many completely unnecessary experimental procedures. While manipulating the virtual projection in front of him, Jason realized the technology in his mind. Sometimes even a few parameters are entered into the system to adjust the structure of some arc reactors. The technology provided by the system is enhanced technology based on Tony Stark's second-generation arc reactor. The energy output efficiency is higher and more stable. It is not that easy to achieve this using existing technology. A technology never develops alone. The development of technology relies on the entire scientific system. Those technologies that can surpass the existing system in a single aspect and can be realized are called black technologies. Tony Stark's steel armor is undoubtedly a piece of black technology. What is even more technologically advanced about the iron armor is the arc reactor, the core of the iron armor. The arc reactor is essentially a controllable miniature cold fusion technology. It is a type of nuclear fusion. Why is it so difficult to achieve nuclear fusion? This starts with nuclear fusion. All human electrical energy systems originate from a great scientist, Faraday. It was Faraday, the master who left his name in physics, who discovered the connection between electromagnetism. Human beings invented magnetic power generation. All existing power generation devices are inseparable from magnetic power generation. Even China's nuclear reactors use this device. The clever point of a nuclear power plant is that it is actually a device that uses nuclear energy to heat water and then uses steam to drive a generator. And here lies the difficulty. The only nuclear fusion method currently available to humans is the hydrogen bomb. Atomic bombs are used to ignite the fusion reaction of atoms, allowing atoms to undergo nuclear fusion and emit huge amounts of energy. If you want to use nuclear fusion, you must be able to restrain the explosion of a hydrogen bomb. You can imagine how painful this is. Although the fusion reaction raw materials used in the nuclear fusion device used in the laboratory are definitely not as much as those used in hydrogen bombs. But it was also a high temperature of hundreds of millions, even worse than the core temperature of the sun. So nuclear fusion is also called artificial sun. However, this is only the technology required for controllable nuclear fusion. The technology required for miniature cold fusion is even more amazing. Among them, cotton bolls have several difficulties. First, how to produce nuclear fusion reaction at room temperature. Second, how miniature controllable fusion converts fusion energy into electrical energy. Third, what materials can be used to withstand this energy change. These are all things that need to be considered. So Tony Stark built a small arc reactor in a cave, which is simply not something humans can do. Fortunately, the conditions Jason has are not so harsh. With the support of Wayne Group, he has enough black technology materials. Skynet, building a model of the magnetic field inside the device. Simulating magnetic field motion in a small, controllable nuclear fusion device. Nuclear fusion is essentially the integration process of atomic nuclei. Two light cores integrate to form a heavy core and an extremely light core. During this process, part of the nuclear material is converted into photons. That is energy. Generally speaking, this energy is completely uncontrollable. After integrating, it will be completely emitted. The core of controllable nuclear fusion is how to control this part of photons. The arc-shaped arc reactor uses magnetic confinement to restrain this energy. Skynet records the experimental principles. Photons produced by nuclear fusion have extremely high energy. According to the essence of electromagnetic force, it is the exchange of photons. We can interfere with the photons produced by nuclear fusion to a certain extent, and then let them spontaneously form an electromagnetic field. Confining photons produced by nuclear fusion using spontaneously formed electromagnetic fields. Jason coughed and stopped recording. The most genius thing about Tony Stark. It uses the photon energy generated by nuclear fusion itself for magnetic confinement. Saves a lot of space. This also paved the way for the miniaturization of nuclear fusion reactors. It may be difficult for him to reach such heights. With a sigh, Jason continued. Skynet continues recording. Establishing a magnetic field cutting device on the periphery of a small nuclear fusion reactor. Intrinsic power generation using originally electromagnetic fields. How powerful is the ability produced by nuclear fusion? The electromagnetic field it generates has very strong binding force. Otherwise, the huge energy of nuclear fusion cannot be restrained. The amount of electricity generated depends on the amount of cutting magnetic induction. The file size of the magnetic induction quantity depends on the file size of the magnetic field. As for large magnetic fields, arc reactors are not lacking at all. In this way, there is no problem with huge power generation. The biggest problem facing Jason now is how to solve the interference of the magnetic field on the outside world and how to achieve nuclear fusion under normal temperature conditions. After thinking for a while, Jason continued to speak. Using iron oxide high-purity silicon diamagnetic confinement materials to neutralize the magnetic field generated by the reactor. At the same time, it has a protective effect on the reactor. The hardest part of the steel armor is actually not the original of the armor. It's the reactor in the center of the armor. In the movie, none of Loki's scepters penetrated Iron Man's reactor defenses. What is used is an electromagnetic principle. When the external diamagnetic material eliminates the magnetic field, it is also affected by the magnetic field. Its internal structure is getting tighter and tighter. The result is some kind of molecularly strong force material. Its intensity can even be increased infinitely. Naturally extremely hard. Jason glanced at his notes inside Skynet and nodded with satisfaction. Then he continued to speak. Cold fusion is based on the principle of entropy silence, converting photons produced by nuclear fusion into high-energy particles that are much harder to find. Avoid generating high temperatures and endangering human beings themselves, Jason said and smiled. The reaction temperature of nuclear fusion can easily reach hundreds of millions of degrees Celsius. The surface temperature of the Sun is only 5,500 degrees Celsius, and the internal temperature is only over 20 million degrees Celsius. The plasma produced by nuclear fusion is 5 times hotter than the Sun's core. Large nuclear fusion reactors are equipped with various cooling devices on the outside. Concrete has the function of preventing both nuclear leakage and temperature leakage. Otherwise, if this high-temperature plasma leaks out, even reinforced concrete will vaporize instantly. What if Tony Stark's arc reactor wasn't cold fusion? His entire body will be instantly vaporized within 2 milliseconds, even forming a huge amount of high-temperature heat source within the Earth. It can instantly set off a strong wind of level 12 in the core. It's a mobile hydrogen bomb. Fortunately, Tony Stark is not the kind of person who likes to seek death. He solved this problem in an ingenious way. The process of nuclear fusion does not even have time to produce high-temperature plasma. It is directly converted from photons into some kind of light particles. In terms of appearance, it can only emit a weak blue light. It is simply impossible to generate enough high temperature to spread to the outside world. This is a very remarkable invention in both the theoretical and engineering fields. After running a few thoughts in his mind, the arc reactor model in front of Jason was basically completed. Looking at the arc reactor emitting true blue light in front of him, Jason smiled sincerely on his face. With this, he'll never have to worry about energy again. Buzz. After creating a controllable miniature cold fusion reactor, Jason started the manufacturing process. But before creating miniature product prototypes, Jason planned to build himself a big one first. Tony Stark built a huge amount of reactor right underneath the Stark building. He calls it the arc reactor. This reactor powers his entire Stark building. The energy can even radiate to several surrounding blocks, which is very scary. Jason would naturally want to get some of these good things for himself. He had long been displeased with the several large cables several meters thick in Wayne Manor. Not only is it ugly, but the energy is also in the hands of others. Although there is no one in Gotham who dares to go against the Wayne family. But what if the Court of Owls really turns its back? Wayne Group and Wayne Manor can lose power in an instant. Then Batman can only go into battle naked. His bat suit is all in the underground garage, and it takes a lot of energy to get the battle suit out. So under the orders of the young master of the Wayne family, major construction began next door to Wayne Manor. It only took 2 days of work. He transformed what was originally a small manor into a very solid nuclear fusion reactor center. In the middle, a prototype of a large arc reactor with a diameter of more than 10 meters has been established. As long as Jason gives the order, this behemoth can run. It can even function for the entire Gotham City with ease. But Jason is not so kind. It is also impossible to leak this technology. Stark Industries developed the arc reactor several years ago. Tony Stark has also always wanted to enter the new energy industry. This is originally a good thing that benefits the country and the people. But Tony Stark ultimately had no choice but to enter the arms industry. What is this for? Naturally, it's because the Bald Eagle Empire has the largest oil company in the world. New energy sources are completely unacceptable to them. Tony Stark would be better off if not for his relationship with SHIELD. He might have been dumped into the wilderness long ago. It's not like his father never died. So Jason, a person who values life so hard, would naturally not do such a stupid thing. So after completing the manufacturing of the arc's reactivity, Jason once again plunged into the newly built industrial laboratory. The prototype of the steel armor has been manufactured. It also requires maintenance from him. However, while he was still in the laboratory, a man came directly to the door. Oh my god, what is this? As soon as Jason heard this exaggerated voice, he knew it was the old man from Fox. At the moment he was lying in front of the arc reactor and marveling. The look in arc reactor's eyes was extremely obsessed, as if he was seeing a beautiful woman without any clothes on. Jason, this is going to be. Fox looked at Jason and felt a little embarrassed when he spoke. Yes, this is the arc reactor, Jason said extremely calmly. How do you know this technology? Isn't this Tony Stark's core technology? When did you build this whole great thing? How did you do your research? Fox's mouth was like a barrage of fire. He kept asking questions. Jason's scalp went numb when he heard it, and he waved his hand quickly. Fox, how do I answer your many questions? Let me answer your first question first. This is truly Tony Stark's technology. Then how did you obtain it? This is a very powerful technology. I think at the beginning, I spent a while but couldn't replicate this technology. It's just too difficult. Fox said in a very sad tone. Jason sighed when he heard this and nodded in agreement. It's really difficult. It took me 3 days to fully recover him. The expression on Jason's face was very heavy. It looked as if it had taken him not 3 days but 30 years. But Fox next to him was immediately dumbfounded. He felt that the worldview he had spent decades building was once again under attack. He's not a fool. He is the technical director of Wayne Group, a multinational group. All technical staff in the entire Wayne Group are nominally his subordinates. He also personally made Batman's suit and various equipment. The Batmobile, Bat Windbreaker, Batsuit, and all kinds of powerful equipment for dealing with various villains are all made by him. He is also the military technology advisor of the Bald Eagle Empire, a teacher at S.H.I.E.L.D. Academy, etc. It can be said that he is the absolute technological master of the Bald Eagle Empire. But he studied controllable microcold fusion reactors for 3 years. I also observed the Stark Group at close range many times, and even communicated with Tony Stark originally. Then, he found nothing. No results were achieved. Jason's arc reactor only took 3 days. Thinking of this, Fox felt 2 lines of tears in his heart. For the first time, he knew that there was such a huge gap between geniuses and mortals. Seeing Fox's whole body stiffen, Jason said sorry. The cheating life is so boring and boring. After being satisfied with himself for a long time, Jason finally asked, Fox, what are you doing here this time? I'm here for artificial intelligence technology. Fox looked at the artificial intelligence basic chip technology contract in his hand. After looking at the arc reactor in front of me, suddenly he felt that the skills in his hands were no longer good. Somewhat boring. It's not that the technology is bad, but there are delicacies from the mountains and seas in front of you, and the boiled water in your hand is just steamed buns. How can you still eat them? Thinking of this, Fox asked with some anticipation, Jason, see if we can. Cannot. Jason decisively rejected Fox. As soon as this old man sticks his ass out, he knows what he's going to do. This bad old man must have paid attention to his arc reactor. How could he agree to this? Fox, don't forget what happened to Stark Industries in the past few years. When Fox heard this, he suddenly woke up. Tony Stark also entered the new energy industry with confidence in the past few years. As a result, it was attacked by the entire old energy giant. The group's business was almost cut in half, and its stock price dropped like diabetes. In the end, if the military hadn't protected him, the entire Stark industry would have been killed by those energy giants. Wayne Group was also involved back then. He naturally knows how powerful those old energy companies are. Fox instantly dismissed the inappropriate idea. Then Jason, you can build one for Wayne Group. Fox asked directly. Can? Jason said something. But before Fox was happy enough, he added again. Wait for more money. Fox thinks Jason is a really talented guy. However, there is a very humiliating shortcoming. That is a great love for money. Although Wayne Group is his family's own business, he still does not give any discount to Wayne Group. No matter how close the brothers are, they have to settle their accounts clearly. This seems very strange to Fox. He could only blame it on the quirks of genius. Jason, this matter cannot be decided until a board meeting. We'll discuss it some other time. Fox took a breath and said, oh sure. Jason nodded. Grandpa Alfred will discuss it with you then. Alfred is the personal butler of the Wayne family, and he can negotiate this kind of business cooperation. What are you still doing here? Jason frowned and looked at Fox in front of him. This old man has finished the business deal. Why is he still here? Fox also looked at the brat in front of him speechlessly. He serves as the chief technology officer of Wayne Group, the central henchman of the Wayne family. Even Bruce Wayne was always polite to him. The boy in front of me was simply arrogant. However, I thought about their abilities. Fox decided to endure it. Fox forced a bright smile on his face and said, Jason, can I take a look at your research here? Jason looked at Fox and thought for a moment. Fox is the chief technology officer of Wayne Group and a devoted man of the Wayne family. He helped and contributed in the making of Bruce Wayne's Batsuit. I think it's very reliable. It's not impossible to let him take a look at his research. Okay, don't touch things. When Fox heard Jason's words, he couldn't help but think of what he said to him when he was still a student. He seemed to be a poor and helpless graduate student again. Just look at the arc reactor next to it, and think about it. It only took Jason 3 days to develop this technology. Fox was suddenly speechless. He could only nod his head obediently. Seeing Fox's performance, Jason was very satisfied and turned around to start his own research. The modeling of the steel armor has actually been completed, and the processing of Zero Plus has been completed. Now only the assembly is left. And his laboratory was built for this purpose. Among them are fully automatic industrial robots, similar to the robots Tony Stark used to build the Iron Suit. It is a completely automatic device, operated automatically by Skynet. After looking at the drawings in front of him and seeing that there were no mistakes or omissions, Jason spoke directly. Skynet, start assembly. Assembly process starts. Skynet's voice rang in front of him. Then several large industrial robots rose from the ground. Tens of thousands of small parts were assembled into a white and black armor under the operation of industrial robots. Plus the bells and whistles Jason modified on it. This armor doesn't look like a steel armor, but like an armored warrior. What is this? Fox couldn't help but speak loudly again. As a developer of the Bat armor, Fox could naturally tell at a glance that it was some kind of wearable armor. Compared to the Bat armor, which can only be used purely as a defensive armor, this armor is obviously much more complete. First of all, the armor in front of you is a full-body armor, so there is no need to worry about being harmed by external forces. Moreover, he can install thin metal devices inside the armor, which should be used as a buffer. Compared with the ordinary Bat armor, the combat ability of this armor is obviously much stronger. However, the weight of a battle armor like this must be so staggering that it cannot be moved by human power. Jason, what drives this armor? It shouldn't be driven by manpower alone, right? Jason glanced at Fox in surprise. I didn't expect that this old man was quite knowledgeable. It looks like there are two brushes. This armor uses tens of thousands of micro-servo motors to provide power for the armor. Its power can even reach about 10 tons. Jason explained with a smile. This thing is not like the carbon fiber armor on Batman, but it is very heavy. Even with lightweight gold titanium alloys, weight is a big issue. At least it's not something a playboy with a weak kidney like Tony Stark can afford. This shows how smart Tony Stark is. Inside the armor, there are tens of thousands of tiny electrodes that can provide sufficient kinetic energy to the armor. And because of the existence of the arc reactor on the chest, there is no need to worry about energy issues at all. It's completely a perpetual motion machine. However, Fox didn't know this. Tens of thousands of servo motors? How is that possible? Ordinary batteries cannot support this kind of consumption, and there is no space inside the armor to store batteries. Fox asked in surprise. Look at the chest of the armor. Following the direction of Jason's finger, Fox saw a five-pointed star pattern emitting light blue light. What is this? Fox asked a little strangely. Controllable miniature cold fusion reactor. Jason asked succinctly. This is impossible. Fox said with disbelief. It is enough to believe that Jason developed the arc reactor, but it can also be miniaturized. This is incredible. After large-scale equipment is miniaturized, the required technical content increases exponentially. Fox simply doesn't think anyone can implement this technology right now. Fox, nothing is impossible in this world. Jason smiled and said. This is a high-risk world like Marvel and DC. How is it impossible? There are even gods who can destroy the universe and change the timeline at will. How is this impossible? Fox still knows too little? This is unscientific. Small fusion reactors should never exist. Existing materials simply cannot support the miniaturization of nuclear reactors. And cold fusion is generally considered a false theory and is simply impossible to achieve. Fox said with some confusion. Scientific researchers are much more stubborn than the average person. The confidence of interpretation makes it difficult for them to believe that such technology exists in the world. Fox, on the contrary, this is real science. The essence of our scientific research is to make the impossible possible. You should not be constrained by your inherent scientific biases. Existing materials can still do this. Besides, let's be practical. Jason said to Fox. Skynet, turn on full power output mode. As soon as Jason finished speaking, the arc reactor in front of him glowed brightly. The surrounding instruments began to operate crazily. Jason's new laboratory is filled with piercing sirens. Under the full output of the arc reactor, the values on the energy testing device are off the charts. Fox was stunned when he saw it. How is this possible? How could something so small emit such a huge amount of energy? It's impossible for his material structure to withstand this level of energy output. Fox looked at the steel armor in front of him and said in a very excited tone. According to his scientific understanding, this is not scientific at all. Jason looked at Fox in a daze and chuckled inwardly. Fox's seriousness about science is indeed very profound. However, the arc reactor was completely technology that was ahead of its time. It is completely out of touch with existing technology. Fox looked naturally confused. Fox, the material of the arc reactor is much more powerful than you think. When the atomic structure is compact to a certain extent, the strength is naturally very amazing. Jason shook his head and explained. In general materials, there are actually gaps inside the molecules. The force between the electrons in the atomic nucleus makes the molecules and atoms of the material not so closely connected at all. And when a strong enough force acts on the material, squeeze nuclei and electrons together directly. The strength of this material is amazing. Otherwise, what else could he say? The arc reactor is the strongest part of the steel armor. Looking at Fox, his face was still a little dull. Jason said with a smile. Don't worry, I will show you the technology, and then you can study it yourself. What do you think of the armor I studied? How does it compare to the armor you developed? Jason asked very sincerely. Fox is also a master of armor. Almost all of Batman's armors come from this old man who looks very ordinary, including the armor that can fight Superman. In terms of armor, Fox is still very accomplished. Hear Jason's words. A flash of excitement flashed in Fox's eyes. Then he shook his head and said, "This is not easy to compare at all. I have not studied this kind of full-body armor. The armor Bruce uses is completely different. I think your armor is not for people who are proficient in combat." Jason nodded. Indeed, Iron Man's armor was originally prepared by Tony Stark for himself. Tony Stark's fighting ability. In the beginning, it was just a little better than a fight between gangsters on the street. Later, although I found someone to train me, that was it. Fox, who is proficient in armor design, can naturally tell it at a glance. Yes, it is. This is originally a armor that focuses on protection. It is not designed for close combat at all. The attack relies entirely on the energy weapon system of the armor. Completely different from the armor that Bruce uses almost exclusively for close combat. Jason said in agreement. Batman's armor is completely different from the iron armor. As long as someone puts on the steel battlesuit and trains for a few days, he can have the fighting power of Iron Man. But Batman is different. Batman was originally a fighting master, and his fighting ability was very strong among ordinary people. It can be said that the original purposes of the two armor designs are completely different. It's just that Fox doesn't have to worry about this at all. Instead, he asked curiously, "Energy weapons? You mean, after installing the buffer system, this armor can actually have space to install energy weapons?" Fox's face was very shocked. Things like battle armor are very large at the beginning. This is because the weapon system occupies a very large volume. Take energy weapons for example. The existing energy weapon system is basically laser weapons by default. Rely on high-energy laser to produce high-energy rays to attack enemies. Some of the smallest laser weapons that can be used by the military require a file size of several cubic meters at least. This kind of thing simply cannot be loaded on a single-player armor. This is why Fox was so shocked when Jason said there was an energy weapon system on this armor. Because according to existing science and technology, this is impossible. Jason smiled when he heard Fox's question. Indeed, this is the soul of this armor. Building such an advanced weapons system is not easy, Jason said with some emotion. The Mark series of steel armors have many and complex weapons. The plasma beam pulse weapon in the palm of the hand is also the main weapon of the armor. The power of the weapon can be determined based on the energy output file size. The Javelin 2 anti-armor missile on the arm has a range of 1,000 meters and can penetrate 1,150 to 1,400 millimeters of homogeneous steel. Advertisement. The laser cutter on the finger is mainly used for cutting. When necessary, it consumes a lot of energy and can be used as a weapon. The short-range multi-target missile launch nest on the shoulder can launch a large number of missiles in a short period of time to kill the effective forces when being attacked at close range. It can be installed optionally. The shoulder armor has two built-in 6-unit anti-infantry launchers, which can lock and attack 12 infantry units at the same time. There are 20 additional guided bombs on the left and right sides of the crotch, which are normally stored. The front of the thigh stores 6 high-hardness warhead launchers, one on the left and one on the left, which can shoot in the 3 o'clock and 9 o'clock directions at the same time. The holographic operating system switches between civilian and military states, and is taken over/assisted by the artificial intelligence JARVIS. The voice recognition system uses Tony Stark's original voice recognition. The sensor recognition is Tony Stark DNA biometric recognition. The hand recognition is fingerprint recognition, and the head recognition is pupil recognition. The wearing method is guided by infrared sensors, and the unused state is a streamlined box storage state. The combat mode is all-weather mode and the combat time depends on the output of the reactor. It can be said that it is these rich weapons and various auxiliary systems on the steel armor that make Iron Man so powerful. And I want to put these things together on a wearable armor that is only as tall as a person. The difficulty can be imagined. Especially the main weapon of the steel armor, the plasma beam pulse weapon. Not only is it difficult to load, but it is also very difficult to design. If Fox were to come in, he would certainly not be able to design such a transcendent weapon. It's normal for Fox to be very surprised. You can probably design the other weapons on Fox's armor. But the plasma pulse beam weapon on the arm, you probably haven't seen this before. Jason smiled and said, "It's true. It's incredible to use plasma as a weapon. How do you control high-energy plasma?" Fox asked, very confused. His mind is full of questions now. I hope Jason can answer his questions. Plasma weapons are very powerful weapons. The temperature of high-energy plasma can even approach the temperature inside the sun. In some cases, it can even vaporize steel. But weaponizing plasma is also fraught with difficulties. High-temperature plasma is not as easy to control as bullets. A bad plasma can easily cause an explosion. Not to mention, the plasma of the plasma pulse beam weapon is actually generated within seconds or even milliseconds. It is more difficult to control. Fox even has very deep attainments in engineering. It is impossible to develop such a weapon. Plasma beam pulse weapons are naturally not that simple. Although it fires high-temperature plasma, it is actually a powerful kinetic energy weapon. Not only does it have heat damage, but it can also produce huge amounts of impact. That's where the pulse comes from. Jason smiled and said, "When ordinary plasma is emitted, the damage caused is actually similar to acid. After the plasma comes into contact with the object, it produces a high-temperature melting effect, more similar to the corrosion of strong acid. But the weapons on the steel armor are different. Plasma is not only destructive at high temperatures, but also has explosive properties. It's more like physical ammunition than a ball of high-temperature plasma. Let me demonstrate it to you first to see the characteristics of this weapon. Jason smiled and said to Fox. Skynet turns on shooting mode and aims at the target. Jason just finished speaking. The armor that had been assembled was raised with its right hand. Several beams of light were launched and hit the concrete target. A small pit with its edges melted appeared on the reinforced concrete. The shape looked like a meteorite hitting the ground. There are traces of crystallization all around. Fox ran forward and carefully observed the marks on the target. I was amazed when I came back. It's incredible. Plasma can actually achieve effects similar to physical projectiles. How on earth is this done? Jason smiled when he heard Fox's question. The plasma emitted by ordinary plasma weapons is actually similar to an air cannon. Although it has impact and lethality, it cannot cause an explosion-like effect. Fox's question is really a normal question. The biggest problem with plasma beam pulse weapons is plasma confinement. High-temperature plasma will naturally escape in the air, but the plasma in weapons can be in the state of light pillars. This uses a 4-pole strong magnetic confinement device to produce a control effect and accelerating magnetic field, making the plasma maintain its state before emission under inertial conditions. Jason smiled and explained to Fox. Quadrupole magnetic confinement device, is this the paper Tony Stark published in Science a year ago? Fox asked excitedly. As early as a year ago, Tony Stark published a paper in Science magazine. It is an article about the quadrupole magnetic Hall propulsion unit. However, no one took it seriously at the time, because there are few existing materials that can withstand the high temperatures of plasma. The highest temperature that humans can currently control is only a few thousand degrees Celsius. The temperature of the plasma must be at least tens of thousands of degrees, much higher than the surface temperature of the sun. How can ordinary people think that someone can really realize the practical application of plasma weapons? However, Jason was shocked when he heard Fox's words. This guy Tony Stark can do it. He has already studied the theoretical basis. No wonder they can create steel armor. That's true, but this thing is actually derived from the Hall thruster. It was originally a propulsion device. The ionized working medium is ejected through the nozzle, providing a sufficiently powerful thrust. Even now that it's weaponized, it still has the function of a thruster. Jason explained with a smile. Tony Stark actually created this weapon by accident. He originally wanted to use this thing as a simple propulsion device. This kind of thing is generally used on rockets. The initial version of the iron armor studied by Tony Stark was a simple propulsion unit. There are no other functions. The firepower can only be applied to the flame burner strapped to the armor. It was still when I was upgrading the second generation armor. He discovered the thruster's weapon function accidentally. Later, after constant strengthening, only then did the now mature plasma beam pulse weapons form. It can be said that this weapon is essentially a small Hall propulsion unit. Fox's eyes lit up when he heard Jason's explanation. What an exquisite design. The plasma generated by the Hall thruster is ejected as a weapon. The weapon has multiple functions. It's a genius design. Haha, it's just an idea. The key is that the working medium consumption is very small, and it can fully support long-term operations. Jason explained with a smile. Plasma weapons actually also require a working medium. Matter in the world is conserved, and matter is never created out of thin air. In order to generate reaction force, there must be sufficient propulsion medium. So the fire that appears to be ejected from the steel armor is actually some kind of special particle medium. It is no different from the tail flame of a chemical rocket. It is actually very difficult to convert this part of the working medium into weapons. What a genius. He can launch such a powerful attack and only consume so much medium. Are plasma weapons really that powerful? Fox said with a sigh. Actually, it's not that exaggerated. Plasma weapons also have their own shortcomings. For example, the accuracy is relatively low, the penetration is relatively weak, etc. Jason smiled and explained. In fact, the shortcomings of plasma weapons can also be seen in the original movie. When Tony was dealing with highly armored things like tanks, it uses armor-piercing projectiles in its arms instead of plasma weapons. Because unless this weapon is charged for a long time, it will be difficult to penetrate armor as thick as a tank. The rifle was also used when rescuing hostages. If plasma weapons are used, I'm afraid even the hostage original can be killed. There is no perfect weapon in the world. However, this kind of weapon is not suitable for steel armor. It has many additional functions and can also be used as a powerful weapon. It can fully meet the requirements for the use of steel armor, so he has no need to change at all. The technology used in the steel armor is very advanced. I have told Fox about it, and the old man seems to be addicted. Jason wasted a long time before sending the old man away. It also provides a lot of technical information. Jason looked at Fox leaving and sighed. Never mind. Just think of cultivating talents for Wayne Group. Sooner or later, Wayne Group will be his. Rounding it all off, he is just training people. After thinking about all this, Jason felt much better. After feeling better, Jason once again turned his attention to the steel armor assembly factory in front of him. A new steel armor is being assembled here. The first steel armor was just a test product and did not fit his figure at all. The one developed now is the complete version. And compared to Tony Stark, he is much richer. So he squanders as much as he likes. Although Wayne Group may be worth about the same as Stark Industries, but the Wayne family is very rich. It's not just cross-holdings of many companies, and it has a lot of private minds. It's not like Tony Stark, who has to order everything he needs from other companies. If he wants to buy something, he only needs his own company. The cost of the steel battlesuit naturally saves a lot. So he just produced a lot of sets. A few sets for himself, a few sets for his cheap old man, and a few sets for Alfred. It can be said that the production capacity of his laboratory has been completely slowed down recently. However, when he was about to put on the steel armor and test it out, Alfred came to the door. Master, Tony Stark has been missing for 4 days. Should we help them search? Alfred reminded Jason as he looked at him. When Jason gave Tony Stark a body armor, a positioning device was implanted in the body armor. The purpose is that if something goes wrong, he will find someone to come out personally. Otherwise, the desert in the oil country is so big, who knows where Tony Stark was kidnapped by the Ten Rings gang. 4 days? Jason asked in surprise. The military and Stark Industries haven't found Tony Stark yet. Yes, Master, Stark Industries stock has plummeted in the past few days. People in the military are going crazy too. Alfred shook his head and said. Jason was a little dumbfounded when he heard this. Tony Stark was really popular before he decided to shut down the weapons division of Stark Industries. As the most popular arms dealer in the Bald Eagle Empire, Stark Industries does have deep connections in the military. If it weren't for Tony Stark's naive attempt to die, the Congress of the Bald Eagle Empire simply didn't dare question Tony Stark. However, Tony Stark is too naive. I really feel that if he closes the weapons department, the Bald Eagle Empire will stop causing trouble in the world. This also offended a group of senior military officials. But this is also very admirable. After all, not everyone has the courage to give up tens of billions of profits every year. In this regard, Tony Stark does live up to the name Iron Man. After thinking for a while, Jason frowned. He really didn't know how long Tony Stark had been held captive by the terrorists. It's just that if this guy really doesn't build the thing in time, this group of inhumane terrorists may not leave Tony Stark alive at all. Jason felt that he should really prepare for a rainy day, so he looked up and said, Grandpa Alfred, go to Stark Industries to buy at the bottom and acquire the shares of several small shareholders. As for Tony Stark, let's wait 2 days. Master, even so, the stock price of Stark Industries is at its lowest point right now. Do we really want to buy it? Alfred spoke. Don't worry, Tony Stark will definitely come back. The stock price of Stark Industries will definitely rise by then, and we will not lose money. It's the young master. Alfred said something and left the laboratory directly. Jason shook his head and continued experimenting. At the moment, Tony Stark, who was worried about Jason, was in a very bad situation. Although his condition is much better because of the body armor Jason gave him. But he still didn't avoid a big hole in his chest. After all, Jason didn't think about things that comprehensively. The body armor provided cannot protect the limbs. Tony Stark was shot twice in the upper thigh. Fortunately, the shrapnel was very small and the wound was not serious. But I still put an electromagnet on my chest. Mr. Stark, how are you feeling? Jason asked, looking at Tony Stark with concern. Oh, Ethan, it would be better if you didn't tell me. I feel more pain in my body now. Tony Stark held the pliers in front of him tightly. Keep the pouring mold in front of you from shaking. Then hold on, I'll start. Ethan reminded him. Be careful, Ethan, we only have one chance. Tony Stark reminded. The palladium metal they used was not easy for him to remove from the missile. If the casting fails, they have no chance. Don't worry, Mr. Stark, I have a steady hand. Ethan was joking as he poured the silver liquid into the mold. Soon, a blue reactor was installed on Tony Stark's chest. Okay, Ethan, this is just the beginning. If we want to escape, we have to do something else. Tony Stark glanced at the mirror and said, It seems you have a plan, Mr. Stark. Ethan smiled and said, That's definitely it. Okay, let's get to work. Tony Stark smiled and said. In the next few days, the two worked hard. The first generation iron armor was produced based on Tony Stark's technology. However, the leader of Ten Rings is not a fool. On the day his steel armor was finished, the leader immediately realized something was wrong. Countless terrorists poured in from outside. After looking at the scene outside, Tony Stark said hurriedly, Ethan, open the program, upload the control package, and let me know when the progress bar is full. Because me had the help of JARVIS, he could only use that old computer to compile the program. It's easy to control this behemoth weighing several hundred kilograms. However, this outdated computer has long been out of date. Loading speed is very slow. Mr. Stark, I'm going out to buy you some time. Ethan said a few words, picked up the gun and rushed outside. Hey, Ethan, follow the plan. Tony Stark shouted loudly. It's a pity that Ethan has already run away. Inside the dark cave, gunshots constantly came from outside. Tony Stark was in the cave, but he was worried. Originally, according to his plan, he was in the front and killed the terrorists. Then let Ethan leave after him. Just didn't expect it. The cultural level of terrorists is too low. The computer I found was last century. Its computing capabilities simply cannot meet his requirements. The program loads much slower and takes a lot of time. Ethan could only go out and buy him time. However, Tony was very anxious. Although Ethan was born in a chaotic place like an oil country, he originally had a certain fighting ability. But there are so many terrorists out there. It was impossible for Ethan to buy much time. After a long wait, the armor program was finally loaded. Tony Stark is finally ready for action. At this time, terrorists finally came outside the cave. Soon they entered the cave to search. Tony Stark has been preparing for a long time in the dark. Seeing the terrorist in front of him, Tony Stark directly used huge amounts of mechanical arms to capture the non-terrorist. With the huge roar of the electric engine inside the body, the mechanical arm emits huge power. The terrorist's neck was broken directly. The remaining terrorists also began to fire wildly. It's just that the bullets of the AK-47 pose no threat at all in the face of special steel that is nearly 2 centimeters thick. The bullet bounced off the metal when it hit the metal, posing no threat to Tony Stark at all. Tony Stark directly used the suit to punch the terrorists against the wall one by one. Driven by a powerful electric motor, Tony Stark's punches are powerful enough to punch through concrete walls. If it hits someone, at least the ribs will be broken. Several terrorists leaned into the corner as if they had been hit by a car. Seeing it is already impossible to survive, Tony Stark didn't have any intention of lingering, and walked out without a fight. Dozens of terrorists along the way. Even the huge iron door built in the cave was directly demolished by Tony Stark. When the terrorists saw this terrifying metal monster, they had no courage to fight. Just turn around and run away. Only the terrorist boss, who was very courageous, faced Tony Stark directly with a grenade launcher. Tony Stark. After shouting a few words, the terrorist leader directly pulled the trigger. However, it seems that he was used to being pampered and the grenades he fired were very inaccurate. Didn't meet Tony Stark at all. Instead, it brushed against his shoulder and flew over his head. Behind Tony, Ethan was running out of the cave with the rifle. The broken stone hit Ethan directly. Ethan. With a loud shout, Tony opened fire. Blast the terrorists to the ground. Ethan, how are you? I'll take you out. Don't you want to see your family? Tony Stark said anxiously. No need, Mr. Stark. I'm going to see my family soon. They're long dead. When it comes to you, you must live well. A genius like you should not die here. After saying that, Ethan lost his voice, but there was still a smile on his face. Tony Stark gave Ethan a deep look and walked directly outside. Along the way, killing several terrorists, Tony Stark walked directly to the door. Dozens of terrorists were already surrounding outside, and they opened fire directly around Tony Stark. Countless bullets hit Tony Stark's body. It makes a crackling sound. Tony Stark directly opened the flamethrowers on both arms. Dozens of meters of flames shot out directly from the mech's arms, and dozens of terrorists were burned until they cried for their fathers. Tony Stark looked around at the weapons. He took a deep breath and began to burn the weapons around him. However, there was no time for him to do more. A heavy machine gun halfway up the mountain pointed directly at him. Under the blows of the 12mm heavy machine gun, Tony Stark was also beaten back one after another. Even worse, this steel armor is just the elementary level version, and the transmission structure is still outside the armor. These were interrupted directly by heavy machine guns. Suddenly lost the ability to move. At this time, the surrounding terrorists became even more crazy, shooting at Tony Stark crazily. This makes Tony Stark's situation even worse. *T, are these people crazy? I'm afraid the weapons depot will be destroyed directly. Tony Stark's expression changed. He has no interest in dying with these brainwashed terrorists. So he touched his back directly, preparing to activate the escape button and leave directly. He had considered this situation from the beginning. 2 missile jets were installed on his back. As long as he presses the button, he can go to heaven and escape from here. His expression changed, and Tony Stark pressed the button directly. But to his expectation, the imaginary pushing sensation on his back did not come. The thruster for which he had high hopes did not start. In an instant, Tony Stark's expression changed drastically. Chemical thrusters have their own unique advantages. That is, the thrust is large and stable, and it is difficult to cause danger. But there is also a disadvantage, that is, it must be stable when burning. Tony Stark's heart sank. The worst he imagined happened. The combustion chamber is damaged, and the chemical fuel cannot be ignited to provide sufficient thrust. Look at the terrorists around and the burning bombs. The expression on Tony Stark's face was very sad. Could it be that the Bald Eagle Empire is the #1 genius? Are you going to die here today? Thinking of this, even Tony Stark's face flashed with a hint of despair. Just when he was desperate, Tony Stark heard a cry of surprise. Then I saw a dark shadow flash in front of me. There was a black and white figure in front of him. The figure was half kneeling on the ground, with traces of impact beneath his feet. Shit, what is this? Tony Stark was stunned. Looks like I'm not too late, Mr. Stark. As the white figure turned around, a voice also sounded from Tony Stark's ears. Jason Wayne. I'm glad you can still hear my voice. Okay, let's deal with these guys first, and we'll talk about old times later. With that said, Jason controlled the mecha and started attacking directly. The hand cannon in his hand kept firing, wiping out all the surrounding terrorists. Tony Stark looked at the performance of the white armor in front of him. His face was full of shock and disbelief. In the endless desert, the two figures are particularly conspicuous. These two people are naturally Jason and Tony Stark, who escaped from the Ten Rings base. After dealing with the Ten Rings people, Jason doesn't want to die with these terrorists. Tony Stark was pulled directly and flew into a large desert next to him. Give Tony Stark water for a lifetime. Jason smiled and said, Tony, you didn't expect me to save you. You guys, Stark Industries, are not good at it. You were so ineffective in searching for you when you disappeared. Jason said a few words secretly. The world of Stark Industries is not as bad as he said. But with that old guy Obadiah who wants Tony Stark's life around, how can Stark Industries really look for Tony Stark? Tony Stark didn't even care about the words in Jason's tone. After taking a sip of water, he looked repeatedly at Jason, who was wearing the armor in front of him. Those fiery eyes made Jason feel uncomfortable. If it weren't for Tony Stark being a famous playboy in the circle, he even thought Tony Stark had some special quirks. What does your look mean? Jason couldn't help but speak. Nothing. What is this on you? Tony Stark looked at it for a long time and couldn't help but ask. Although he also developed steel armor, but the difference between the Taihan hand he made and the steel armor Jason is wearing now is huge. That is simply the difference between a phoenix and a sparrow. Naturally, he would not associate the two things together. However, Jason looked a little embarrassed. Show off the steel armor in front of the developer of this armor. Even with his thick skin, he still felt a little embarrassed. Steel armor. Jason coughed slightly and said. Tony Stark took another look at Jason's close-fitting black and white armor. He spoke slowly. It's really impressive. This should be due to the use of the Mills reaction force buffer system. The lifting system should use a new type of hull thruster. It's just that the reactor on your chest looks a bit familiar. Tony Stark looked at the 5-pointed star on Jason's chest. Looking at the glowing reactor on his chest, I always feel that this thing looks very familiar. Ahem. This is the small-scale cold fusion technology one developed. How is it? Isn't it great? Jason directly interrupted Tony Stark's reverie and spoke first. It's really amazing. I've just reached the threshold of cold nuclear fusion. I didn't expect that you actually figured out this technique. It's pretty good. Tony Stark nodded reluctantly. It's a good comment to be able to say it in his mouth. It's actually pretty good. Even Dr. Bruce Banner did not receive this kind of evaluation in Tony Stark's mouth. Bruce Banner is as powerful as Einstein, with 8 doctorates. Tony Stark himself only has 2 PhDs. This is enough to show that Tony Stark recognizes Jason. Jason smiled awkwardly when he heard this. Ahem, you're not bad either. After all, Jason is still a person with a sense of shame, and he cannot yet feel comfortable taking the fruits of other people's work as his own. But before he could be humble, Tony Stark spoke first. It's just that your ideas are more advanced than mine. It can be seen that the output power of the cold fusion reactor on your chest should be higher than ours. In terms of the design of the steel armor, your ideas are more mature than ours. I originally designed the armor, but you just saw it. It doesn't seem that useful. Tony Stark laughed at himself and said. Hearing this, Jason could only laugh. Can something made in a prison be the same as something made in a top laboratory? The gap between the two is huge. Don't worry, Tony, you can definitely make a more powerful armor than the one I have on me. I believe this day will not be too far away. Seeing Tony Stark's face looking slightly sad, Jason comforted him. Tony Stark also nodded. Yes, I will surpass you soon. I feel like this armor I'm wearing will soon become obsolete. Tony Stark said very confidently. Jason sighed inwardly when he heard this. Tony, you are simply too young. It's not easy to surpass my skills. However, he won't remind Tony Stark of this iron-headed boy. He spoke directly. Okay, it's time for me to leave. The people who came to pick you up are already nearby. I'll leave first. By the way, don't tell others that I rescued you. After saying that, without waiting for Tony Stark to refute, he flew into the sky. He's not as swagger as Tony Stark. This thing is very eye-catching. Although the Wayne family is not afraid of trouble, but I don't want to cause trouble myself. He couldn't do something as stupid as Tony Stark. The remaining aircraft of the Bald Eagle army were nearby. He would be discovered if he didn't leave. Fortunately, his armor is very advanced. It is equipped with the most advanced radar stealth coating, and the military radar cannot detect him at all. Otherwise, he would not come to the desert to save Tony Stark himself. It would be bad if it was hit by 2 Tomahawk missiles. Jason drove the suit away directly, but Tony Stark had no way to leave. Looking at the white figure going away, he shouted thank you loudly. He sat directly on the ground. There is no image at all. Moreover, the expression on Tony's face was unusually solemn, without his usual cynical expression at all. Until the sound of a helicopter came from nearby. Tony Stark stood up directly as if he had just woken up from a dream. Colonel Roddy on the helicopter was extremely surprised to see Tony. Hey Tony, are you okay? Do you think I'm fine? I need a cheeseburger right now, and you better get me a glass of chilled wine. Otherwise I will go crazy soon. Tony Stark shouted loudly. Roddy said with a smile when he saw that Tony Stark didn't look very much affected from the incident. Haha, let yourself leave with the convoy. Next time, just follow me and leave. After speaking, Roddy patted Tony Stark on the shoulder and helped him get on the plane. They didn't seem to notice something near them. On a helicopter near them, a soldier was watching them keenly. He was talking about something while pressing the headset. Author, as I have said to one of my regular reader that I would publish more chapters frequently. So, I am going to publish 4 more chapters today after this one. Winky face. New York City, in an extraordinary laboratory. A middle-aged white man with blonde hair and a good-looking appearance was on the phone. What? Tony Stark escaped. You bunch of losers. The blonde man shouted loudly. Killian, our relationship is just a cooperative relationship. Don't push yourself too far. When Killian heard this, he was furious and hung up the phone. A red light flashed in his hand. The phone turned into a pool of black liquid, flowing on the ground and solidifying quickly. Killian was very angry at the moment. He regards Tony Stark as his lifelong enemy, always looking for an opportunity to kill Tony Stark directly. This time he finally found a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Tony Stark's uncle, Obadiah Stannett, had a falling out with Stark for some unknown reason. 10 Rings of Petroleum was contacted directly. For some reason, he was connected to the 10 Rings people. How could Killian let go of such a good opportunity? Contact the people at 10 Rings directly and ask them to kill Tony Stark. A sum of money was also specially provided for them to purchase new weapons and equipment. But he didn't expect it. The 10 Rings bunch of losers actually captured Tony Stark and let him run away. What a bunch of rubbish. The more he thought about it, the angrier Killian became. In the end, the entire upper body of the person was a little red, and his clothes were even burned. The surrounding air was a little hot, and the walls next to it even showed signs of crystallization. Killian, if you don't want to die, you'd better control your emotions. A clear female voice came from behind Killian. Hearing this voice, Killian finally controlled himself. The high temperature in the body also disappeared directly. Sorry Maya, I remembered something bad. Killian had an elegant smile on his face. Looks like a standard foreign gentleman. If you can't control your own programming, no one can save you. After saying something coldly, Maya turned and left. Watching Maya leave, Killian's eyes were full of gloom. Half a day later, Killian changed his clothes again and got a new mobile phone. I want to know how Tony Stark escaped. The person on the other side pondered for a moment before an old voice spoke. Someone saved him. Who? Killian asked through gritted teeth. To save Tony Stark is to fight against him? He must make this man pay the price. After a moment, the old voice sounded again. Bruce Wayne's illegitimate son, Jason Wayne. You'd better not underestimate this kid. There is something extraordinary about him. But Killian hung up the phone before he could finish listening to the voice. Wayne family. A suppressed sound like a beast's roar was squeezed out from between his teeth. Jason didn't know that he had made an enemy out of nowhere. After saving Tony Stark, he returned to Gotham directly in the suit. Have to say, the feeling of flying freely while driving the steel armor is really great. Even if Skynet comes to help him operate it. That kind of feeling is very special and very wonderful. Jason was quite intoxicated. It took more than half an hour. Jason returned to Gotham City from the other side of the world. After a perfect whereabouts, Jason entered his laboratory. As soon as he took off his armor, he saw his advantage. Bruce Wayne. Jason, is this the armor you developed? Bruce glanced excitedly at the very handsome armor in front of him. Yes, this is the armor I developed. Jason nodded. What's wrong, you want one too? Hearing what Jason said, the expression on Bruce Wayne's face was a little twisted. Ahem, is that okay? Jason looked at Bruce Wayne who was pretending in front of him and rolled his eyes. If you want it, just say so. Still pretending to be like this. However, considering that Bruce provided him with funds, he generously made do with it. It has been prepared for you a long time ago. Do you want to come and take a look? Ahem, let's go take a look. Bruce Wayne nodded reservedly. But judging from the expression in his eyes, he should be quite expecting it. Follow me? Jason rolled his eyes and led Bruce towards the armor showroom. Skynet, call out the armor showroom. Jason gave the order and the wall in front of him fell down. A transparent warehouse was born. Dozens of steel armors are displayed among them. Among these, there are 3 armors that look very much like bats. Very similar to Bruce Wayne's suit. Call out armor no. B-132, Jason said, and a bat armor moved out of the display cabinet. Try it on and try it. Skynet has an auxiliary mode, so it shouldn't be difficult. The operation of the steel armor is very simple. Especially someone like Bruce Wayne who has very strong mixed martial arts abilities. He has very good control over his body. Wearing armor is no longer a problem. Not to mention, Skynet also has a dedicated auxiliary mode. As expected, it took a short time to adapt. Bruce Wayne has adapted to the operation of the steel suit. The operation started. If you want to experiment with weapons, go to the shooting range. Don't experiment here. Jason said something. Bruce Wayne nodded and walked into the shooting range. Not a moment. The sound of dense explosions came out from the shooting range. 10 minutes later, Bruce Wayne walked out of the shooting range. How do you feel? Jason asked directly. Feel good. The weapon system and identification system of the armor are very advanced. But this armor also has shortcomings. It's just too inflexible. Bruce Wayne took off his armor and moved his hands and feet very uncomfortably. Jason looked at Bruce Wayne and nodded. Bruce Wayne and Tony Stark are still different. Tony Stark is a playboy, and Bruce Wayne is an elite trained by ninjas. Both in terms of will and fighting ability, he is the best among humans. When fighting, he naturally trusts his own hands and feet more. Instead of being completely hidden in the suit like Tony Stark and relying on the suit to fight. Iron Man's body is a suit, while Batman's body is Bruce Wayne. It's no wonder that Bruce Wayne doesn't feel uncomfortable wearing a steel armor that can't move flexibly at all. In the past few days, Jason has been in the laboratory. Bruce Wayne places a lot of demands on his suit. These make his modification very troublesome. It is not an easy task to convert plate armor into ordinary armor while ensuring defense. Many systems in the war frame require extensive modifications. Many weapons need to be remade. These are very troublesome. Although Jason doesn't think he is a good person, but he still knows how to repay kindness. Bruce Wayne was really nice to him. He really took on the responsibility of being a father. Bruce Wayne never refused what he wanted. This favor is too big to be owed. Now Bruce Wayne finally has a way to go. Naturally, he wanted to satisfy him. But, in fact, he really felt that giving this armor to Batman was of no use. Before forming the Justice League, Batman really hasn't met many characters with high combat capabilities in Gotham City. Most of Gotham's villains, they are all characters with high intelligence. The original's fighting ability is good, but its superiority and destructive power are high. More often than not, even the opponents are gangsters and gang members in the city. Using this kind of armor is simply bullying. Wearing a battle armor that can fight Thanos and bullying street gangsters, what is this but hooliganism? Jason observed a few minutes of silence for Gotham City's big and small villains. Continue to modify the armor in front of you. Luckily he didn't work long hours. Alfred walked in with a heavy look on his face. Master, something happened. Jason looked at Alfred with a look of surprise on his face. Mr. Alfred is a very calm old man. He has served in MI6. It is completely possible to do things without being surprised. But now his expression is very ugly, and his eyes are flashing with anxiety. Jason put down the device in his hand and asked, Grandpa Alfred, what happened? Don't be anxious, speak slowly. The headquarters of Wayne Group was blown up. Alfred took a deep breath and said, What? Jason suddenly stood up from his seat. The headquarters of Wayne Group is a landmark building in Gotham. Thanks to the foresight of Bruce Wayne's parents, Wayne Tower has become the most famous building in Gotham City. It is also the face of the entire Gotham City. In addition, this is just the office space of Wayne Group. In addition to employees, there are various documents inside. Being dumber has nothing of value. So since the Wayne Tower was built, no one in Gotham City has caused trouble here. Even the supervillains are the same. It's no good, and it will also lead to crazy revenge from the Wayne Group. Who is going to cause damage here? So Jason found it hard to believe that someone actually dared to do this despite the disdain of the world. Randomly, a surge of anger rose from the bottom of my heart. This is his family's property. Someone in Gotham City blew up the door of his house? The expression on Jason's face suddenly darkened. What are the casualties? 3 employees died. Fortunately, Wayne Tower is big enough, otherwise the casualties would be more serious. Alfred said with a solemn expression. Take good care of their families. Jason said. Master is already doing it. Alfred spoke. Have you found out who did it? Jason then asked. No clue at all. Alfred shook his head and said. The camera was destroyed before the explosion. As soon as the security personnel noticed something was wrong, the explosion occurred. And even the experts within the group have not discovered what kind of explosives the other party used. People within the group can't be found out. Jason couldn't believe it. Let's just say it's the trash from the Gotham Police Department. If they can't investigate it, that's normal operation. It's not something that should be investigated. But if Wayne Group's own scientists can't study it, then it shouldn't be done. Wayne Group also has its own arms company in the research of explosives, although it is not the first in the world, but it is also at the forefront of the world. It is difficult to say that there is any new type of explosive in the world that even the Wayne Group's laboratories are not aware of. Yes, young master, even the Wayne Group people can't investigate it. So the master asked me to ask you, see if you can help investigate. Alfred said with a sigh. Hearing this, Jason nodded. Then don't waste time, Grandpa Alfred, let's go. Jason said something, picked up a toolbox, and followed Alfred out. Soon, the two arrived at Wayne Tower. Jason saw. The first floor of the building seemed to have experienced a dragon spring wind. It was a complete mess. The surrounding area was also frequently blocked. Jason frowned and said directly, Grandpa Alfred, let these people come out. I'll go in and investigate personally. It's the young master. Alfred answered and went directly outside the car. Soon, the building was emptied. The surrounding area was cordoned off by the police. Jason Alfred went in carrying the box. Go inside the building. Jason looked at the darkened walls around him and opened the box. Dozens of small drones flew out from inside. Skynet, conduct isotope spectrum analysis, C14 positioning spectrum analysis, and establish a 3-dimensional model of the site. Scanning. Skynet's voice rang from the phone. Dozens of small drones are like little bees. Under the control of Skynet, the interior of the building is constantly being scanned. Countless amounts of data were collected. The 3-dimensional model is being created. Restore the explosion scene. Jason took a look at the data and said, the explosion scene is being restored. Soon in Skynet's simulation, a virtual scene was simulated. Only, the source of the explosion was indeed a golden light group, and its true identity could not be seen clearly. Skynet, analyze the surrounding elemental components. Can you find any abnormalities? Analyzing. No stupid compounds found. Skynet's voice rang. Jason raised his eyebrows and fell into thought. Almost all high-power explosives today are products of phenyl and potassium nitrate. The more famous explosives such as C4 and TNT are made from phenyl compounds. But in the environment, he could not detect any traces of these two substances. Not even the remains of other explosives were found. As if the explosion happened out of thin air. Did I offend someone who is proficient in magic? Jason couldn't help but think to himself. Since no explosives were found, he could only think about super ability. But he didn't have any grudge against anyone. Jason frowned, lost in thought. I spent a long time investigating inside Wayne Tower. Jason didn't find any clues. Who would come to blow up such a building that is almost useless? Apart from causing some property damage to Wayne Group, there will be no loss at all. Even if you want to kill people, this is not a good place. Wayne Group executives are not here at all. We only come to Wayne Tower when there is a shareholder meeting. But they also took a helicopter directly into the building from the top floor. You can enter from below. Even if terrorists wreak havoc, it will be of no use. And according to Alfred, surveillance is broken. This is not something a terrorist can do. After much deliberation, he decided to ask the old housekeeper in charge of the family. Grandpa Alfred, has our Wayne Group provoked anyone recently? No, Master. You also know that our Wayne Group is the largest philanthropic enterprise in Gotham. 60% of the public facilities in Gotham City were built by our Wayne Group. How could we have any enemies? Even if there is business competition, it is impossible to resort to such methods. Alfred shook his head and said, although shopping malls are like battlefields, but no matter how fierce the fight is in the mall, you still abide by the rules. Otherwise, if you blow up my building today and I blow up your building tomorrow, who can still open a company? That's really weird. How could someone attack Wayne Group? Jason was a little puzzled. Suddenly, Jason had an idea. Grandpa Alfred, why do you think these people want to conduct surveillance? Before Alfred could answer, Jason naturally said to himself, unless there are any clues in the surveillance video that can reveal their identity. Jason's eyes lit up when he thought of this. It must be like this. If there were no clues in the surveillance, there would be no need for these people to go to such great lengths to destroy the surveillance footage. All it takes is an explosion. Grandpa Alfred, can I still watch the surveillance? Master, the surveillance was destroyed before the explosion occurred. And the hard drive is damaged and there's no way to recover it. Alfred shook his head and said, not always? Jason licked his lips. Surveillance within Wayne Group was compromised. What about other places? Although Gotham is a shabby city, the transition between old and new is very obvious. But where Wayne Tower is located is the bustling place in Gotham City. The surrounding surveillance video density is very high. Even if the mastermind behind the scenes destroyed a large number of surveillance cameras, he would definitely be able to find the fish that slipped through the net. Skynet, control all surveillance in the 2 blocks surrounding Wayne Tower. Find the outsiders who entered Wayne Group today. Analyzing. Soon, Skynet's search yielded results. 104 outsiders entered Wayne Tower today, and 103 people are still alive. There is only one man whose traces remain undiscovered. As he said that, a screen appeared in front of Jason. An ordinary-looking man appeared on the screen. At the same time, a very blurry video started playing. Jason could only manage to imagine that the man on the screen entered Wayne Tower. Dodge Marco, a former Bald Eagle Imperial Army soldier, retired 4 years ago due to a broken arm. Seeing this, Jason's eyes shrank. The Dodger in the video is obviously a guy with all 4 limbs. Jason's mind was spinning. A thread was connected, able to reborn broken limbs, and capable of suicide explosions. There seems to be only one thing in this world that can do that. Jason's eyes flashed. Skynet, investigate the origin of this person. Look at his schedule and where it comes from. Soon, this Dodge's information was displayed on the screen. This Dodger is a sailor on an oil tanker and just took a plane to Gotham City today. Then came directly to the Wayne Group. Disabled people are hired on oil tankers, and there are philanthropists among the Bald Eagle oil giants. Jason can be sure that there is definitely something fishy about this tanker. Skynet, investigate the owner of this tanker. This cruise ship belongs to a petroleum company named Elk. Part of this company's shares are secretly held by a Texas-based pharmaceutical company. The chairman of this company is Aldridge Killian. Jason's eyes lit up when he heard the name. As expected, it was Killian who was the deadbeat. The name Killian may not be famous, but Extremis is definitely famous. This virus is derived from recombinant human DNA. It can bring many incredible abilities to people. Almost unlimited self-healing, powerful strength, super reaction speed, and faster thinking. But this virus also has its own shortcomings. That's very uncontrolled. When people's emotions fluctuate, violent explosions may occur. As it was no less powerful, the most advanced explosives were added. Now Jason figured out why no explosive residue was detected. The human body is originally a bomb. How could he be able to detect the remains of explosives? Killian, you are such a loser. How dare you provoke me? Jason gritted his teeth and said bitterly. He didn't bother to go to Killian first, but this guy actually came to his door first. Needless to say, it must have been him who saved Tony. Except for this, he couldn't figure out where to start his feud with Killian. This guy is already a mentally disturbed person. Long-term physical deformity has made this guy mentally sensitive and extreme. After being let go by Tony Stark at a conference in Bern, Switzerland more than 20 years ago, it was even more extreme in my heart. thinking about revenge against Tony Stark all the time. If Pepper Potts wasn't stronger than Tony Stark, maybe he actually succeeded. He saved Tony Stark. Naturally, Killian, the street boy, hated him. Regardless of how Killian got the news, things couldn't be better between the two of them. It just so happens that I am very optimistic about your extremis. You actually delivered it to your door yourself. Jason sneered, his eyes flashing coldly. Skynet, activate the violent force plan. Convert all reserved resources into combat effectiveness within 5 days. And immediately locate Killian's position for me. Go directly to this bastard to settle the score in 2 days. Jason gritted his teeth and said directly, "It's young master, the plan has been started." Skynet's voice rang on the phone, but within it, there was some solemnity. The production capacity of modern assembly line production is very terrifying, especially under the control of artificial intelligence, a brain that surpasses humans. The efficiency of the machine has reached the highest level, as long as the raw materials are sufficient. The issue of shutdown will not be considered at all. It was just the next day. The assembly factory Jason built underground has built more than 2,000 pieces of steel armor. This is despite the fact that all parts cannot be supplied. Although this is only the most basic first-generation armor, but taking it out is enough to conquer a small country. Not to mention, Jason was just taking out a private enterprise leader. Skynet, detect Killian's whereabouts. Target mission has entered the tanker. The tanker has set off from New York Harbor and is heading to the Arab country. According to the speed, it will enter the high seas within 1 day. It will reach the predetermined position. Skynet preached in a serious tone. Jason nodded after hearing the report. I don't know if it's to avoid the limelight or something. Killian jumped on the street and ran directly onto the tanker after launching a terrorist attack. Want to drive directly to the Arab country. A 10,000-ton oil tanker is very large. No different than a moving fortress. Many people will build their nests on large oil tankers and roam the high seas. I don't know what ulterior motives to do. So does Killian. Extremis is a shameful thing after all. Although human testing is already the norm among large companies in America, but there are still some taboos. In addition, the participants in Killian's experiment were all retired and disabled soldiers. This group of people is very united. If something goes wrong, Killian might not be able to escape in the America's homeland. Therefore, it is very normal for Killian to place his base on an ocean tanker. This also happens to be convenient for Jason. He was also afraid that if he took action in America's homeland, his strength would be discovered by others. Skynet, monitor the traces of this oil tanker in real time. Remind me after entering the high seas, we will act immediately. After saying something to Skynet, Jason turned around and left. Then Jason went to see Alfred the old butler. Grandpa Alfred, I want to secure Gotham Port tonight. No problem, master. The general facilities in Gotham Port were invested and built by our Wayne Group. It's no problem borrowing it for a day. Alfred didn't ask Jason what he wanted from the port. As an old butler, he only needs to do his job well. If Jason were an ordinary child, he would have to educate him a lot. But Jason is a genius. His IQ is no less than that of an ordinary adult, and there is absolutely no need for him to interfere with Jason's behavior. That's great. Grandpa Alfred is helping me secretly contact a transport convoy, Jason said with a smile. He wanted to take action on the high seas, but the biggest problem he faced was how to send all these steel armors to the high seas. Of course, the radar stealth technology on the armor is very advanced. But there are more than 2,000 pieces of armor that can be clearly seen with the naked eye without using radar. By then, I'm afraid the entire American community will be in an uproar. Define him as a terrorist. Jason didn't want to get into trouble. After thinking about it, I decided to dive into the sea. Steel armor doesn't have to worry about seabed pressure at all. Moreover, it cannot be detected by sonar, coupled with the cover of night. He would soon be able to reach the high seas without anyone noticing. When the time comes, he will definitely be able to give Killian a surprise. Killian, who was sailing on the sea, didn't know that because of some of his actions, he was being targeted by Jason. At the moment he was very angry and roared at his men. Tell me what's going on. Why did he explode suddenly? This is something that shouldn't be done. The expression on Killian's face was very angry. Dodge is one of the few people on his staff who can integrate extremis relatively well. She is usually his right-hand man. He didn't send out the Dodgers for any surprise attack, but to directly assassinate the guy who caused trouble for him. Follow Dodge's fighting prowess. Assassinating a little kid is no problem at all. Even if the regular army wants to kill him, it will cost a lot, let alone a company's security team. What he didn't expect was, the assassination has not yet begun, and he has high hopes for his men. He actually blew himself up directly at Wayne Group. This made him furious with his group of scientists. Can't you accomplish anything without that woman? If it weren't for my lack of time, why would I give this kind of task to you wastes? I'm giving you 2 days to solve this problem, otherwise you will know what will happen. Killian yelled angrily. Several of his scientists looked at each other and left quickly. Looking at several scientists leaving, Killian's eyes were filled with haze. Unlike Tony Stark, who was born to be a rich man, he was born in a poor family, and he was born disabled. He spent most of his life working hard to get into a top university and learn knowledge, just to heal myself. But he found that the reality was too cruel. Although he finally cured himself, he had no time to study it himself. He needs to raise the funds needed for research by himself, and the investors have various requirements. He has to work hard to deal with it. And Tony Stark just needs to have fun and do research every day. How could he not hate Tony Stark? Extremis is the way for him to realize his dream. This thing is not stable yet, so he is naturally anxious. As early as a few years ago, the group of people who found him made a series of detailed plans for him. Even he didn't know some of the contents of the plan. All he knows is that light is part of his responsibility. It has already involved the president and vice president of the Bald Eagle Empire. Just this year, the vice president's poor daughter was in a car accident. The leg was directly amputated. This poor child may have to spend the rest of his life in a wheelchair. Extremis is a drug that can reborn a broken limb. Naturally, the vice president's first choice. His purpose, through Extremis, is to control the vice president. After all, it's for the child's father. Nothing is impossible. He just needs to keep Extremis safe. You can complete your task. By the way, complete your revenge. He wants to make those who once looked down on him pay a sufficient price. When I think of this, Killian's pretty face was full of ferociousness. High seas, 10,000 meters in the air. Jason is looking at the tanker below through the imaging device in his helmet. At this height in the air, the originally huge oil tanker seemed unusually small. The view above can only be seen through the helmet. Skynet, are the steel armor troops in place? The armored army has been deployed. Clean the nearby waters and don't let other ships come over. Expand outage plan. Jason said coldly in midair. A cleanup plan has been implemented. The shutdown plan has begun. All network ports are blocked. Radio silence on. Satellite contact lost. The tanker engine is shutting down. Listen to Skynet's methodical report. A sneer appeared on Jason's lips. He will make this oil tanker disappear silently on the sea today. No news can be leaked out. Jason could see through the helmet in front of him. The people on the tanker had begun to panic. Apparently the sudden shutdown of the tanker alarmed them. However, this was all within Jason's expectation. Modern tankers, for convenience. Most are equipped with electric control systems. All activities of the ship are controlled by the central system. Under the invasion of Skynet, all this is in vain. Even if they want to activate manual controls, they will also find that the tanker's propeller can no longer be controlled. This oil tanker has become an isolated island in the sea. The corners of his mouth raised slightly, and Jason flew towards the sea quickly. At the moment, the tanker was already in chaos. Who can tell me what happened? Killian shouted loudly when he saw the mess on the boat. Doctor, our main engine has shut down for unknown reasons. Now we are in the process of restarting. Our external communications have also been cut off. Whether it's the internet, radio, or satellite phone, it doesn't work right now. Killian was stunned when he heard what this subordinate said. He just took a rest. Why did he look like this when he got up? Have they entered the Bermuda Triangle? Not enough, Killian asked, calming down quickly. Find out the reason, tell me why this happened. After giving the order, Killian walked onto the deck to see if there was any problem outside. Soon, he spotted a flash of fire in the sky. After undergoing the strengthening of Extremis, Killian's vision, hearing, and thinking ability have all been greatly enhanced. Soon he discovered that the fire in the distance seemed to be getting closer. Come here, prepare for a firefight. Soon, a team of well-trained personnel wearing black combat uniforms came onto the deck. The rifle in his hand was pointed at the sky, waiting for things in the sky to fly down. Soon, the fire in the sky flew over the ship. These people also saw clearly what this thing looked like. This is a white and black armor. It doesn't look like a product of the present at all, but it looks like it came from the future. However, Killian recognized this armor at a glance. He squeezed out a sentence from between his teeth. Jason Wayne. Jason was a little surprised when Killian called out his name all of a sudden. Hey, since you've heard of me, that's interesting. He had only worn the armor once before. That was the time to save Tony Stark. He knew that Killian was a diehard. Maybe it was because of this grudge that he fell in love with him. Now it seems that it is indeed the case. Moreover, I am afraid that his identity has been leaked for some reason. Otherwise Killian wouldn't have recognized him at a glance. Tell me how you got the news about me, and I can consider keeping your body intact. Jason looked down condescendingly. The sound came from the steel armor. Hearing this, Killian laughed angrily. Hey, it seems you've got us. Don't think that you are invincible just because of this armor. Young people, you must know how to be respectful. Fire and shoot him down. Killian waved his hand, and several well-trained guys around him opened fire. Jason suddenly felt heart palpitations. The rapid heightening caused all these bullets to miss. Skynet, analyze the situation. Skynet directly targeted the people below and the equipment they were wearing through Jason's helmet. After analysis, the firearms in the hands of these people were ordinary firearms. But the bullets fired were special bullets. Hitting the target produces a strong ionization pulse. Can cause fatal damage to electronic equipment. The probability of the armor being damaged reaches 90%. Hearing this, Jason felt palpitated. Fortunately, he suddenly reacted and ran fast. Otherwise, it might really capsize in the gutter. He just saw these people changing magazines for no apparent reason and felt something was wrong. He didn't expect that these guys could really have black technology that threatened him. He remembered it from the movie. The men controlled by Killian can even control steel armor. As expected, we cannot underestimate the world's heroes. Killian, I didn't expect you to be quite prepared to deal with me. As for those of you who can self-destruct, call them out too. Otherwise you may really have no chance. Jason shouted below. While stalling for time, he began to call for his Iron Legion. He decided to hurry up and kill this guy, to avoid long nights and many dreams. He always felt that Killian, the street boy, was mysterious. He studies biotechnology. How could there be such a thing that could deal with steel armor? This small ionizing pulse weapon. The manufacturing difficulty is very high. He didn't believe that Killian, a guy like him, didn't even have the money to conduct his own experiments 20 years ago. You can research this technology yourself. There must be someone behind him, so Jason decided. In order to avoid long nights and endless dreams, it's better to kill this guy directly. As for the person behind him, we can slowly trace it. In this world, no one can escape Skynet's pursuit. Killian below looked at Jason flying hundreds of meters in the air with a confused expression on his face. As for that, flying so high, you are too cowardly. At this distance, even a rocket launcher can't hit anyone. The effective range of an ordinary rifle is 400 meters. The special bullets they use have a shorter range. It was simply impossible to hit Jason from this distance. Go, get the sniper rifle and shoot him down. Killian almost spat out these words through his teeth. He couldn't understand what Jason wanted to do. Was it just to play a trick on him by putting so much effort into interfering with communications and ships? Killian's idea is right. In the hands of a professional sniper, the maximum range of a sniper rifle can even reach 2,000 meters. But the armor that was fighting was not flying in the sky. Under Jason's high-speed maneuvers, the snipers on the tanker had nothing to do with him. Jason Wayne, what on earth do you mean? Are you just here to take a stroll and don't even dare to fight? Killian said through gritted teeth. Sorry, I'm still a kid and can't fight. I just like floating in the sky, what can you do? Jason said from the sky, controlling the loudspeaker on the tanker through Skynet. His armored army is still under the sea. It would take a while to come up, so he would naturally have to delay. When Killian heard this, he almost spat out a mouthful of blood. Child, I believe you? Whose rich kid goes to the battlefield? Kill dozens of terrorists without blinking your eyes? Killian thought bitterly in his mind. Said directly to his men. Go, get the stinger. Hearing this, the two black-clad team members walked directly to overtime. Jason, who was eavesdropping in the sky, almost fell from the sky when he heard this. After he stabilized his body, he started to curse. Bald Eagle's arms dealer is a king piece of shit. As long as you have money, you can really take out anything. Stinger short-range guided missile. But it is used to fly helicopters. The range is several kilometers. Moreover, the missile has an automatic locking system and is not afraid of various maneuvers at all. This thing is used by the military. I didn't expect Killian to be able to get something like this. These arms dealers are really nothing. Thinking of this, Jason didn't stop here. Directly down to Monza. Suddenly plunged into the sea. Now unless Killian buys a torpedo, there is nothing he can do against him. After waiting for a few minutes for his armored army to arrive, Jason came out of the water. Killian, you are so stubborn. I'm out again. What can you do to me? Jason flew directly into Killian's face, very arrogantly. But Killian didn't mean to answer him at all and just waved his hand. The two missiles flew directly towards Jason with tail flames. Jason just floated in midair without moving. Just when the two missiles were about to hit Jason, two figures appeared in front of Jason and blocked the missile. After the flames dissipated, Jason was still floating in the air. There is not even a trace of the slutty white armor on his body. There are two more armors similar to the God of Door beside him. Killian laughed loudly below. Is this what you're good at? Jason Wayne, you really underestimate me. You want to kill me just because of these two scraps of metal. As he spoke, fire started to appear on Killian's body. A dazzling orange light constantly wandered under his skin, as if there was something alive. The suit on his body also appeared with the fire and was burned directly. As he finished speaking, several more firemen walked out of the cabin. I was a little red from being stepped on by them after working overtime. You see, Jason Wayne, the human body is humanity's greatest treasure. The scraps of metal on your body are just rubbish. Jason heard Killian's confident words. He curled his lips, said lightly, can you fly? When Killian heard this, it was as if his hat had turned green. He was so angry that he simply lost his mind. Kill him for me. Where are your missiles? Fire them. Killian gave an order, and the two missiles flew towards Jason again. But on the way, he was directly killed. Why bother, Aldrich Killian? You can't do anything to me, so you might as well surrender. Maybe I can spare your life. Killian ignored Jason's words and kept ordering his men to open fire. I really won't give up until I reach the Yellow River. Jason pouted. A wave of his hand. The water around the tanker looked like flowers. Countless steel armors flew out from the bottom of the sea and floated in the air. In a short time, 2,000 steel armors surrounded the entire tanker. The cold steel mask looked at Killian below. The air suddenly became quiet. Looking at the densely packed battle armor around him, Killian held back what he was about to say. The entire deck was filled with the sound of swallowing saliva. How about it? Can you surrender now? You'd better speak up as soon as possible while I'm still interested in your information. Otherwise, I'm afraid your end will not be very good. Kissen said calmly in midair. Unless Killian suddenly took out the infinity gauntlet from his crotch and snapped his fingers. Otherwise God can't save this guy. Hearing Jason say this, the expression on Killian's face showed some hesitation. By cooperating with others, he also once knew the company behind him. However, the conclusion reached is indeed unfathomable. He had no idea how many people were from that organization. This made him very hesitation. I don't know if I should say it. It seems Aldrich Killian is not going to cherish this opportunity. Fire. Jason said in an indifferent voice. Wait. Before Killian could finish his words, he was buried in blue light. 2,000 pieces of steel armor. Even if a piece of armor fires just once, it can shatter more than half of the hill. This time the salvo fired. The entire upper part of the tanker was engulfed in flames. Looking at the sea of fire below, Jason said, Skynet, scan for life signals. There are still 4 life signals on the upper deck. Skynet's cold voice sounded from inside the helmet. Jason pouted. Apart from anything else, Killian, a street kid, is really tenacious in his vitality. Extremis, if it didn't have the side effect of exploding at any time, it would really be a good thing. At least his vitality is really the same as that of a tree. Extinguishing. Jason said something, and white crystal blocks began to spray from the arms of the 2,000 armors. This is dry ice. Jason specially installed it to deal with these flames. I didn't expect it to be useful now. After the dry ice is projected, the fire on the ship quickly died down. Jason could finally see the scene on the deck. There are potholes everywhere, and there are even some silver-white metal leaking out. Jason frowned. Killian is a guy who can really make a living. It appears that the tanker has been reinforced. Otherwise, this round of salvo would have left the tanker almost half disabled. Soon, Skynet found Killian lying on the deck, not knowing whether he was alive or dead. At the moment he was covered in magma color. Half red and half black, it looks extremely weird. Jason has always been a very cautious person. Even though Killian and several of his extremis injected men were half dead, Jason was still very cautious and let a few special armors lock them up. Several armored robots, like huge amounts of iron locks. I think half of it is fixed in the steel plate of the tanker. Locked up all the bodies of several special warriors. Only one head is left outside. Then Jason began to wait for Killian to recover. Extremis is indeed an incredible thing. Killian's head was half gone, but there is still no intention of death. Instead, it is slowly repairing under the influence of red light. Looking at this vitality, Jason was a little envious. I am afraid that without the firepower of a tank main gun, this guy cannot be killed. Soon, Killian's body was repaired. Killian returned to consciousness directly, and it looked as if he was uninjured, with no scars on his face. However, the spirit seems a little depressed. As soon as he opened his eyes, Killian saw Jason. Aldrich Killian, I think you should calm down now. How about we talk about it? Jason spoke and glanced at Killian. Killian said nothing, just looked at Jason carefully. Aldrich Killian, we don't have any big grudges. Why do you need to fight for life and death like this? The people you sent to cause destruction only killed a few ordinary employees. It's nothing, isn't it? There was no animosity between us. As long as you can tell me who is behind you, maybe I can spare your life. How about that? Jason looked at Killian very sincerely, as if what he said was true. Killian is not important. Jason knows his details clearly. As for the person behind Killian, he wanted to find out. He remembered that in the movie, Killian kidnapped the president, and he wants to control the vice president's rise to power. Jason didn't believe Killian could do this. The vice president doesn't get to the position just because he wants to. Partisan disputes are not just talk. Besides, when Killian first met Tony Stark at the Swiss conference, he was a poor man. Who supports his research on extremis? Who supported him in contacting the military and finding so many disabled people? If anything, Killian did all of this himself. Jason didn't believe it. If he has the ability, he wouldn't have been so miserable back then. So Jason can be sure that there must be someone behind Killian, or there must be a force supporting him. He must have become enemies with them now. Naturally, he wanted to know more. If you strike first, you will be stronger, but if you strike later, you will suffer disaster. Thinking about it, Jason looked at Killian very seriously. Ahem, there's no one behind me. Aldrich Killian, this isn't interesting. This cruise ship Bosun belongs to Ike Mobile Energy Group, and the price of a 200,000 ton oil tanker is about $100 million. Aldrich Killian, you're not going to tell me that you paid for the $100 million, right? And the cost of the modification. The cost of building these military naval vessels alone is tens of millions of dollars. The total value of this tanker is at least $200 million. Aldrich Killian has so much money, what else is he a scientist? Jason said with a smile. $200 million is 1.4 billion soft sister coins. This is quite a lot of money. If Killian was so rich, how could he be so poor in the first place? Killian's words are just a lie to a fool? Killian was also choked when he heard this. Then, I was deeply hurt by Jason's look at the poor guy. What do you mean? Look down on people? Why can't I afford $200 million? Well, he really can't afford it. Thinking of this, Killian became even more angry. The skin on my body is also getting redder and redder. Jason frowned. Aldrich Killian, I think you'd better control your emotions. I heard that the medicine on you seems to be easy to explode. Hearing this, Killian had a crazy smile on his face. Indeed, it is very easy to explode. Jason saw his smile and immediately planned to retreat. However, he didn't have time yet. There was an explosion of huge amounts of noise right next to it. The restricted armor was blown to pieces. Jason was hit by the blast and staggered. Then he was grabbed by an arm glowing with red light. Jason took a look. It was Killian who was glowing red. However, Killian doesn't look very good at the moment. The other arm disappeared. The entire upper body seems to be exposed like the Terminator's bones. Jason Wayne, you are such a conceited person. Never understand our noble ideals. Feel the pain now. Jason curled his lips when he heard this. Feel your mother. Eat the thunder from my palm. As he spoke, Jason hit Killian on the arm with a hand cannon. Under the bombardment of 2 plasma beam pulse cannons, Killian's remaining arm was directly broken. But the armor on Jason also left a red handprint. The armor around the handprint turned into molten steel. Jason could even feel huge amounts of heat. If it weren't for the powerful performance of the steel armor, he might have been roasted right now. Even so, looking at the marks on his calf, Jason still had some lingering fears. Killian is really ruthless in his fight to the death. He actually blew his own arm, thus breaking free from the control of the armor. He is a ruthless person. Jason's mind suddenly changed. Killian had already bumped into him. Fortunately, Skynet controlled the armor and stood directly in front of Jason. Avoided being warmly embraced by Killian. Skynet, kill him. Jason said something and backed away quickly. Jason ordered. Several special-looking mechas flew over. The 2 arms turned into nozzles similar to fire extinguishers, and white gas shot out directly from them. The white gas disappeared immediately when it came into contact with Killian's body. And Killian's body also turned black. Jason also gasped. This extremis is really fierce. This is liquid nitrogen at more than 200 degrees below zero. Something that can even crack metal. Killian is actually still alive and kicking. He did underestimate Killian at first. Skynet, spray with all your strength. Kill him. Jason was afraid of having a long night and having too many dreams, so he spoke decisively. Jason gave an order, and the liquid nitrogen spray speed doubled. On top of the huge oil tanker, white smoke almost filled the entire deck. Jason still underestimated extremis. This kind of virus can generate huge heat in the human body simply by reorganizing human original DNA. In Jason's eyes, it does not comply with the law of conservation of energy at all. He didn't understand why the human body could emit so much heat. It took nearly hundreds of kilograms of liquid nitrogen to freeze it. Even the Hulk should be frozen together with this liquid nitrogen. Fortunately, in addition to liquid nitrogen, the countless seawater around him can also be used by him. 2 water jets 1 meter thick sprayed straight at Killian. Only then did he suppress the fire on his body. It took nearly 10 minutes for the fire on Killian's body to seem a little weak. The whole person turned into a black piece. Seeing this, Jason was still worried. Let the armor continue to spray liquid nitrogen. It wasn't until a thin layer of ice formed on Killian's body that he felt relieved. Looking at the human-shaped black lump in front of him that exudes cold air, Jason breathed a sigh of relief. This guy is definitely the toughest enemy he has ever encountered. Although the combat effectiveness is not high, but the vitality is amazingly tenacious. He even suspected that this guy was more resistant to being beaten than the Hulk. At least the ability of Broken Limb Reborn is completely inferior to the Hulk. Sighed. Jason wanted to avoid long nights and dreams so that he could survive. Just hit Killian with a hand cannon and smash him into pieces. It turned into black debris on the ground. Thinking about it like this, he probably wouldn't survive. Get exposed to plot missions and extract new technologies. Acquire extremist biomodification technology. Jason was stunned when he heard this system prompt. He looked at Killian, who was already in pieces. Jason didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Is this considered contact with plot characters? Killian probably didn't like this kind of contact. Shaking his head, Jason was not in a hurry to see the newly acquired technology, but instead looked at the oil tanker. Skynet, scan this tanker. Scan completed. The total length is 400 meters, the width is 58.6 meters, the depth is 32 meters, the total height is 72 meters, and the total load capacity is 198,000 tons. Jason nodded with satisfaction after hearing these data. This is simply a behemoth. The length is at least equivalent to 2 playgrounds, and the height is equivalent to 24 stories high. It's no different from a small island. And these things now belong to him. But now there are still some troubles to deal with. There are many people on this tanker, and he wants to see how to deal with them. Skynet, count the number of people on this ship. Inquiry into the details of these individuals to determine whether they have committed any illegal activity. Let the Iron Legion take over this tanker. Jason issued orders one after another. This tanker is very large. Coupled with the modifications of Killian, the street boy, they didn't even have the upper deck in their battle just now. The people below had no intention of coming out. Jason had to hurry up and take them all over. Master, these people want to blow up the ship. Skynet's reminder sounded from inside the helmet. At the same time, a video appeared in front of him. There are some people wearing black special warfare uniforms who are installing bombs in various places on the tanker. The letters AIM are printed on their black combat uniforms. It was those guys who had weapons that could target him. Jason was furious when he saw they were trying to blow up the ship. You actually want to blow up my ship? Skynet, turn off the tanker's power system and prepare to break in by force. Block all signal communication bands and make sure they can only activate the bomb manually. Prepare the bomb disposable armor and prepare to force your way in. Jason ordered again. However, this time Skynet once again brought him bad news. Master, these people are killing the crew and internal scientific researchers. As he spoke, another video was projected on his helmet. Dozens of black combatants gathered among the crew and scientific researchers. The crazy massacre began. Although these people also want to resist. But flesh and blood is too weak in the face of automatic rifles. Jason's face turned livid when he saw this scene. Stop them immediately and cut through the deck directly. Jason originally didn't want to damage the hull, but now he doesn't care so much. But watching the video, Jason still felt a chill in his heart. What is the organization behind this killian? To avoid exposure. The massacre unfolded without any hesitation? I'm afraid this is not some second-rate small organization. With a gloomy face, he watched the steel armor using lasers to break the deck, and began to think about moving forward inside the tanker. However, this tanker has been modified. The deck was not normally thick and they were very laborious to cut. Skynet, access the tanker database. Investigate what kind of organization this AIM is. Jason said with a gloomy face. Organizations in the Marvel Universe fall into the stars. There are countless secret organizations of various sizes, large and small. Don't tell me that this is a hodgepodge world. There are so many organizations inside. Jason also remembered what kind of organization this was. However, under Skynet's investigation, they could not hide at all. When the time came to find out the details of this organization, he directly told Nick Fury, the one-eyed man. Let him investigate. After all, this is a terrorist organization that supports Killian to replace the president. That's exactly what S.H.I.E.L.D. should be responsible for. While guessing who was behind Killian, Jason waited for Skynet to check for information about this organization. After waiting for several minutes, Jason didn't hear Skynet's report on the news, and he couldn't help but frown. It didn't take more than a few minutes for Skynet to check the intelligence of any organization. Why did it take so long this time? Skynet, what did you find out? Master, I only found out that this AIM is a weapons research and development company held by several large groups. It develops various high-tech weapons internally, and Extremis is only part of their research. Including the weapons you encounter that can destroy the armor, they are all produced by this organization. Jason frowned when he heard this. Who are these shareholders? Multiple international consortiums, branches of the big family. The ownership structure is very complicated, and even Wayne Group has a stake in it. There is simply no way to determine who owns a controlling stake in this organization. Jason frowned even more when he heard this. This is normal operation for large companies. In order to ensure that interests are combined with each other, many large companies have cross-shareholdings. Even some individual shareholders have various holdings. The ownership structure of some companies may not even be clear to the company CEO himself. An inventory must be carried out by a professional accountant. This suddenly made things complicated. Although high-energy cutting laser consumes very serious energy, but it's extremely powerful. The special military ship steel used to strengthen the hull and deck was quickly opened up by the steel armor. More than 1,000 steel armors continued to pour into the hull. However, in Jason's opinion, it was actually very late. Almost all the crew and scientific researchers inside had been slaughtered. These AIM combat troops are very well equipped. Not only does it have special battles, but it also has night vision goggles on its head. Jason turning off the lights didn't bother the group at all. Not as much of a threat as cutting off communications. Try to capture these people alive. If you can't capture them alive, kill them all. See if any of these people are still alive. Jason said to Skynet with a gloomy face. Although these people carry special elixirs, but something like this can threaten steel armor. They are all rare goods, these people don't have much equipment. Soon, they were trapped by the steel armor. However, Jason's wish to capture him alive did not come true. Cyanide. Jason looked at the corpse in front of him with an ugly expression. Already 7 holes are bleeding hope. Cyanide is one of the most toxic chemicals in the world. The fatality rate is high and it takes effect very quickly. Widely used by various dead soldiers. It only takes a few milligrams to kill an adult. It was obvious that these combatants, seeing they were captured alive, simply committed suicide by taking poison. This made Jason even more afraid of this AIM. It is not easy to train dead soldiers, especially in this day and age. Unless you are a brainwashed diehard, it is not easy to have someone sacrifice your life. But this AIM directly took out more than 100 dead soldiers. Suicide without hesitation. This gave Jason a new understanding of the strength of this organization. They couldn't do this just by relying on the things that Tianfan found out. These guys definitely have a physically isolated database. Even a paper database. Jason said with certainty. With the development of network technology, now more and more major forces have established their own physical isolation systems. There is no external network access at all. Some organizations with deep pockets have even established paper databases. It is to prevent the intrusion of various hackers. Jason can be sure that this AIM must have these things in his hands. Otherwise, it would be impossible to cultivate so many dead soldiers just relying on the power he showed on the surface. A country as powerful as Laomazi back then. If you want to cultivate dead soldiers, you must use repeated brainwashing. If you look at the Winter Soldier, you will know how much it costs to train a dead soldier. More than 100 people appeared here at once. Skynet, divide into small sub-bodies and store them in accessible devices. Jason opened his mouth and gave instructions. There is no unbreakable wall in the world. Even if this group of people sets up a physically isolated database, it is impossible to prevent intrusions 100%. They always exchange data. At that time, Skynet's subbody virus will be able to invade their isolation network and obtain the data he needs. Unless these people really set up a paper database. After thinking about it for a while, Jason put this matter to the bottom of his heart. He shouldn't be able to deal with this organization for the time being. Wait until we find out some information. Skynet, are there any signs of life here? Looking at the corpses in front of him, Jason's face was as dark as water. A large cruise ship has a crew of at least several hundred people. That's still a ship transporting crude oil. A secret base like Killian has nearly 2,000 crew members, scientific researchers, service personnel, etc. in total. And these people were almost all killed by these people. It was pure carnage. In many cabins, blood and water can even reach calf height. If it weren't for the support of the steel armor, Jason felt that he might have knelt on the ground. The population of a heavy town in the Bald Eagle Empire is not that large. If this matter were to be revealed, I'm afraid it would cause an uproar. If no signs of life are found, the body will be identified and buried. At the same time, investigate the identities of these executioners for me. I don't believe it. There's no trace of cobweb horses at all. Jason looked at it for a while and couldn't help it. He left the cabin directly. Skynet, start the investigation from the beginning. I want information from their birth to the present. As long as these people don't jump out of the cracks in the rocks, I will find their traces. And send this stuff to Nick Fury at SHIELD. As well as Ames information, send it to him. Jason came out to take a breath of air and said in a deep voice, although he thinks he is not a good person, but seeing so many people die in front of him, he simply couldn't remain indifferent. He didn't expect that these people would be so insane. Send a message to Tony Stark and ask him if he's interested in getting involved. I want all branches of AIM to be annihilated into ashes, Jason said through gritted teeth. Originally he wanted to take a look at it slowly investigate the details of this organization before taking action. It seems completely unnecessary now. This kind of crazy organization should not exist in this world. He can't be a superhero. Some people can do it. He believes that several super agents of S.H.I.E.L.D., as well as Tony Stark, must be interested in dealing with this organization. After thinking about it, Jason looked into the distance coldly. At the same time, at the Delta Wing S.H.I.E.L.D. base in New York, Nick Fury, who was engaged in some conspiracy, received an anonymous email. When he saw this email, Nick Fury was a little surprised. This mailbox that accepts mail is a secret mailbox. Not many people know this email address. They are all people he trusts very much. Now that an anonymous email suddenly appeared, he was naturally very surprised. However, half a day later, he saw this email. But after watching it for a few minutes, Nick Fury became a little angry. His face immediately turned a bit darker. Although he is somewhat unscrupulous in order to protect mankind, many of the methods may even seem unethical, but his original intention is still good. That's to protect humanity. How could he not be angry now that he saw the evidence that Jason sent him that confirmed human massacres? However, his many years as an agent still make him very cautious. He'll go covertly investigate an organization called AIM, and Killian Biopharmaceutical Company. With help, don't let anyone know. After giving a few instructions into the earphones, Nick Fury began to think deeply again. The black face was uncertain. He was wondering if this was a conspiracy. Is someone plotting against SHIELD? And how this changed email was leaked. Tony Stark is a narcissist, arrogant, and playboy. He has shortcomings like this. But deep down, he is actually a very sensitive and emotional person. And he is very kind. After listening to Jason introduce what happened, he actually agreed with Jason's plan to cause trouble from the bottom of his heart. However, on the surface, he still has to be arrogant. Even so, this kind of matter should actually be left to the police. I'm just an ordinary rich man. Jason could see right through his heart little trick. Directly despised. I don't believe you didn't secretly study the armor at home. Besides, you may have stolen a lot from me. Hear Jason say that. Tony Stark was a little ashamed at first, then became angry. Hey, kid. What do you mean? What does it mean to steal a teacher? My armor was obviously developed by myself. Tony Stark said plausibly. So, you admit that you study armor? Jason said in a very noisy tone. You. Tony Stark choked up and wanted to hang up the phone directly. He did borrow a bit from Jason's death path in his armor, but the above technologies were all developed by him. Moreover, when it comes to scientists, can that be called stealing? How could this little kid taint someone's innocence out of thin air? Honestly, how far has your armor research gone? Jason asked curiously. In the original world, there is no such thing as him. Tony actually took a lot of detours when researching the armor. He also made himself covered with scars. But after seeing Jason's finished product, he definitely improved. No comment. Tony Stark said angrily. Oh, then I won't ask. I just want to remind you that you remember to consider the issue of freezing of the armor. If the armor has to be very high, the whole thing will freeze. Jason said in a very relaxed tone. Tony Stark rolled his eyes. You didn't tell me earlier? He almost killed himself once a long time ago. It also messed up the traffic in New York and caused a car accident. Fortunately there were no casualties. However, what surprised him was that no one had been searched for this so far. Are you involved in that matter or not? They have deep connections with the group of terrorists who captured you. I'm afraid that all of your Stark Industries weapons were paid for by this organization. Jason was afraid that Tony Stark wouldn't join him as a troublemaker. He spoke directly. With 2,000 armors alone, he can indeed kill this organization. But I'm afraid that the next day, he might be invited to tea by Nick Fury. Governments around the world may also put pressure on him. It is not a good thing to have this kind of force and expose it now. Therefore, he urgently needs someone to help him fight the Thunder. Tony Stark was an obvious choice. This guy's father is one of the founders of SHIELD. I have a very good relationship with Nick Fury. There is no way Nick Fury would be suspicious of him. And this guy always likes to be in the limelight, and he just likes to see this kind of thing. Jason, I think this needs to be considered. According to the information you provided, the strength of this organization is relatively small. A lot of their labs are in downtown areas. If we take action, we may cause civilian casualties. Tony Stark pondered for a moment and said, although he is careless, he is not stupid. It's clear what the consequences would be if he actually took action. Do you think you and I are that stupid? We are definitely not making a fuss. The targets of our attack are several secret bases. According to the information I have obtained, these bases are secretly conducting human experiments. We just need to take out these few bases. Others will naturally handle the rest. Jason opened his mouth to explain. Moreover, we can make one vote and run away without revealing our identity at all. I'm afraid there aren't many innocent people in these bases. We just carry out humane destruction. If you don't believe it, I'll give you the darnet addresses of these bases and you can investigate on your own. Seeing that Tony Stark was unmoved, Jason spoke again. Okay, I will investigate it myself. Tony Stark still agreed without coming up. Instead, he spoke. Although Jason is the eldest son of Wayne Group, he also saved one of his people. Tony Stark wouldn't just believe him. After experiencing being kidnapped, there are only a few people he absolutely trusts. Jason was even on his radar. Otherwise, why could Jason find his location so easily and save him? However, he would never say this. Jason didn't know Tony Stark was suspicious of him. Seeing that Tony Stark still disagreed, Jason spoke again. I'm afraid it won't work if you don't agree with this matter. Actually, this matter has something to do with you. What's the meaning? Tony Stark asked. See for yourself. Jason sent a document to Tony Stark. While Tony Stark was reading the information, Jason explained. At the 1999 Bern conference in Switzerland, did you let someone else's dove go? Which person? Tony said without raising his head. Jason spurted out blood. You don't know how to let go of someone else's love. If you weren't a pig's trotter, you would have been beaten to death. Let me introduce it to you and see if you can remember it. That night, you made an appointment with Aldrich Killian to meet on the rooftop. Then he turned around and slept with a female doctor named Maya Hansen. Leave Aldrich Killian on the roof to dry overnight. Are you impressed? When you say that, it seems to make an impression. Tony Stark said with some embarrassment on his face. Although he feels that being a playboy is very glorious. But it was a bit embarrassing for a teenager to say it. But, what does this have to do with this matter, and what does it have to do with me? Tony Stark said quickly. Killian is a leader of this organization, and Dr. Maya Hansen is one of the main researchers. Besides, Killian has been investigating your situation. Do you think he wants to have a friendly exchange with you? Also, because the matter of saving you was leaked. Our Wayne Tower was bombed by Killian within a few days. Do you think this matter has anything to do with you? Jason asked in a faint tone. Jason's questions were very sharp. This made Tony Stark, who was always known for his sharp tongue, somewhat unable to answer. As a genius. Naturally, he didn't think that these people were investigating the situation at his home just to have friendly exchanges with him. Even the structure of his luxurious villa has been carefully investigated. He didn't believe that these people were any good people. But he still argued. Maybe they really came here to be friends. Well, maybe they will fly an armed helicopter to find you and make friends. Jason said in a faint tone. In the movie, Killian's men drove a helicopter gunship directly to blow up Tony Stark's villa. In order to protect his wife, Tony Stark almost died in the villa. To know, there is a no-fly zone near Tony Stark's luxurious villa. All aircraft passing there require approval. Although bald eagle routes are easier to approve. But such a glaring armed helicopter almost killed Tony Stark. One can imagine how amazing the energy of this organization is. At least Tony Stark and the others don't take him seriously. Jason didn't think it was a wise decision to face these people alone. Let comrade Tony Stark go out and show off. Regardless of Tony Stark's harsh words, Jason spoke directly. I'll wait for you in the oil country in 3 days. Remember to have ionization protection ready. They have weapons against the armor. After saying that, Jason didn't care about Tony Stark and hung up the phone. Tony Stark cursed a few times. Then he fell into deep thought. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. Jason arrived at the appointed place early to wait for Tony Stark. Underground, there are dozens of steel armors that he has prepared. Petroleum country is not an empty high seas. It was impossible for him to use thousands of armors to invade other people's bases in broad daylight. And in this underground base, dozens of steel armors are enough. While looking at the structural diagram of the base from inside the helmet, Jason waited for Tony Stark to arrive. Not long after, a white dot was found on the special radar of the armor, cruised through the sky at very fast speeds. Tony Stark soon spotted Jason on the ground. He landed on the ground in a very handsome landing posture. Opening his mask, Tony Stark glanced at Jason. Seeing that Jason's armor is even more showy than his, he curled his lips. Boy, let's go. The fight will be over soon and I still have to attend the party. If you say this, you have to head towards the base. Jason grabbed him. Are you going to go directly like that? Not even an investigation. Do you know how many people are in this base? How many weapons are there? Are there any self-destruct devices? Have you figured this out? Jason asked a few questions in succession. The question made Tony Stark's scalp tingle. Looking at his confused look, Jason sighed. Avengers gang. None have intelligence. Two guys with relatively high IQs are both reckless. Tony is better, the Hulk is even more reckless than him. There was no plan at all. Even Loki, a guy with insufficient IQ, can scheme around the Avengers. It really makes people speechless. Jason even doubted it. If these people weren't pig trotters, they might all be killed. Looking at Tony Stark who looked confused, Jason could only sigh and said, "This base is used by AIM to conduct human experiments. Except for the supply guys who come in every few days. It's full of well-trained members of the organization. There is also a tactical team of 20 people guarding the only entrance. There is a self-destruction device under the base. I have turned it off, but there is still a possibility that they can turn it on manually. So we don't want to fight, let's fight quickly. Also, you'd better understand that there are no good people in this base." Jason looked at Tony Stark squarely. Then he added, "Even women are not exempted." "Hey, boy, what do you mean?" Tony Stark said angrily. "You know it yourself. I think there are a few pretty good-looking researchers here. You better hold on. This group of people seems to be quite short of human body material." After saying that, Jason ignored Tony and spoke directly. "Skynet, send out a team of steel armors to break through the entrance of the base. Then, leave no one behind." A trace of cruelty flashed across Jason's face. The experiments done in this base are based on Killian's extremis research. They work on taking out the side effects of extremis. A harmless human body strengthening agent was developed. Create super soldiers. And this experiment has a very high chance of failure. The human test materials here are replaced almost every day. And in order to ensure the universality of the experiment, their test subjects were all civilians caught nearby. Old people, women, children, all. That's why Jason said there is no innocent person here. With a sigh, Jason looked at the dozens of armors coming out of the underground. Wait for them to break through the base's defenses. Behind him, Tony Stark looked at these different models of armor. Eyes straightened. "Have you developed a new armor?" Looking at Tony Stark who was staring straight at him, Jason said nonchalantly, "Now that we have the main body, wouldn't it be easy to improve it? It's not a big deal." Tony Stark looked at Jason's casual look, feeling sour. Technical improvement is secondary. He could see that these armors were just researched for special functions. The technical difficulty is not high. What makes him sad is that there are dozens of armors. The cost of a single armor is $200 million US. These dozens of armors cost just $101 to throw away. You know, at their peak, Stark Industries' annual profit margin was only this number. For a $1 billion order, he would go out and negotiate it in person. He also went all the way to the oil country to demonstrate weapons in person. One can imagine how much money $10 billion US is. As for Jason's armors, they threw away a year's profit of Stark Industries. They threw away a year's profits of Stark Industries. Even he, a famous prodigal, felt a little sad. "Are your Wayne family so rich? Oh, are these expensive?" Jason turned around and asked. "I use materials from home, but I don't know the exact value." Hearing this, Tony Stark almost spat out a mouthful of blood. Tony Stark never imagined it in his life. There will come a day when he is shown off his wealth by others. His father, Howard Stark, established Stark Industries and began selling arms since World War II. He even participated in the development of the atomic bomb. After so many years of accumulation, the Stark family has accumulated considerable wealth. On the surface, he only has assets of more than 10 billion. But the wealth he actually controls is much more than that. But he met the wrong person. The Wayne family. The Wayne family took root in Gotham City when the Bald Eagle Empire was founded. After so many years of development, it is no exaggeration to say that the Wayne family is as rich as any country. Gotham is a city only slightly smaller than New York. In such a city, 60% of the industry is in the hands of the Wayne family. The financial resources of the Wayne family can be imagined. He really couldn't argue with Jason and him showing off his wealth. Looking at the teenage heir to the Wayne family in front of him, Tony Stark admitted that he was really sour. "Okay, we can go in," Jason suddenly said. Tony Stark was distracted, but he had been detecting the close combat of the Iron Troopers through Skynet. After he strengthened the ionization protection function of the steel armor, these steel armors are simply overwhelming. Under the operation of Skynet, these armors do not need to consider internal personnel damage at all, and their performance is maximized. Although the secret base is very tightly guarded, it was still broken through layer by layer by the steel armor. After all, this is a battle armor that can compete with alien gods. The weapons of the Earth pose no direct threat to the surface of the armor. It doesn't take a while. These dozens of armors have broken through to the interior of the base. Tony Stark was very surprised by this progress. So fast. Well, what do you think? I have sent dozens of armors. I'm afraid it won't be a problem to conquer a small country. Just attacking a base. Jason rolled his eyes and said, not only is the battle armor's combat effectiveness amazing, Skynet also played a big role in this. The central system of the base is controlled. 50% of the underground base's defense is unusable. Basically, manual operation is required. This progress is not surprising. Ignoring Tony Stark's surprise, Jason spoke directly. Here's the plan. The steel battlesuit is responsible for everything else. The two of us are directly responsible for the core laboratory. Kill everyone you meet on the road. We need to investigate the details of this organization. Having said this, Jason was a little helpless. I don't know the origin of this organization. The protection inside a secret base is so tight. The core laboratories at the lowest level are actually physically isolated. Skynet has no control over this place. In desperation, he had no choice but to do it himself. Tony Stark doesn't care. Coming from a playboy background, he had no idea what the plan was. Just one word. As soon as Jason finished speaking, he rushed out directly. Jason was so angry that he stamped his feet. These superheroes are simply unorganized and undisciplined. In desperation, Jason could only follow. The two were very fast and entered the base in a short time. Under the ravages of dozens of steel armors, the passage to the secret base is actually in a mess. There were flashes of lightning and traces of explosions everywhere. Jason soon found Tony Stark, who was moving forward. He was in a laboratory and didn't know what he was looking at. These people are really beasts. Tony Stark shouted angrily. Jason saw what was in front of him. This is an experiment video from this laboratory. It shows that the scientific researchers in this laboratory are studying the formation mechanism of extremis. Extremis was injected into the bodies of various men, women, and children. Some people cannot handle this virus. Exploded directly. These people are still good. Those who did not die were even more miserable. After being injected with a drug that inhibits the activity of extremis, directly being dissected alive. The purpose is to obtain the most realistic and intuitive experimental data. Jason feels that he has always been a very cold-blooded person. But seeing these scenes, a feeling of anger spontaneously arose in my heart. Tony Stark was even more angry. One shot shattered the petri dish next to it. Boy, don't leave me alive. Full of anger, Tony Stark said something to Jason and rushed out. Jason glanced at the laboratory and followed. Along the way, the two kept killing. Even if someone begs for mercy, they also killed all these people without hesitation. Soon they entered the entrance to the final laboratory. This is also a small laboratory, and there is only one experimenter inside. He's inside a console somewhere. Crazy is operating without knowing what it is doing. I saw two steel men suddenly barging in. The guy in the white coat shivered immediately. Jason raised his arm when he saw it. He knelt directly on the ground. Don't kill me, don't kill me. I know the password to Lab 0. I am of use, please don't kill me. I was forced. This guy was kneeling on the ground, kowtowing, begging Jason to spare his life. Jason and Tony Stark looked at each other, then stopped holding the light cannon in their hands. Asked, what's in this lab? Inside is where the experimental subjects are located. Directly controlled by Dr. Seruo, the person in charge of the base. I don't know about the rest. This scientific researcher in a white coat is obviously not a character with integrity. As soon as Jason opened his mouth, he directly revealed all the base's background. How on earth do you get into this laboratory? Jason glanced at the guy. Although we know from the structural diagram of the base, there is a final laboratory here. But in their current view, there is no trace of this laboratory. There was only a metal wall of huge amounts in front of them. It fits perfectly without any trace. If someone is not a housekeeper, he will enter from inside. Jason even felt that there really was no laboratory here. The door of this laboratory is made of heat-resistant aerospace alloy 2 meters back. Can only be opened with a password. I know the password. Don't kill me, don't kill me. The man in the white coat directly begged for mercy. I'm going to try to see if what this guy said is true. Tony Stark stepped forward, the red laser on his finger glowing. To be honest, Jason didn't believe what the young man kneeling in front of him said. High-temperature and heat-resistant aviation alloy is a unique material of Bald Eagle Aerospace Administration. Even if there is a small outflow, the quantity will not be too much. And there has always been a price but no market, and the price is very high. It is understandable that it is used in various high-tech equipment. To build a gate, Tony Stark, a loser, doesn't have such luxury. However, he just thought about it. Tony Stark came back with a gloomy face. It's a high-temperature heat-resistant alloy. My laser can't cut it. Jason was also shocked when he heard this. What a prodigal organization this is. Can this alloy be used to build doors? Are you crazy? When Tony Stark saw Jason, he had no choice but to say in a deep voice, open the door, don't play any tricks. Thanks, thanks. The guy in the white coat said with great gratitude, etc. Seeing this guy walking towards the console, Jason stopped him. Sir, what's the matter? The guy in the white coat forced an ugly smile on his face. The folds on his face were almost bunched together. He looks like a poor lonely old man. Nothing, I'll give you some insurance. Smiling, Jason took a collar from the steel battlesuit behind him. It was put directly on this guy's head. Drip sounds softly throughout life. The electronic collar was worn tightly around this guy's neck. What is this? The researcher in a white coat asked with a smile that was uglier than crying. Nothing, just an explosive collar. This collar contains special explosives. As long as I have a thought, this cute decoration will explode with a power equivalent to 10 kilograms of TNT. A kind smile appeared on Jason's face. Then he continued. I think you should understand the effect of this thing exploding. So, I wonder if there is anything you haven't added yet. A bright smile appeared on Jason's face. But this smile looked like a devil to the researchers opposite him. The scientific researcher in a white coat forced an ugly smile on his face and said, I did forget something just now. There are 3 high-energy laser emission tubes in the passage of this laboratory. If you enter it the wrong way, it will start. But don't worry, these things can be turned off outside. Then what are you waiting for? Why don't you lock him up? A gentle smile appeared on Jason's face. Looking at the scientific researchers opposite, I shivered. Right away. The scientific researchers in white coats stumbled up to the console and began to operate. After seeing him pass by, Jason looked towards the door of the laboratory. Tony Stark looked at Jason with a strange expression. After a long time, he said, What did Bruce Wayne teach you? Why do you look like an old fox? Mr. Stark, if you grew up living in the slums of Gotham, you wouldn't ask this question. Jason smiled and said no more. Leave it to Tony Stark to experience it himself. Gotham is the busiest street, and it is also full of thieves. What a slum looks like is beyond the imagination of a young man like Tony. He had spent a long time in that kind of place. Tony Stark looked at the expression on Jason's face. Didn't ask any more questions. I just made up my mind to visit the slums of Gotham in the future. While the two were chatting, the unlucky guy they caught had already opened the door. All right. The unfortunate guy said something. The door in front of them slowly opened. The originally tight metal was opened amidst a series of mechanical noises. A long passage leaked out. Jason looked at the metal door and twitched the corner of his mouth. He said why Skynet has no role here. This gate turned out to be completely mechanical. Presumably the only electronic component is on the console directly connected to it. If Skynet can be opened, there will be ghosts. After glancing at the door, Jason turned his attention again to the unlucky guy they had caught. Hey, are you sure there's nothing wrong? Never fail to speak up if you have a problem. Because you may be the first person to walk through this passage later. And the coil bomb around your neck is specially made. You need to stay connected to the external network at all times. Otherwise, there's going to be a bang. You must be sure you have nothing to say. Hearing Jason's words, the prisoner in the white coat almost cried. Also, there is still a little problem. The hand cannon in Tony Stark's hand was raised directly. Tony, stay calm. Jason stopped Tony Stark. Just snap his fingers. Then the prisoner they captured in front of them started to tremble as if he had been electrocuted. It took half a minute to listen. Then he knelt directly on the ground. This is your punishment for lying to us. You have to think clearly. If anything happens to us on the way down, we may not die, but you will definitely die. So don't do anything unwise. Upon hearing this, the scientific researcher in a white coat pursed his lips. Then he spoke. No more. Jason looked at his condition and nodded with satisfaction. That's okay, just lead the way. Jason pointed with his chin, and the scientific researchers in white coats walked towards the passage. With this guy walking in front, Jason and Tony Stark followed suit. Soon, they entered the final laboratory. The laboratory space is very large, about the size of a football field. As soon as he entered the door, Jason saw 5 or 6 large culture tanks. Inside were naked human beings. They look no different from ordinary people. What is this? Tony Stark said after scanning the weak. This is the ultimate laboratory body for the laboratory. Biological weapons developed at the research base. Extremis warrior. The scientific researcher in the white coat said in a faint tone. Oh, Extremis warrior, you sound awesome. I don't know how effective it is in combat. Jason looked at the experimental subjects in the petri dish with interest. You'll be able to see it soon. Once the laboratory is opened, the experimental subjects inside will wake up. Kill any enemy in front of you. The scientific researchers in white coats had arrived behind the petri dish at some point. He said in a faint tone. You really have a problem. You are the person in charge of this laboratory, right? Jason looked at the scientific researcher who had removed the collar from his neck at some point and said with a smile. How did you know? The scientific researcher in a white coat frowned and said. Nonsense, this kind of place. How can there be low-level personnel? Even if you're not the person in charge of the base, you're definitely a big fish, and you'll definitely be right to catch it. Jason said in a very relaxed tone. He didn't bother to care who the leader of this base was. Just kill everyone in the base. Then there is no need to worry about anyone escaping. The guy in the white coat almost spat out a mouthful of blood when he heard this. He thought there was something wrong with his acting. Unexpectedly, I met a reckless man. It gave him the feeling of hitting cotton with a fist. I feel very uncomfortable in my heart. Aren't you afraid of accidentally hurting innocent people? What? Are there any innocent people here? Jason said with surprise on his face. Hearing this, White Coat vomited blood again. There certainly seemed to be no innocent people in his laboratory. Forget it, I won't talk nonsense to dying people. The White Coat saw that he couldn't defeat Jason. He sneered and didn't talk to Jason. It's as if you can talk nonsense better than me, Jason retorted. Jason wanted to say a few more words, but was stopped by Tony Stark. Follow Tony Stark's gaze. The 5 experimental subjects in the petri dish didn't know when they had opened their eyes. He was staring at the 2 of them with emotionless eyes. What are you looking at? Fire. Jason screamed strangely and raised his arms. The javelin armor-piercing bullet in his arm was fired without saying a word. The armor-piercing bullet directly penetrated the thick culture glass. An explosion occurred directly inside. There was a flash of fire. Countless amounts of culture fluid were blown into the air, suddenly blocking the sight of 2 people. Wait until the culture medium that blocks the view falls to the ground. Only then did the 2 of them see the scene behind them. All 5 experimental subjects woke up. The armor-piercing bomb directly ripped open the skin and flesh. However, although the flesh on his body was exploded, but recovering quickly, Jason could even see the growing buds on his muscles. And Jason noticed, when these experimental subjects are repairing their bodies, there was no fire flashing from his body. It's like the side effects are completely fixed. You should feel honored. You are the first and only ones to see the centipede warriors. You should be lucky to be able to find my base. You should be lucky to die in my hands. The White Coat said a few words frantically. The emotion in his eyes was very passionate. He is completely different from the cowardly guy just now, who doesn't know how to brag. You have the ability to let these soldiers beat my brother. If I can beat him, I lose. Jason sneered directly. Hey, kid. Tony Stark trembled when he heard Jason's betrayal of his teammates. These 5 seem to be difficult to deal with, and he may not be able to defeat them? Brother, hold on for a while, I'll call for reinforcements. Jason turned around and ran away without saying a word. He didn't know what was going on with these 5 experimental subjects, so he didn't want to fight with these guys whose combat capabilities were unknown. He has 50 steel armors, wouldn't he call them over to fight in a group? I don't know what happened to this White Coat. In this laboratory, he couldn't contact Skynet at all. You can only go out and find someone. However, he had just set off. The door you came in from just now was closed silently. I just want to leave now, don't you think it's too late? The White Coat laughed wildly and said, CAO. Jason saw the door closed and didn't say much. He immediately turned back and shouted, Tony, let me help you. *T. Tony Stark was also shocked by Jason's shamelessness. If Jason hadn't turned around and ran away, he really thought Jason was a good person. But now is not the time to push each other away. The experimental subjects have already come forward. Tony cursed fiercely and drove his armor directly towards him. It's just that it just flew up. He was kicked to the wall by the experimental subject. Be careful, they are very powerful. Tony Stark said angrily. Jason glanced at Tony Stark. Just know what's going on. Even though the jet propulsion device on the steel armor is inconspicuous, but the thrust provided is very powerful. It can even propel small rockets. But Tony Stark was kicked back. Of course there are reasons for him to underestimate the enemy, but this also shows that the strength of these warriors cannot be underestimated. Jason understood. The ones who decided not to come into direct contact with these experimental subjects were those who wanted to fight these experimental subjects through the maneuvers I told them. However, these experimental subjects are much smarter than Jason imagined. In other words, his combat intuition is very strong. The 2 experimental subjects came directly to intercept Jason with Jason's hand cannon. The laboratory looks quite small though, but in front of these guys whose physical fitness is not ordinary, it doesn't seem like the area is that big. Jason was quickly cornered by several experimental subjects. Correspondingly, these experimental subjects were also beaten to pieces by Jason's weapons. Looking at these experimental warriors rushing toward him, Jason's eyes shrank. One of the subjects was hit the hardest by his weapon. The bones in the body have been exposed. Only, his bones are not the white color of ordinary people. It is metallic silver white with some yellow in the middle. Jason took a deep breath. 2 rocket nests sprouted directly from the shoulders. A dozen small rockets were launched directly from his shoulders. Then they were all concentrated on that experimental subject. After the fire, almost all the skin and flesh on the experimental subject was blown away, leaking out the bones beneath the skin. Seeing these skeletons, Jason gasped. The internal skeleton of these experimental subjects has been completely replaced. All replaced with metal structures. The silver-white metal is dotted with yellow crystals that are constantly flashing. It looks like centipede limbs. And there seems to be yellow light constantly flashing inside those yellow crystals. As these yellow crystals continue to flash, the test subject's muscles also began to heal rapidly. It was completely healed in a short time. Even worse than Killian's healing ability. Jason secretly thought something was wrong. Although the attack power is not very strong, but the recovery ability of these experimental warriors is really terrifying. In case the armor's energy is exhausted, they became lambs to be slaughtered. Compared to Jason who can barely hold on, Tony Stark on the other side is even worse. He was forced into a corner by 2 experimental soldiers and beaten violently. If the armor hadn't been very strong, Tony Stark would have gone to hell by now. Seeing how dangerous the situation was, Jason gritted his teeth. The fingertips flashed red. 10 laser beams shot out directly from his fingers. The energy of the armor also decreased rapidly, reaching half of it. After all this energy was expended, the effect was astonishing. The 3 experimental warriors surrounding him were cut in half. One of Tony's experimental subjects was being beaten up over there, and his head was split in half. Jason flashed with joy. I want to take advantage of the victory and pursue it. But unexpectedly, the 3 experimental warriors in front of him seemed not to be affected at all. The wound on his waist healed quickly and he continued to attack Jason. Jason's expression changed drastically. Tony, do you have any ideas? If this continues, we will be killed. Jason yelled at Tony Stark. If I had my way, do you think I would still be beaten here? Thanks to Jason for your help. One of the test subjects besieging Tony Stark dies. He finally had a chance to fight back. The fight with that experimental subject was back and forth. It's just that Tony Stark is a playboy, so he is no match for this kind of war machine. It was said to be a sparring, but it was just relying on the strength of the armor to hold on. The hand cannon in his hand kept firing to buy himself some time. Tony Stark, you idiot, how can you not defeat anyone? Jason shouted very, very corruptly. Tony Stark was filled with indignation when he heard this. But what they told was the truth, and he really couldn't refute it. He could only fire at the experimental subject in front of him depressedly, venting his anger. The experimental subject in front of him retreated. The body even trembled a little. Jason's eyes lit up when he saw this. He kept dodging. The plasma light in hand is not much used as the pulse cannon. He didn't expect that this weapon would be effective on these experimental subjects. Jason took a deep breath. An emergency stop in flight. The arc reactor on the chest emits a strong light. A beam of light as thick as a sea bowl shot out directly. The experimental subject in front of him had been shot in the front. The skin on my chest has almost disappeared. The silver-white metal creation inside leaked out. Moreover, the whole person seemed to be shaken, trembling constantly. The experimental soldier next to him quickly blocked the stopped experimental body. Blocked Jason's follow-up attack. It doesn't take a while. The experimental subject began to continue repairing. Jason's eyes lit up when he saw this. Effective? The metal equipment inside these experimental bodies will be affected by the pulse. However, the medium pulse is not strong enough. It is simply impossible to kill these experimental warriors at once. Jason's mind was spinning rapidly. Next to him, Tony Stark was being beaten crazily. Jason's eyes suddenly lit up when he saw Tony Stark being beaten and being pinned to the ground unable to move. Tony, plasma beam pulse weapon, full power output. Come for me. You're crazy. Although Tony Stark was beaten violently again, still shouting lively. Don't ask so many questions, trust me. Jason shouted while avoiding the attacks of these experimental warriors. What a madman. Tony Stark muttered something. The plasma beam pulse weapon in his hand emitted a blazing light. Jason's eyes lit up when he saw this. It fell directly to the ground. 18 mechanical claws emerged from the armor beneath his feet. It was nailed directly into the alloy plate under your feet. Raise your hand. The same beam was launched and met the beam in Tony Stark's hand. As a result, the experimental subject's combat intuition was very sensitive. Seeing that the situation was not good, he attacked Jason crazily. Only, after losing that extraordinary high-energy heat, the attacks of these experimental subjects pose no threat to Jason at all. After dozens of seconds, where the 2 blue beams touch, a huge amount of blue light ball appeared. Then, blue light filled the entire laboratory. The dazzling electric current raged throughout the laboratory. There were traces of burnt black marks left on the silver-white laboratory. Wait until the blue electric current disappears. Jason just saw the scene in the laboratory. The entire laboratory became a mess. The large and smashed equipment in the laboratory was directly reduced to black fragments. Several experimental subjects were also lying on the ground. I don't know life or death. Boy, you are such a madman. Tony Stark moved his armor. Each other. Jason also coughed and smiled. He complained in his heart. You invented this trick yourself. It is not certain who is the madman. With a groan, Jason scanned the laboratory for a week. Where did that white coat go? Tony Stark also raised his head and looked at the tempered glass over there. The white coat that was there just now has long since disappeared. He was still there just now. He must have sneaked away. Tony Stark said in a deep voice. Let's go out and take a look. He can't escape. Jason said in a deep voice. The structure diagram of the base didn't say anything about it. There is a secret passage behind this laboratory that can be left secretly. This guy should have built it himself. A guy who is so afraid of death should not be a dead soldier of AIM. As long as you catch him, you might be able to find some secrets of this organization. After hearing Jason's words, Tony Stark nodded in agreement. The two worked together to break the tempered glass of the control room. Opened the door to the laboratory. As soon as the door opens, several pieces of steel armor flew in. Jason quickly went up and changed into a suit of armor for himself. Then walked out of the laboratory. Tony Stark looked at his armor, which had little energy left. Let's take a look at the armor Jason changed. My heart felt sour again. Jason didn't know what Tony Stark was thinking. Skynet, requisition the Bald Eagle military satellites in this area. Look where this guy went. This area is almost a desert. It's not easy to hide traces in a place like this. He believed that Skynet would soon be able to search for this escaped guy. The young master dropped off a jeep 10 kilometers south. Hear the news. Jason's eyes flashed slightly. He activated his armor directly and flew outside. Tony Stark yelled loudly as he fell behind him. Wait for me, wait for me. As he said that, he also wanted to catch up. It's just that I took a few steps. The armor doesn't have much energy left. He had no choice but to stay where he was, cursing at Jason constantly. The top speed of the steel armor can even reach Mach 5. Under Jason's full attack, 10 kilometers is just a blink of an eye. Soon, Jason locked the Jeep in his combat system. Jason accelerated, flying directly in front of the Jeep. The white coat saw Jason falling from the sky. A dragon swung its tail, just walked around in the desert, randomly looked at Jason fiercely. You really are haunted. The ghost lingers. This statement is not accurate. Don't you know what you did? I feel like I'm doing justice to God at best. Jason said with a sneer. Ridiculous. Do you know what research I'm doing? If my research is successful, there will no longer be people with disabilities in the world. The average human lifespan could also be improved. The white coat said in a feverish tone. Jason curled his lips when he heard this. The most annoying thing is this kind of villain who thinks he is doing good things. He didn't see any signs of longevity from those experimental subjects. Instead, after suffering a pulse blast, the electronic equipment inside their bodies even exploded. The corpses were burned to ashes by the extremis flowing out of the mechanical skeletons. This is not something you could use to make a medical device. Is this your excuse for killing so many people? Then can you tell me why those experimental subjects were directly transformed into biological weapons? If I'm not wrong, they should only have a few months to live. Jason said with a sneer. Skynet has already analyzed these experimental subjects. In this world, there is no energy that can appear out of thin air. The cost of these experimental subjects gaining super resilience and combat effectiveness. It's about burning life force. When they emerge from the petri dish, they only have a few months to live. After a fierce battle, lifespan is even shorter. It is not impossible to turn a lifespan into a few weeks or a few days. This white coat is just an excuse for what he did. Sure enough, I heard Jason's words. The white coat's face was full of anger. You don't understand at all. This is just a necessary sacrifice on the road to success. Their sacrifice of life is valuable. Then why don't you sacrifice yourself? Jason smiled. If this guy goes up first himself. Jason looked up at him. But he only experiments on others and lives well by himself. Only if you can believe what he says is there a ghost. The white coat gave Jason an angry look. Then quickly, calm down. I don't have to argue with you, you're going to die anyway. Death? Are you kidding me? Jason glanced at this guy in surprise. He had already used the combat system in the armor to detect it. This guy shows no signs of being reformed at all. Only then did he dare to chase him out alone. Otherwise, he would have brought dozens of younger brothers over to start a group fight. Haha, do you think I was kidding you just now? Look at your feet. A wild smile appeared on the white coat's face. Jason was shocked when he heard what he said. Just lower your head and look down. A layer of white frost had condensed on the armor under his feet at some unknown time, and it is spreading rapidly upwards. Jason's pupils shrank suddenly. This is a desert. Daytime temperatures can even reach 50 or 60 degrees. In this weather, white frost actually condensed on his armor. How can this be? Jason felt something was wrong. Just kill the white coat if you want. But he found out. The hoarfrost has already spread to my chest. The armor cannot move at all. Even inside the armor, he could feel a little bit of chill. How can it be? Jason exclaimed. The steel armor is not only very strong in resistance to attack, temperature isolation is also achieved to the extreme. Liquid nitrogen was sprayed directly on the armor, and he couldn't feel it inside. Now he felt a bit cold and biting. One can imagine how cold the temperature is with the thin layer of frost and snow outside. Skynet detects outside temperature. Master, according to the sensor detection, the temperature outside is even close to absolute zero. This is simply impossible. Skynet said, very surprised. Jason thought it was impossible when he heard this. Absolute zero is a concept that is simply impossible to achieve in physics. Reaching absolute zero, even the movement of electrons inside molecules stops. The heat will all disappear. Low temperatures close to absolute zero are not scientific at all. While Jason was still shocked, the white coat spoke again. You can't even imagine the power of the Supreme Lord of the Rings. Go to hell. With that said, the white coat drove the military jeep directly towards Jason. Jason was knocked straight out. Warning, warning. The armor is 80% damaged. The armor is 80% damaged. Jason's face turned green when he heard this report. The experimental subjects were helpless and he almost overturned the car in front of an ordinary person. Fortunately, the steel armor strengthens its survival ability. Only in this way could his life be saved. However, he doesn't have any fighting ability now. Skynet, control the mechanical armor to stop him. Jason shouted through gritted teeth. It's the young master. Skynet fell silent, and the armor went to chase the person. Jason was thinking about what the white coat said about the Supreme Lord of the Rings. Is there still a collaboration between Marvel and Lord of the Rings? But the Lord of the Rings doesn't have this kind of ability. Thinking of the frost that silently freezes the armor, Jason shuddered immediately. Fortunately, he put on the steel armor. If it was his body just now, he will be frozen into a popsicle immediately. Thinking of this, Jason became even more angry at this guy. I don't know where this guy came from. There are so many weird things about me. With gritted teeth, the new armor has arrived. Jason once again put on a new suit of armor. Skynet, try to capture that guy alive. Master, we failed to capture him alive. Skynet said helplessly. What's the situation? Jason asked with a frown. Go and see for yourself. Skynet said again. Jason frowned and flew into the sky. The jeep in the white coat didn't drive very far. It's only a few hundred meters away. Soon Jason found him. Only, the white coat at the moment has turned into an ice sculpture. Even his jeep was frozen together. There is desert all around. But in this clearing, an ice sculpture appeared out of thin air, still exuding cold air. Even Jason couldn't help but shudder when he saw this scene. Looking at the ice sculpture in front of me, Jason's face dropped. This is obviously the person behind it who is trying to kill people and silence them. On the desolate desert, a huge black plane was parked in the middle of the desert. Next to the plane, Jason was operating several instruments to examine the ice sculpture in front of him in detail. Next to him, Tony Stark was also amazed. What the hell is this? It's incredible. Tony Stark looked at the data on the machine. His eyes were full of surprise. Temperature is a very interesting concept. Its existence is actually just a relative concept defined by humans, because the temperature of a substance is not static. There are countless heat exchanges between objects: radiation, conduction, contact. These three modes of heat conduction. The temperature of an object with abnormal temperature eventually tends to the average temperature of the environment. But the ice sculpture in front of me is different. While heat exchange is taking place, but the process is extremely slow. It's been several hours and it's still frozen, and there was no sign of melting. This simply does not conform to modern concepts of thermodynamics. Who knows what this is? It may or may not be magic. After some initial surprise, Jason quickly accepted the fact. There's nothing surprising about this. The Ancient One gang can open wormholes, create subspaces, change timelines, and use energy to produce the effects of physical weapons at will. Now an ice cube that won't melt. There doesn't seem to be anything strange about it. He is not scientific about magic. Tony Stark frowned when he heard Jason say this. Where is the magic in the world? This must be a technology we don't understand. Just say yes. Jason said helplessly. What is the difference between overly advanced technology and magic? A new Imperial fighter defense network. The network formed using energy can even destroy Ronan's physical battleship. Kree artificial intelligence. It can even interfere with reality to some extent. Has mind control ability similar to mutant. In their opinion, this technology is no different from magic. It's simply not something they can get their hands on now. You have studied the infrared spectrum and electron tunneling spectrum of this thing. Have you found anything? Jason yawned and lay down on the sun lounger he had obtained, and took a sip of the iced drink. He spoke a little carelessly. Nothing to discover, it's just plain ice. But the structure is extremely stable, and the heat doesn't even escape. It's incredible. I have to continue researching to determine what this is, Tony Stark said while looking at the data together without looking back. Jason could only curl his lips helplessly when he saw this. This may be the difference between geniuses and ordinary people. You can study this kind of thing. Perhaps countermeasures can be developed. Tony Stark has done this kind of thing more than once. He even developed anti-Thor armor, specifically against Thor. This is a tough guy. Jason admitted that he couldn't afford it. While Jason was in a daze, Tony Stark suddenly screamed strangely. Not good. The energy structure inside the crystal undergoes a chain collapse. When Jason heard this, he jumped up from the sun lounger. Has any external interference been detected? Jason asked in a deep voice. In his opinion, this was obviously caused by the people behind the scenes extracting the energy from the ice. No fluctuations were detected. Electromagnetic waves, molecular spectroscopy, and infrared spectroscopy have not been discovered. The expression on Tony Stark's face was very ugly. The ice in front of them was melting rapidly. It takes dozens of seconds. The ice crystals on the surface have melted. The white coat turned directly into a piece of minced meat. The jeep remains unchanged though. But Jason knew. This means that the metal structure inside the car has been damaged. With just a little outside courage, this jeep could turn into a piece of junk. Tony Stark couldn't care less about nausea and mysophobia. He walked up directly with the machine. Wanted to take a chance and see if I could detect anything. Jason originally wanted to go up too. He just took 2 steps and then stopped. Congratulations to the host for getting in touch with the plot characters. Extract single-dimensional energy manipulator manufacturing technology. Congratulations to the host, homologous data has been detected. Extremis body modification technology enhanced. A new branch of centipede endoskeleton modification technology has been added. You hear a system beep. Jason was delighted. The eyes looking at the white coat became surprised. I thought it was a bit part character without a name. I didn't expect there to be a surprise. 2 technologies can be extracted from his body. Isn't this the kind of treatment only a destined son like Iron Man gets? After being delighted for a long time, Jason began to check out the system's technology. Centipede endoskeleton modification technology. It should be the technology used on the experimental subjects. Just this kind of thing. Jason himself will definitely not use it. He still prefers the original stuff inside his body. The other single-dimensional energy manipulator should be the kind of technology that can produce super low temperatures. Kissen looked at it carefully. After reading the information for a long time, Jason suddenly spoke. Try using an atomic absorption photometer. Tony Stark was startled when he heard this. Then react quickly. Do you want to measure the absorption of characteristic radiation here to analyze what external energy is here? You are such a genius. Tony Stark said something. Using a mass spectrometer to do spectral analysis, I think we should be able to find something by combining the two. Jason added. You compare atomic absorption spectra and find anomalies in them. Tony Stark asked. Yes, we can't see anything on the surface, but it's not necessarily possible to separate out the particles. Such freezing must have some effect on the interior of the molecule. By comparing the normal structure of matter, we might be able to find something that plays a role in it. Jason said. How did you come up with that? Tony Stark asked strangely. Jason chuckled inwardly. I definitely know the answer after reading it. He knows how to make all the instruments. Don't you know how to detect the energy in it? But of course he couldn't say that. Explained. That's how I suddenly thought of it. I said, this might be caused by magic. So I wanted to detect the energy inside. Of course we have to find domestic testing methods. That's okay too. What a piece of shit luck. Tony Stark said a few words helplessly. Continue to check. Jason looked at Tony Stark who was working peacefully. The expression of genes cannot be accomplished solely by relying on the DNA in the human body. Rather, there are many complex ingredients. The translation of a string of deoxyribonucleotides into a small piece of protein biomolecule in a small cell requires a very sophisticated and complex auxiliary and regulatory system, such as various RNAs, various DNAs, various primers, various templates, various enzymes, various transport proteins, and various molecular chaperones. The file size subunit of the ribosome, free radicals that interfere with translation, and unwinding enzymes can be found everywhere. These are the products of human gene duplication. To understand genes, understanding these is still not enough. Enzymes and templates that check whether the bases are correct, enzymes that cut out wrong bases, enzymes that move the correct bases to the right positions, and countless other details. These details determine whether a gene is copied accurately, and any change will paralyze the entire process. Moreover, these enzymes, mRNAs, transporters, and chaperones all come from their own production combinatorial systems, and changing them requires changing these systems. Therefore, genetic modification is a very complex thing. It's so complicated that if humans want to master it, the time and experience it takes is probably unbearable for most people. The transformation of the body by extremis is a transformation process based on the reorganization of human DNA. Use changes in DNA to control the transcription of enzymes in the human body, to achieve the purpose of rapidly dividing cells and repairing injuries. High temperatures that damage the human body. It's just a byproduct of the process. Although it is powerful, it has no effect at all. If extremis really gets developed right, it really may become a new medical technology. Repair the human body and enhance human lifespan. After system strengthening, extremis has become much more perfect. The side effects of extremis are virtually eliminated. It cannot be said to be eliminated. Instead, this side effect is reduced to a level that the human body can tolerate. By prolonging the repair time, the side effects of explosion can be reduced. The more you read this technical information, Jason felt more and more unfathomable. This virus originates from plant cells. It is simply unbelievable that he has been transformed by the system to this point. Skynet will build a biological laboratory for me. At the same time, we started cultivating the first generation strain of extremis. Be prepared to do research. Jason ordered to Skynet. A virus is a living thing after all. It is not like a machine that can be manufactured by assembling parts. Virus modification is a very complex process. It takes a long time to induce evolution to obtain the performance humans want. It's the same food we eat now. Many years ago, these plants may have been poisonous. It is under the training of generations of human beings. Only then did they become usable by humans. Viruses are like this too. In order to prevent them from destroying the original structure inside the human body, extremis requires long-term cultivation. Only virus samples that can be used are selected and implanted into the human body to produce corresponding effects. Actually, extremis is more like a parasite. Parasitizes and reproduces inside the human body. By reorganizing certain DNA within the human body, it heals the human body, enhances vitality, and increases lifespan in disguise. If not used properly, it will cause harm to the human body. Take Killian for example. Although he gained otherworldly powers, but his lifespan will also be greatly affected. Excessive burning of substances in the body produces high-energy heat. It is easy to cause subtle damage to the interior of cells. Whitecoats are much smarter. He was smart enough to spot the damage. This damage is then passed on to the machinery. Even more ingeniously, substances in the machinery can also be used to control the activity of extremis. Let them exert corresponding power without destroying the human body. Even Jason had to sigh. In terms of biomodification technology, this guy is indeed a genius. Centipede endoskeleton modification technology is indeed very practical. It's a pity that I can't use this technology. A trace of pity flashed in Jason's eyes. He will not reform himself, nor would he risk the disapproval of the world to modify other people's bodies. It seems that this technology can only be used at the bottom of the box. Master, why don't you combine this technology with steel armor? Skynet, who had been silent all this time, spoke. Skynet is very intelligent, but he doesn't like to talk. Most of the time, I am surfing the internet. This time Skynet suddenly spoke, which surprised Jason. However, he soon began to think about whether this technology was feasible. Soon, he felt that this was an excellent combination. Centipede endoskeleton transformation combined with steel armor. Although the extraordinary recovery ability of Extremis is not used, the increase in strength and the high heat generated are very useful. No matter how bad it is, it can still be used to perish together. After thinking about it for a while, Jason felt that it was indeed feasible. But there are still some problems that need to be solved. First, there is no corresponding muscle tissue and DNA structure inside the armor, so how can the transformation technology be effective? The second is how to control this high heat to prevent it from causing damage to the original armor. After thinking for a long time, Jason spoke. Skynet, establish a new research sequence. Codename Biological Battle Armor Technology. Using artificial muscles to replace human muscle tissue, high-energy culture fluid provides energy for the virus. Jason's eyes flashed with excitement. The steel armor is a very great invention. But there are also disadvantages. It's too rigid and not flexible enough. It relies entirely on the power of the original suit, and the operator's original power is not outstanding. Since it is an assembled structure, it is very easy to disassemble. Once the two are combined, these shortcomings can be completely overcome. The joint structure can be transformed into a more flexible bionic structure. Moreover, the strength of the internal structure can also be guaranteed, making the armor more powerful. On the contrary, it cannot be worn by humans. It can only be operated as a robot. Definitely also very useful as a death bomb. Thinking of this, Jason became more and more excited. Skynet, contact Stark Industries. I want to purchase several of their technologies. Secretly contact Dr. Connors to see if he has any intention of coming to work for our Wayne Group. Jason immediately issued 2 orders. If you want to combine the two, there are still many technical difficulties. He was not in the mood to study, but he could just find a subordinate. In biotechnology, the Osborn Group is definitely the best in the entire Marvel industry. Dr. Connors even turned himself into a lizard man. It can be seen that he has profound knowledge in biology. As long as he could restore Dr. Connors's short limbs. Are you afraid that this guy won't kneel down and sing conquer? By the time. Just leave the research and development of these things to Connors. He is only responsible for being the boss, isn't it flattering? Osborn Industries is also a very powerful group in the America. Although he is relatively low-key in the America. But his share of arms in the America's military. Second only to Stark Industries. Coupled with its powerful biological research technology. The comprehensive strength of Osborn Industries is ranked high among all America. This achievement is inseparable from the people at the helm of Osborn Group. Norman Osborn. Before becoming Green Goblin, Norman Osborn is definitely the epitome of an entrepreneur. Do charity, engage in scientific research, nothing is left behind. And he is very gentle to his subordinates. He is close friends with Spider-Man's parents, Dr. Connors, etc. It's just a pity. In order to save his son, he still went astray. He developed drugs to treat family genetic diseases, but unfortunately he became schizophrenic. It's really a pity. This definitely has nothing to do with Jason. He just knows. Norman Osborn must be an old fox. For example, now, he has been dealing with this old fox for a long time. He didn't ask anything. Looking around and talking about other things every day is very annoying. Jason was too lazy to make excuses with the old man Norman Osborn. Mr. Osborn, everything in this world has value. I want the Osborn Group's biotechnology, and naturally I have the right price. Oh, what do you think? Norman Osborn said with a smile. Looking at the faintly smiling Norman Osborn, I cursed in my heart, old fox. He spoke directly. Recently, our Wayne Group's scientific research department has developed something new. Our scientists have recently made some breakthroughs in biology. The research is about viruses and DNA in RNA reverse transcription. Jason stopped mid-sentence. I took a sip of coffee and looked at Norman Osborn quietly. God is fair. Although the Osborn family has super high IQ and enviable wealth. But there was also a curse. That's retroviral proliferation. This is a dominant genetic disease. Usually early in life there are no symptoms at all. But as I get older, this disease will show up. After Norman Osborn fell ill, his hands would soon start to shake and his life would not be guaranteed. No one in the Osborn family can enjoy their old age in peace. Why Norman Osborn is so crazy? He used the unsuccessfully researched medicine on himself. It was because his son, who was only a teenager, had symptoms that appeared at his age. In order to save his son, he could only do this. But in the end, although the potion took effect, he himself became schizophrenic. This genetic disease is a curse that binds the Osborn family. Moreover, the pathogenic mechanism of the disease is the gene coding region, which has a CAG tandem repeat sequence. People with the disease have far more repetitions than normal people. When passed from the parent generation to the native generation, the number of CAG repetitions continues to increase. As a result, the age of onset of disease in offspring gradually advances. That is to say, Osborn family, the lifespan of the next generation will become shorter and shorter, until the entire family is completely destroyed. It would be strange if Norman Osborn wasn't crazy. The information he provided is about this knowledge. It is very likely that it will be useful for the genetic disease in the Osborn family. He didn't believe that Norman Osborn could refuse this bargaining chip. As expected. After he spoke, Norman Osborn's hand shook uncontrollably. Then Norman Osborn quietly covered it up. However, this still couldn't escape Jason's eyes. I was extremely anxious. Norman Osborn's face remained calm at all. How can I be sure that this information is true? Mr. Osborn can inspect the goods first. A bright smile appeared on Jason's face. Then he took out a USB flash drive directly. Norman Osborn hesitated for a moment and took the USB flash drive. Just plug it into your laptop and start watching. Norman Osborn is not just an entrepreneur. He is also a scientist. Whether it is medicine to treat genetic diseases or Green Goblin's own equipment, they are all developed by him. There is nothing wrong with reading a piece of information. Soon, as he read the technical information, the expression on Norman Osborn's face changed. Feeling a little emotional, the veins on his forearms were exposed. In his heart, Norman Osborn even roared directly. That's right. That's it. Reverse transcription gene shuffling. With just a little more I can create a real potion. Norman Osborn moved the mouse quickly, trying to look down. But the information stopped abruptly. The content behind it is completely blank. Norman Osborn looked up directly at Jason. The eyes were actually bloodshot. What about the rest of the content? Osborn asked in a deep voice. Then we have to have a good talk. Jason sat firmly on the leather seat and said while holding a cup of coffee. The way Norman Osborn looked at Jason, a hint of coldness flashed in his eyes. However, he soon calmed down. If the person sitting in front of him was an ordinary person, he would decide to kill and steal without saying a word. But sitting in front of him was the eldest son of the Wayne Group. He was not sure about taking action at all. I can't afford that price either. Even if his family's secrets might be leaked, he could only endure it for now. The higher the status, the more powerful the Wayne family can be felt. After thinking about it, Norman Osborn sat up straight. What do you want? Norman Osborn, who knew he had leaked the bottom line, asked directly without saying more. For him, as long as he can cure the disease in his family, everything else is external. Even if it costs Osborn Group, it's not a big deal. Mr. Osborn, I said what I wanted from the beginning. I want all biological science research from the Osborn Group. Also, I hope to invite Dr. Connors to work for our Wayne Group. Norman Osborn looked up at Jason. No problem, technology can give it to you. However, I can't agree to it for Connors. You need to make your own connections. If he agrees, I have nothing to say. Hearing Norman Osborn's words, Jason put a smile on his face. Well, Mr. Osborn, a pleasure to work with. Jason reached out and shook Norman Osborn's hand. A pleasure to work with. Although Norman Osborn looked a little ugly, but I still shook hands with Jason, although some disadvantages. But it was worth it to get what he wanted. After thinking about it in his mind, Norman Osborn sighed. There is no doubt that Norman Osborn is a very shrewd man. He was at the beginning. He even just wanted to exchange the research results of the Osborn Group laboratory for his technology. Fortunately, Jason discovered it in time. Otherwise he will suffer a big loss. Osborn's original biotechnology is not as good as their Wayne Group's biotechnology. Except for that accidental spider that created Spider-Man. The only thing left to see is Dr. Connors' lizard potion. It's just that this isn't what Jason really wants. What he wants. It was actually the Green Goblin potion created by Norman Osborn. The human body strengthening potions in the Marvel world seem to be carved from the same mold. Although it can strengthen various comprehensive properties of the human body, but it will amplify the emotions in the human body. The same goes for Captain America, and the same goes for Green Goblin. Green Goblin potion is a very powerful potion. Not only can it greatly improve the strength and overall quality of the human body, it can also strengthen the brain and improve human IQ. Norman Osborn was injected with this potion. He was indeed cured of a family genetic disease and became smarter. But the negative emotions in the body are also amplified. Eventually the Green Goblin personality was formed, and swallowed up the main personality. But apart from that, the Green Goblin potion is almost the same as the Super Soldier Serum without any drawbacks. This is exactly what Jason wants. Anyway, he didn't intend to use this thing on himself. The armor has no personality at all. Naturally, there is no mention of side effects. For him, Green Goblin potion is the perfect potion. As long as it can be combined with Extremis, the strength of his biological armor can definitely be greatly improved. Thinking of this, Jason even laughed out loud. Mr. Jason, what are you laughing at? Norman Osborn said while suppressing his anger. He had already suffered a loss in the transaction. He handed over the half-completed Green Goblin potion. Now that Jason was still smiling so happily in front of him, he was naturally very annoyed. Nothing, Mr. Osborn, I remembered something happy. A bewildered smile appeared on Jason's face. This made Norman Osborn even more annoyed. He said in a very stiff tone. Since there is nothing else, I won't keep Mr. Jason here as a guest. As for Dr. Connors, you can contact him yourself. Jason looked at the old man Norman Osborn with an ugly expression. It's like someone in the family dies. He had no intention of continuing the conversation with this sinister old man. Then I'll take my leave, Mr. Osborn. A pleasure to work with. Jason said again. Norman Osborn looked like he wanted to beat him to death. Don't even bother to say a kind word. Jason wasn't impressed either. This old fox was blackmailed by him. I'm probably not in a good mood. He won't be annoying anymore. Said 2 sentences. Jason left directly from the Osborn building. Except for the Osborn building, Jason spoke to Skynet. Skynet, have you contacted Dr. Connors? How did he say? Dr. Connors has agreed to your request for a meeting. And agreed to meet at a coffee shop on 5th Avenue. Skynet reports meticulously. Jason nodded when he heard this. This was not unexpected at all. It was perfectly normal for Connors to say yes. Since breaking an arm, Connors seemed to be in a daze. Has been researching limb regeneration technology. Although to a certain extent I want to benefit the disabled. But most of the reasons are for myself. And his research in this area has been very in-depth. If it weren't for Norman Osborn's sudden change of temperament at the end, defund his laboratory, he might actually be able to develop the perfect limb regeneration potion. But without the support of Osborn Group, Connors is also a clever woman. Scientific research is inherently a money-burning activity. There is not enough financial support. Plus originally eager for quick results. It is not surprising that Connors developed a half-finished potion and transformed into a city lizard. It can only be considered that he was unlucky. Shaked his head. Jason got into his Rolls-Royce and walked towards the agreed-upon cafe. A few minutes of work. Jason arrived at the cafe they had agreed upon. To avoid trouble, he directly booked this cafe. Therefore, Dr. Connors was the only one in the empty cafe. Connors looked suave. There is a pair of gold-rimmed glasses on the bridge of his nose, and his hair is well taken care of. Looks like an intellectual. Only, the empty white sleeve hanging next to it. It gave him an aura of decadence. Jason glanced at him and walked up directly. Hello Dr. Connors. Are you Mr. Jason? Connors glanced at Jason in disbelief. Although Jason is growing up very fast now, he is almost as tall as an adult. But the childish look on his face still betrayed his age. Yes, I'm Jason Wayne. Jason shook hands generously and sat across from Connors. Connors glanced at Jason again. Said a little embarrassed. I didn't expect Mr. Jason to be so young. You are really young and promising. As if realizing something, Dr. Connors added again. Hearing this, Jason smiled. Compared to an old fox like Norman Osborn, Dr. Connors is undoubtedly much easier to deal with. Whatever is on your mind is shown on your face and you can see it at a glance. Very naive? After drinking a cup of coffee brought by his subordinates, Jason smiled and said, Dr. Connors, since you are here, you should have some ideas about our Wayne Group's proposal. Hearing this, Connors smiled bitterly. Mr. Jason misunderstood. The terms offered by Wayne Group are indeed very generous. But I'm afraid I can't go. Oh, why is that? When Jason heard this, instead of being angry, a trace of appreciation flashed across his face. He didn't let Skynet tell Connors his final trump card. Instead, they only offered generous benefits. As long as Connors arrives at Wayne Group, he will have access to a large biological laboratory. Take full charge of. Sufficient annual funding. He said he did this just to test Connors's character. Although in various film and television works, Dr. Connors, who has not transformed, is a very gentle and kind person. Apart from being a bit obsessed with research, there are no other shortcomings at all. But Jason was still a little worried. Film and television works are film and television works after all. He wants to hand over such a big base to Connors. A lot of confidential information will also be revealed. Connors without looking into it. How could he be relieved? Connors has always considered himself a grateful person. Although at the beginning, the treatment given by Wayne Group really made him very excited. But when I thought about being favored by Norman Osborn, he felt guilty for himself. So he decided to continue working at Osborn Group. It's just that Wayne Group gave such excellent treatment. Of course he wanted to thank you, Mr. Jason. Thank you very much for the Wayne Group's appreciation. But Mr. Osborn is very much indebted to me. I'm sorry I can't work at Wayne Group. After saying that, Ness became calmer. Looking directly at Jason, the hesitation and uncertainty disappeared from his face. Hearing him say this, Jason's face was full of appreciation. It's really hard to find someone as honest and easy to deceive as Connors. He didn't even think about it. Without the permission of Norman Osborn, that 5 or 60-old fox, how could the Osborn Group cut off the supply of resources to his laboratory? Even if it is like this, Connors was still full of gratitude and didn't complain at all. I have to say, Connors is a good comrade. Dr. Connors, it doesn't have to be this way. I know that Mr. Osborn is very kind to you, but you don't have to worry. I've talked to Mr. Osborn. You can feel free to come and work at Wayne Group. Jason smiled and said, Are you telling the truth? Connors said with some doubt. Definitely true. Not only that, can I also give you something that the Osborn Group cannot give you? Jason smiled and said. Hearing this, Connors' face was full of suspicion. The conditions that Wayne Group can provide are already excellent in his opinion. He couldn't figure it out. What other conditions can Wayne Group offer? Jason looked at Connors, who was full of doubts, and said calmly, Dr. Connors is currently studying genetic modification, right? By combining genes from other organisms, to change the replication and division of human cells and achieve the purpose of reborn broken limbs. That's right. Connors admitted without hesitation. His research direction can be known with just a little investigation. There is nothing to keep secret. What really needs to be kept secret is how this process is carried out. Genetic modification is not that easy. The human genetic chain is very complex. A slight mistake may cause genetic collapse. He is not afraid that his experimental results will be leaked. Hearing this, a confident smile appeared on Jason's face. That's just right. Our Wayne Group also has such research. And it's getting to the point where it can be exploited. Jason said with a smile. This is impossible. Connors said decisively. There is no first place in literature and no second place in military service. Every scientist is proud. Although Dr. Connors seems gentle, he is also very proud of his professional field. How can it be? Jason asked rhetorically. Before Connors could speak, Jason spoke again. Let's not talk about our Wayne Group, let's talk about Dr. Zhao Halen from. There is also research in this area and preliminary results have been achieved. Dr. Zhao Halen is the woman who was given the Ultron-made body by Women's Federation No. 2 Middle School. She also has in-depth research on the rebirth of the human body. Reborn a broken limb is also very easy. However, this will take a few years. But so far, the results she has achieved are enough to convince Connors. At present, Comrade Connors' experiments only exist in theory. None of the experiments on mice were successful. I heard Jason say this. Connors fell silent for a moment. He is not a fool either. He had seen relevant research by Dr. Connors. It can be seen that she is heading in the right direction. As long as we can continue to research, we can really develop the technology to achieve broken limb reborn. After thinking for a while, Connors sighed and said, in that case, why does Mr. Jason pay a lot of money to invite me? If your company's technology can already be applied to the human body, my skills are completely useless. Connors' tone was full of frustration. It doesn't feel good to be defeated by someone in the field you are best at. Jason looked at the frustrated Connors and smiled again. Dr. Connors, what you said is wrong. Although our company's technology is very mature, it is not perfect. There's still a lot of room for improvement. And I think Dr. Connors' research field is very promising. If Dr. Connors can join us at Wayne Group, we don't just let you have the lab to yourself. And we can share our research results. Connors was shocked when he heard this. Mr. Jason, are you telling the truth? You're not kidding. Definitely. Jason said without hesitation. Why? Mr. Jason, your conditions are too advantageous. Connors said hesitantly. Dr. Connors, don't belittle yourself. Your research results are much more valuable than imagined. Jason said in a faint tone. Genetic modification is a very promising direction. What hinders the development of this discipline is not actually technological factors, but the ethical factor. This has prevented human body modification from developing. But Jason never wanted to develop body modification. The human body is so fragile. Physical combat effectiveness ranks last in nature. Why does he want to modify the human body? Doesn't he transform animals? That guy Thanos can use biomorphs. Why can't he? Moreover, that's not all Connors is good for. It can also help him transform his armor. All he paid was an inconspicuous technology and a little money. That would get Connors away. He made a lot of money. Hearing what Jason said, Connors was also very moved. Mr. Jason, you don't have to do this, Dr. Connors. We at Wayne Group attach great importance to talents. If Dr. Connors is worried about Mr. Osborn, he has no need to worry. We at Wayne Group have paid enough. As long as Dr. Connors is willing, he can leave directly. Jason said, pretending to be noble. Shamelessly, he described his transaction with the Osborn Group as paying a huge price for Connors. A compulsory lesson for those in power is to tell lies with their eyes open. The thicker the skin, the better. Sure enough, Dr. Connors, who was an intellectual, had no doubts at all and was completely moved. I was almost moved to tears. Jason was overjoyed when he saw the moved expression on Connors' face. It's done. Connors was already in his possession. I couldn't run away even if I wanted to. Jason's favorite people are those who work in technology. No matter where in the world it is. Most academic people are very naive. Dr. Connors is one of the best. Jason was just a little fooled. Dr. Connors immediately made up his mind to change jobs from Osborn Industries to work for Wayne Group. After talking about it, Dr. Connors is also very efficient. Norman Osborn, the old fox. He had long since refused to invest himself in Dr. Connors' research that was of no use to him. It's just that the scene was saved. Just let Dr. Connors go. 2 days of work. Dr. Connors took care of the family affairs and came directly to Gotham. Jason received him warmly and then took him to see the laboratory. Dr. Connors, this is your laboratory. Jason pointed to the entire building in front of him and said to Dr. Connors, Mr. Jason, which floor is my laboratory on? Dr. Connors obviously does not have a clear understanding of the Wayne family's wealth. He also cautiously asked Jason which floor his laboratory was on. There is no floor, this building is all. Jason shook his head. After Jason traveled through time, inheriting the fine tradition of Bruce Wayne, good at solving problems at their root cause. How can you buy one floor when buying a laboratory? You must buy it directly. Dr. Connors was stunned when he heard this. Are they all in this building? Yes, this building is a biological laboratory. You will be the supervisor here from now on. Jason stood up on tiptoes and patted Connors on the shoulder. After getting the confirmed news from Jason, Connors felt as if he was in a dream. When he was in the Osborn Group, where had he ever enjoyed such treatment? Although he has a laboratory in the Osborn Group, it is nothing in the Osborn Group. This laboratory is not the largest either. Now comes Wayne Group. Jason gave him such a big building. This kind of trust moved him very much. Mr. Jason. Okay, stop talking about Dr. Connors, let's go in and take a look. We also want to introduce relevant information to you. Jason said something and took Connors in directly. The building has 8 floors. The biosafety level has reached P4 level. It is a laboratory with the highest biosafety level in the world. There are only 56 such laboratories recorded in the world. Most of the time, such laboratories are used to study highly contagious viruses. Have a laboratory like this. Probably the dream of every biologist in the world. At the moment, there are already many experimenters in the laboratory. They are all researchers seconded by the Wayne Group to do basic work. Take a look around the laboratory. Connors was increasingly surprised. Whether it was equipment, personnel, or various security measures, everything exceeded his expectations. Okay, Dr. Connors, we've finished looking at the lab, it's time for us to look at the things you care about. Jason smiled, which made Connors blush a little. During the visit just now, Connors had been looking at Extremis experimental site. It seems that the obsession with broken limb rebirth is very deep. When Connors saw Jason, he found out and no longer tried to hide it. Said directly, Mr. Jason, has Wayne Group's drug begun human testing? Yes, it has entered the human trial stage. Jason nodded. Although Extremis technology is after system upgrade, but he was still worried. Necessary experiments are still very necessary. Hearing this, Connors' eyes flashed with excitement. Medical technology is different from other technologies. After researching it, it needs to go through a very long clinical trial phase. In fact, this period of time is even longer than the development time of drugs. One of the very important reasons is human trials. Before conducting human experiments, very complex testing is required. Only after all experimental data can meet the standards can the process of human trials begin. So, once a drug enters the human trial stage, basically, this drug can be declared a success. Connors was naturally very happy about this. Mr. Jason, I have a cruel remark. Dr. Connors, please say, if you can, I will be satisfied. Although Jason had some guesses, he still said with a smile, can I join Wayne Group's human trials? Connors said very carefully. Sure enough. Jason sighed in his mind. It is hard for ordinary people to imagine how difficult it must be for a disabled person. Dr. Connors, can't you just wait a moment? Well, Dr. Connors sighed. Mr. Jason, you can't even imagine the life I'm living now. Not only is it inconvenient to do experiments, but it will also be looked down upon by others. I don't want to live in this kind of life at all. Connors looked at Jason with a very serious tone. Okay, Dr. Connors. I agree to your participation in Wayne Group's human trials. But Dr. Connors, you must pay attention and report to us in time if there are any problems. Jason reminded him. The laboratory has initially determined the function of Extremis, although its original recovery speed and lethality have been greatly weakened. But it has improved stability a lot. There will no longer be a situation where it explodes at every turn. There shouldn't be any big issues with Connors' safety. However, Connors didn't know this. He saw Jason care so much about him. The gratitude on his face was beyond words. Don't worry, Mr. Jason, I won't delay my work. If I have time, I can definitely start looking at relevant information. It will not delay the research process. Jason was very happy when he heard this, but he still pretended to cough and said, Dr. Connors, there is absolutely no need. I will wait until you fully recover to conduct research. Not in a hurry. That's what he said. Jason didn't think so. He stopped it anyway. If Dr. Connors showed his subjective initiative and researched the information himself, then it has nothing to do with him. Naturally, the words in my heart cannot be spoken. After receiving another wave of gratitude from Dr. Connors, Jason took Dr. Connors to the experimental group. He was directly given huge amounts of permission. His experimental quota was approved. Once Extremis is manufactured, Dr. Connors will be ready to receive the injection. Get it all sorted. Jason just said goodbye to Dr. Connors. Returned to his laboratory again. After settling in Dr. Connors, Jason has finally settled a major matter in his heart. He was able to return to scientific work again. The white coat he met in the desert contributed a lot to him. One is a variant of Extremis. The other is a single-dimensional energy manipulator. It is what White Coat calls the Supreme Lord of the Rings. This is not the ring from Lord of the Rings. Rather, it is a high-tech device disguised as a ring. Ability is the ability to manipulate an energy, causing the temperature to drop sharply. Eventually it can even reach a point close to absolute zero. In physics, this is almost impossible to achieve. What causes this incredible phenomenon is these energies from subdimensions. The universe does not exist in one place. In the gap between this mixed universe of Marvel and DC, there exists the subdimensional world of the Emperor. These worlds are made of a single energy. Most organisms cannot survive in it. Moreover, the energy in the subdimensional world has a single nature and can interfere with the physical constants of the main material world. A very magical effect is achieved. This kind of energy also has another name: calendar. The technology provided by the system is to use machines to absorb subdimensional energy to achieve the same effect as magic. Whenever Jason sees this kind of technology, he feels amazed. It turns out that technology can really reach this level. Skynet, create a new project folder. The confidentiality level is top secret. Subdimensional energy manipulation device. Ordering materials from a group controlled by Wayne Group. Preparing to build a small atomic collider. After Jason finished speaking, he stopped talking. The technical content contained in this technology far exceeds that of human beings. Many of the materials and elements required are not available on Earth. You can only rely on Jason to make it yourself. This process is almost the same as the process of upgrading Iron Man's chest reactor. Howard Stark by researching the Tesseract. A new fusion element was designed. Tony Stark to make it. Directly in the basement of the house, a small atomic collider was built. By hitting the core of the material with a beam of high-energy particles. To change the basic properties of the material. Get a new element. The same goes for the process Jason wants to undertake. It's a pity that we can't borrow the Large Particle Collider. Jason shook his head sadly. The scientific research tasks of the Large Atomic Collider built in Western Europe, which is tens of kilometers long, have been scheduled for decades. Even the powerful Wayne family would not be able to jump in line. Moreover, using a large atomic collider is not conducive to confidentiality. He could only settle for the next best thing and build a small collider himself. Barely usable. Skynet builds a three-dimensional model. Preparing a simulated space folding device. Jason coughed and said, the subdimensional energy manipulation device is a very large device. In order to be able to mobilize subdimensional energy from the main universe, there are many auxiliary devices inside the device to break through the limitations of Marvel Universe. Naturally, the size of the instrument has also become very large. I want to reduce such a large ring to file size that can be worn on my finger. You need to use the space folding device. The technological content of this device is also very high. The principle is to use a machine to generate a large gravitational field and remember the gravitational distortion to manipulate space. The technical principles are almost magical. If the instrument is built large enough, it can even create the ultimate weapon, the gravity dome. A weapon capable of controlling the trajectory of external planets on Earth is a weapon capable of destroying stars. Definitely, want to do this. The resources needed cannot be achieved by relying on the Earth alone, and he can't do it yet. After thinking about it, Jason said, Skynet, how is the mining base on Mars? As early as when the steel armor was developed, Jason sent his own fully automated mining team to Mars. It is also equipped with a sub-body program of Skynet to control the mining behavior of the base. Master, according to the communication 3 days ago the base has begun preliminary operations. Skynet reports. Jason nodded when he heard this. After all, the resources on Earth are limited. As he masters more and more technology, he naturally needs more and more resources. It is difficult to meet his requirements with the resources on Earth alone. Jason had already prepared for a rainy day and was eyeing the resources in the universe. And a planet with a thin atmosphere. It is very likely that some rare minerals from the universe will appear. He will make a lot of money after that time. As for the question of whether it can sail in the universe, that's too simple. S.H.I.E.L.D's Quinjet can be modified for space navigation, so why can't his steel suit? It's just that without a jump engine, he can't carry out long-distance interstellar navigation. Traveling within the solar system is no problem at all. Prepare to renovate the factory and start preparations for manufacturing. Buy several farms in the southern suburbs of Gotham and prepare to build large factories. Jason once again asked Skynet to give him a reminder. Science and technology are a system. If you want to study something, you need the entire industrial system to work together. It's like saying that he was from his previous life. In top laboratories, the world's top equipment can be manufactured. But technology still lags behind the world powers. Why? It is because the entire industrial system is backward. Manufacturing things can only rely on fate, and yield and accuracy are both issues. The same goes for Jason's desire to build equipment. A subdimensional energy manipulator has nearly tens of millions of parts. It is more complex than the most complex space shuttle in the world today. There is no support from an industrial system. There was no way he could build such a device. Needless to say, he will also create other new technologies in the future. Alas, it's a pity that technology still can't reach it. It would be great if we had a planet forge, but now we can only make do with a 10,000 ton casting press. When he said this, King Qian, Jason's face was full of regret. The chronology of technology is really serious. This kind of high-end technology directly provided is very difficult to restore. It's like you gave a primitive person a mobile phone and asked them to make it. This is simply impossible. Although he is now manufacturing equipment in front of him. But that's just make do. The quality is not great. It needs to be replaced after a few uses. However, the industrial system on Earth limits his technological development. He had no choice but to make do with it. Side. Jason designed all the projects. Enter all the data information into Skynet's database. Then use Skynet's computing power to build the model. Even, Jason based on his own understanding. Improvements have been made to these things. The final draft was completed very quickly. You only need to make the core in the laboratory. You can use factory-assembled instruments. Gravity and space are very closely related. We can even say, gravity occurs, in part, because of the curvature of space. Space fluid material forms a momentum flux gradient due to its velocity gradient in a certain direction. Momentum flux gradient energy generates potential pressure energy. Potential pressure energy is the fundamental reason for the formation of gravity. On the contrary, if gravity is created, space will be disturbed to some extent, thereby realizing the folding and passage of space. Jason was reading information in the laboratory. The old man Fox ran to his laboratory again. Jason, what are you studying? Wormhole or jump drive? Fox's old face was full of excitement. As Chief Technology Officer of Wayne Group, although he may not be able to research this technology, he still has a vision. He only read part of the information and realized that what Jason was studying was related to space. When did you come in? Jason put down the information in his hand and asked in surprise. When you were reading the information just now, and I've been coming in for a long time, Fox said with a lewd smile. Jason couldn't help but touch his forehead. He finally knew how Tony Stark felt. Why did he directly change the password for the 130 doors of the laboratory later? Just because there are too many idle people like this and they always like to disturb other people's research. Tell me, Mr. Fox, what do you want to do? Jason said helplessly. I just want to learn a little bit of technique. What are you studying? Fox asked, licking an old face. Jason stroked his forehead helplessly. This old man is so shameless. If not, look at Fox is the chief technical director of Wayne Group. For having made so many contributions to his family, he had already controlled the armor and thrown him out. He sighed and spoke. I'm studying gravity and want to interfere with space from the indoor level. Create some kind of small space folding device. Hearing this, Fox's eyes lit up. Graviton. That's right. Jason nodded. There are 4 basic forces in the universe: strong interaction, weak interaction, electromagnetic force, and gravity. The first 3 forces have been unified by the Standard Model into one generation mechanism, which is the transmission of messenger particles between matter particles. Existing scientific theories prove that fermions constitute matter, bosons transmit information, and strong interaction means the exchange of gluons between quarks. The weak interaction is the exchange of W and Z bosons between atoms. The electromagnetic force is the exchange of photons between matter. These 3 forces are caused by the exchange of material particles with messenger particles. So based on this basis, scientists on Earth hypothesize that the creation of gravity is also based on this theory, and the particles that can produce gravity are called gravitons. Unfortunately, the existence of such particles has not been proven on Earth, but in Jason's eyes, this is indeed confirmed. The graviton is not actually a particle, but a middle string. According to string theory, the graviton is a closed string with no rest mass and a self-selected value of 2. According to human technology, such strings cannot yet be observed. That's why some people say, gravity is actually the ultimate high-latitude energy. It is a force that leaks from high latitudes to low latitudes. Therefore, the real difficulty of this technology is how to generate gravitons. Fox didn't know much, but he understood the significance of gravitons. Did you observe gravitons? Fox said in shock. Well, it should be considered an observation. Jason nodded and said, how did you do that? Fox looked at Jason with burning eyes. Curiosity for knowledge slowly filled his eyes. Nothing, just expanded string theory. Jason said lightly. That expression made Fox want to hit someone. Fox felt very uncomfortable when he saw Jason talking so easily. The expression on his face was as if he had eaten a dead fly. Did you know this was a Nobel Prize-winning achievement? Jason curled his lips when he heard this. Nobel Prize? This thing has no use in the Marvel world. Hydra leaders like Alexander Pierce can win Nobel Prizes. What's even more ridiculous is that he refused. How can this Nobel Prize be fair? Jason wasn't even interested. Nobel Prize, forget it. I'm going, those old men should be sad. Jason said nonchalantly. Fox stopped, his heart howling. Even though he was quite old, he still couldn't bear it. The gap between people is really too big. He wasn't even nominated for a Nobel Prize, and no one even bothered to win this award. It took a long time to calm down my emotions. Fox spoke again. What new understanding do you have of string theory? Jason glanced at Fox and said, string theory is a very basic burst theory. String theory believes that the world is not composed of various elementary particles, but a very tiny string. It is the different vibrations and movements of this string that produce various basic particles. But we can't observe strings, so humans think string theory is a theory. But I've made a new discovery. Space has 3 expanded dimensions, namely length, width, and height, and 6 curled dimensions, curled up on the space of the Planck length. Strings are wrapped around or attached to such spatial dimensions, vibrating in all directions. According to the different dimensions of the curled dimension, the strings have different lengths and shapes, which produce various winding energy and vibration energy. Thus, point-like particles and forces of various properties are formed, and the particles synthesize different substances. There are gravitons in this. We just simulate the string through the machine. You can generate gravity through the compilation of different frequencies and vibrations. Jason said this, paused, and looked at Fox. This is incredible. Fox digested it for a long time before speaking. Your research is even comparable to that of Einstein. I'm afraid the only living scientist who can compare with you is Dr. Bruce Banner. Fox shook his head and said, okay. Jason nodded calmly. He really couldn't compare to these two. Einstein, that is a mountain that physicists cannot climb. Bruce Banner is the first person in the field of modern physical theory research. A power that can be hung on the wall and admired while it is alive. although it seems that Bruce Banner failed to develop anything great. But in fact, current physics is based on the theories he studied. And this guy has 7 PhDs. Geniuses like Tony Stark only have 2 PhDs. He was just relying on the system. It's really incomparable. All the engineering wonders of the world. The theoretical foundation must be prepared in advance. Want to create a string? First we need to understand what a string is. A string is a kind of energy, a linear amount of energy that can vibrate at a fixed frequency. This energy creates various elementary particles through vibrations. Jason has long mastered the essence of string theory. Once the machine was in place, he directly built the space folding device. By generating gravity through gravitons, the existence of space is indirectly controlled to achieve the folding effect. It took nearly half a month of effort. The instruments he needed were produced by Skynet. The resources consumed are astronomical. If it weren't for the Martian mining mecha coming back, I'm afraid Wayne Group will go bankrupt. But it's all worth it. Crystal resonance sequence, atomic manipulation unit, high-energy ion beam device. Jason went through Skynet and slowly counted. Can the lifespan of these Skynet devices achieve the expected results? Jason asked while looking at the list in front of him. Master, we can achieve the desired results. It's just that because the material strength and fatigue limit are limited, it needs to be replaced frequently. We need stronger synthesis materials. Skynet reported meticulously. Jason nodded. Enough. With the development of technology, we will have enough excellent materials. Jason seemed calm, but in fact he was constantly wailing in his heart. If he hadn't seen the material in the document, he would never have been so gloomy. Look at what people are using. The Planet Forge uses the core pressure of the entire planet to forge materials. Floating mining ships mine minerals directly on small stars. The star core drill directly mines the materials in the star core of the wilderness planet. In addition to these, there are many equipments that he can't even imagine. Look at the things in your hands, and then look at the things in the data. He could only be jealous of the separation. After calming down my emotions, I continued my inventory. After counting all the equipment, Jason sent him to the automatic assembly factory for assembly. This step is not difficult at all and is very fast. Wait until Jason has finished dinner. A silver white metal device more than 4 meters tall that looks like a donut has been delivered to his laboratory. Test it and see if there's anything wrong with it. Jason burped and said to Skynet. Several small drones flew up. Several beams of light hit the machinery. The inspection was completed, the assembly was perfect, and there was no interruption in the path. Skynet replied concisely. Okay, start supplying energy. Jason entered the safety control room and started giving orders directly. Jason finished. A mechanical armor held a few bucket-thick wires and pulled them over, directly connected together. The reactor is in fully powered mode, ready to connect to another reactor at any time. Jason directed again. The energy consumption of the space folding device is very scary. Otherwise, 5 highest level function wires are needed for power supply. To avoid accidents, he even prepared a second reactor. I'm just afraid of not having enough energy. Following Jason's order, the reactor behind him began to roar, and there was a strange smell in the air. The reactor was operating to its limits. A normal phenomenon that occurs when the internal electric current ionizes the air. Soon, the energy in the reactor reaches a threshold. The lights above the reactor began to flash wildly. Start connecting the energy and prepare to start. Jason ordered. The switch on the cable is turned on. The electric current flows directly into the space folding device. A blue transparent light suddenly flashed on the silver-white ring. There seemed to be 2 more circles of red lights on the torus. Immediate follower. A light blue light appeared in the center of the ring. Then start clockwise and pretend to understand. The entire laboratory began to glow blue. Jason's face was filled with surprise when he saw this scene. Reaching this step means you have succeeded. It was indeed as expected. After a moment, the blue light in the ring was distorted. It's like there's something there. Jason knew that was a sign that space was successfully distorted. Skynet, detect the physical constants there. Detect energy fluctuations. Start turning in the experimental equipment. The experiment is successful enough to perform space folding. Jason gave orders. His eyes were fixed on the manipulator next to the machine. The manipulator is placing a metal device into the space distortion in the middle. Soon, Jason saw a magical scene. The more than 20 centimeters of detection device was put in. It was like passing through a layer of water in midair. Jason only saw a ripple in the air. The device becomes like a Rubik's Cube. File size. Jason's face was overjoyed. Quick, check the parameters passed out. Try to adjust the spatial folding ratio. Testing whether living creatures can enter. Jason spoke out another order. The cages for the live animals were also brought up. Unfortunately, it is exactly as described in the technical information. The poor rabbit was cut into half. The half that was sent into the equipment directly turned into tiny elementary particles. Record, space folding device, whether there is any difference in high energy vibration frequency. It is extremely lethal, and organic matter cannot survive. The possibility of making it into a weapon can be considered. As Jason spoke, he asked Skynet to record his observations. Soon the experimental data was almost collected. Skynet, shut down. Look at how much energy is being used. Master, I'm afraid the reactor needs to replace its energy core. Skynet's voice was also unusually helpless. Jason Company even became twisted. This is a very large reactor. Can power the entire Gotham City for a month? The power is out? Jason almost vomited blood. No wonder people invented this kind of thing after their civilization has developed to that extent. Just this energy consumption. It is not something that lower civilizations can afford. Fortunately, this effect is solidified. It only takes this once. Otherwise he would have to vomit blood. Jason suddenly felt envious of the Ancient One and his group of magicians. The educational level of these people is probably not as good as that of an ordinary college student. But controlling space is like playing. It doesn't consume energy. This made Jason envious of his separation. No wonder Comrade Strange, the chief disciple of Ancient One, was Blacken. Once said, "The world is like this because there are too many magicians." Now it seems that is indeed the case. It's something that a scientist like him can do with so much effort. People just chanted a mantra and it was done. Doesn't this destroy the balance? Magicians should disappear. Jason muttered a few words with sadness. Comment. The core of the subdimensional energy manipulation device. In fact, it is a space folding device. After completing this part, Jason's task has actually been completed. The rest is repetitive work. Just need to make another gravity operating device. Had a cup of coffee. Jason started his F-King again. And just when Jason was building his own machine, in another part of Gotham, someone is also busy. Gotham is a city of prosperity and crime. Both the most prosperous and the darkest places in the world can be found in this city. Night. It's the darkest time in Gotham. Many people started their own ulterior transactions under the cover of night. And on the outskirts of Gotham, there is such a prosperous manor. At the moment, the manor was very lively, with countless upper-class people holding wine glasses, changing glasses. It looks like a peaceful and prosperous scene. At the top of the manor, two people, whose faces were hidden in the darkness, were having a conversation. Joker is dead. A man with a ruby brooch on his chest spoke. When the person sitting opposite him heard this, he picked up his wine glass and took a sip of red wine. He spoke in a very calm tone. Who did it? Wayne Group, said the man wearing the ruby brooch. Oh, it turns out to be that little guy Bruce, really. It's nice to be young. The man holding the red wine glass sighed and said, "We're missing a chess piece. Bruce Wayne has gone too far." The man wearing the ruby brooch said angrily, "You are too impatient, you are just a pawn. The benefits that Wayne Group has brought to us are far greater than this chess piece. I heard recently that Bruce Wayne's illegitimate son has come up with something amazing. That's a good thing for us. As for Bruce Wayne, he likes justice, so let him do it. We should be more tolerant towards young people, shouldn't we?" Shaking the red wine glass in his hand, the man said gently. The man wearing the ruby brooch was still a little depressed. "Humph, he didn't cause trouble in your territory. This month alone, he has caused me millions of dollars in losses. Bruce Wayne must be taught a lesson. Otherwise, he will feel that Batman has the final say in Gotham." The man wearing the ruby brooch said something viciously. "Then just send out a chess piece. Always give energetic young people something to do." The man holding the red wine glass said calmly. "Send out the claws. Teach him a tough lesson." The man wearing the ruby brooch had a fierce look in his eyes. "No, it's not yet time. The claws can't appear. We have a greater good with Bruce Wayne alive." The man holding the red wine glass shook his head. "But," the man wearing the ruby brooch was still a little reluctant. "Enough. It's just a loss of millions. No big deal, we'll compensate you. But don't think about doing it again. As a newcomer, the first thing you have to do is understand the rules of the game." The man holding the red wine glass put down the glass, stared at the man opposite and said. The man with the ruby saw a fierce glint in his eyes. My heart palpitated. "All right. But you have to send a more powerful chess piece. Batman must be taught a lesson. It's natural. Let's stimulate Dr. Victor. It just so happens that our organization is very interested in his skills. It's okay to let him cause some trouble for Batman." The man holding the red wine glass smiled and said, "Are you sure he can? He's just a scientist." The man wearing the ruby brooch asked doubtfully. "Definitely doable. Everyone has the potential to be a chess piece. We just need to inspire it. What's more, aren't you interested in Dr. Victor's cryonics technology?" After taking a sip of red wine, the man smiled and said. Hearing this, the man wearing the ruby brooch was also moved. "As long as we are human, we cannot escape death. If you could freeze yourself, waiting for the point where life extension technology becomes available to them, there are huge amounts of temptation." Thinking of this, he no longer objected. "Well, that's him. Let's see if Dr. Victor can bring us enough surprises." Seeing the man agree, the man holding the red wine glass smiled with satisfaction. "Very good, I'll contact the people there to take action." After saying that, he took a sip of red wine again, with a smile on his face. The next day, there was a dispute in a private company's laboratory in Gotham. "Jim, you can't do this." Victor Fries, wearing a white coat, shouted angrily at Jim opposite. "I'm sorry, Victor. The company can no longer support your research. Obviously, your research does not bring enough benefits to our company. Although we are friends. But business is business. Okay, turn off the power." Jim ignored Victor's pleading and asked his men to turn off the power. At the same time, he directly took the USB flash drive and copied the laboratory information. "Victor, these things should be considered as compensation for the company." Jim smiled 800 times and walked out of the laboratory with the USB flash drive. By the way, take good care of Dr. Victor. Let him pack his things. After saying that, Jim left the laboratory without any hesitation. Several security personnel looked at each other, then proceed to cut off the power to the laboratory. No, you can't do that. Dr. Victor rushed forward frantically, trying to stop the security personnel. It's just that he, an experimenter, is no match for a big-bodied security guard. Easily thrown aside. Dr. Victor, be quiet. It would be bad if you get hurt. A security guard smiled. Just unplugged the power supply. No. Victor let out a wail of pain. The security personnel didn't take it seriously either. I thought Victor was in so much pain because the laboratory was defunded. They didn't notice. Because the power is turned off. Behind them, huge amounts of white gas began to leak from a metal tank. Then it quickly spread from the laboratory. Several security personnel did not move. It was directly frozen into an ice sculpture by the white gas. The smile even stayed on his face. On the other hand, Dr. Victor was kneeling on the ground. Not only did it not turn into an ice sculpture, the body was still absorbing the white mist, and the skin became pale, like a dead man. Gotham is a very strange city. Even during the day, the sky is often covered with gray clouds. The whole city seemed a little lifeless. Jason glanced at the sky and complained. Dive into the laboratory again. His research work has come to an end. He will soon be able to create a complete version of the single-dimensional energy manipulator. Therefore, the whole person became a little excited. Jason had just been in the mood for a while. I saw Alfred helping Bruce Wayne walk into the laboratory. Something is very wrong with Bruce Wayne. He didn't even take off his bat armor. It took Alfred's support to reluctantly walk in. Jason frowned when he saw this. Quickly walked up and lifted Bruce Wayne. As soon as he touched Bruce Wayne's suit, Jason's hands felt cold. It seems that Bruce Wayne is not wearing a carbon fiber armor, but a piece of ice. Feeling the piercing coldness of the ninja, Jason helped Bruce Wayne lie down on the scanning equipment. Then he quickly shook his hands and breathed a sigh of relief. Grandpa Alfred, what's going on? Jason was confused. It's only October now, still at the tail end of summer. The temperature in Gotham City is still not low, and some people even wear short sleeves on the streets. Bruce Wayne is covered in ice. It's like a trip to the North Pole. This made him very strange. Have no idea. Alfred shook his head. The master went out last night, and I only found him in the manor this morning. It seemed like the whole person had lost consciousness. Jason heard this and glanced at Bruce Wayne. Needless to say, Bruce Wayne must have been doing some good deeds again last night. Then we encountered some difficult opponent. Don't be beaten like this. However, I don't know who took action. Bruce Wayne is like frozen meat taken out of the refrigerator. 80% of the entire body was covered in frostbite. The body temperature is also very low. If an ordinary person had injuries like his, he would have died 10,000 times. I looked at the test report given by Skynet. Jason sighed deeply. Bruce Wayne can survive. It's truly a miracle. Skynet, activate life support mode. Inject nutrient solution. Raise the temperature slowly. Jason spoke slowly. Now he doesn't dare touch Bruce Wayne. Because of the low temperature, the armor on his body was frozen with his skin. Take it off now. I'm afraid the skin will peel off a layer. We can only wait for the temperature to rise slowly. Master, is he okay? Alfred asked worriedly. As he spoke, he also took off the heavy gloves he used to roast the turkey. Jason looked at the corner of his mouth and twitched. Sure enough, ginger is still spicy. He is still too young. It's okay, Alfred wants it too. Don't worry. It'll be fine soon. Jason shook his head and said something to Alfred. Then he spoke again. Skynet, Comrade Dr. Connors, come here. Human trials of extremis have come to an end. It has been confirmed that its function is indeed very powerful, and there are no side effects. Connors is now back to health. Jason just wanted Connors to come over and give Bruce Wayne a shot. By then this injury will naturally not be a problem. At Jason's call, Dr. Connors hurried over soon. Mr. Jason, what happened? Connors walked in hurriedly and asked. Jason asked directly without answering. Did you bring the desperate potion? Jason was afraid that Extremis' name would cause controversy or be discovered. He simply renamed the virus, changed to desperate potion, and it is divided into several versions. The ultimate version is physical fitness that can heal injuries and strengthen. Normally, you can only restore a broken limb once, and the energy will be exhausted. Extremis died immediately due to the inability to transcribe. These are the results of Dr. Connor's research. I brought it. I brought the most advanced version of the medicine pavilion. Who wants to use it? Connors looked at the two able-bodied guys asking questions in front of him in surprise. Jason pointed with his finger. Connors noticed that there was a person lying on the instrument next to him. He looked carefully at this strange man in black clothes and armor. Connors was suddenly startled. Batman. Then he looked at Jason with a shocked face, wanting an answer. Jason had no intention of explaining anything to Dr. Connors. Bruce Wayne doesn't necessarily want his identity revealed. Don't be too surprised, Dr. Connors. The identity of the patient is not important, the main thing is the treatment, isn't it? Jason said, giving Dr. Connors a meaningful look. Dr. Connors was shocked. He seemed to have discovered something extraordinary. You won't be silenced, right? Connors said tremblingly. That's right, Mr. Jason, I will take care of you now. With that said, he opened the portable cryogenic box next to him. He took out the desperate potion in a test tube. Then he put the light yellow desperate potion on the machine. The medicine was injected into Bruce Wayne's body along with the nutrient solution. After finishing, Dr. Connors touched the cold sweat on his forehead. With such a simple action, he seemed to have done something big. Okay, Mr. Jason. We just need to wait for the potion to take effect. Thank you, Dr. Connors. Please take a look here and monitor the patient's physical condition, Jason said with a smile. Connors wanted to say something. He is a scientist, not a caregiver. However, he still chose from the bottom of his heart without saying anything, and quietly looked at the data on the machine. More than half an hour passed. Dr. Connors breathed a sigh of relief. Mr. Jason, it's no problem. The patient's physical signs have basically stabilized. Just wait until he wakes up. Connors wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and said, Okay, thank you, doctor. You go back to the laboratory first. And doctor, you don't have to be so nervous at all. I won't kill anyone and silence them, Jason said speechlessly. I heard the words kill and silence. Dr. Connors shuddered. He said with a wry smile on his face. I know. Jason looked at Dr. Connors and was speechless. These intellectuals are too timid. I also like to think blindly. He is not a terrorist, he kills people and silences them at every turn. Seeing Connors' nervous look, Jason couldn't bear it. Okay, Dr. Connors, go back and study it quickly. Don't think blindly. When Dr. Connors heard this, he felt like he was being pardoned and quickly left the country. Please gift power stones. Jason looked at Dr. Connors, who left in a hurry. The expression on his face was unusually speechless. He turned to look at Alfred and asked, Grandpa Alfred, am I scary? Alfred smiled when he heard this. Young master, you are not angry and have authority. It is a sign of the temperament of a superior. Jason nodded when he heard this. No wonder Alfred has been the butler of the Wayne family for so many years. Look at how well people talk. If Jason didn't have a strong idea in his heart, he would really believe it. Jason was enjoying Alfred's full compliment service. There was a groan from the one next to me. Well, Alfred heard the sound and quickly moved forward. Master, how do you feel? He asked, looking at Bruce Wayne lying with concern. After a while, Bruce Wayne finally wakes up. It feels pretty good now. Bruce Wayne sat up from his seat and moved his body. Accidentally, the scanner was hit to pieces. Alarms sounded throughout the laboratory. Bruce Wayne looked at Jason awkwardly. Jason, what's going on? It's okay, it's normal. Jason looked at the data in his hand and said, Killian is that weakling. After being injected with the medicine of extremis, everyone can gain strength beyond ordinary people. Pure strength can even compete with steel armor. Bruce Wayne is a guy who has developed his body to its human extreme. The increase in strength is naturally more obvious. It is completely normal to be temporarily unable to control your power to make a sudden payment. Squeezing the muscles on Bruce Wayne's body. Let's take a look at the basic constants measured by machines. Jason nodded. It's really no problem. This is a trivial side effect of the therapeutic agent. Just train for a while and it will be fine. Now we should talk about what's going on, right? Who made you like this? Jason looked at Bruce Wayne strangely. To be honest, in all of Gotham City, Batman's combat capabilities are top-notch. There are only a few superhumans in Gotham who are very powerful. Like Joker, Two-Face, Harley Quinn, etc., most of the physical fitness is not as good as Bruce Wayne. They all commit crimes based on their IQ. Nothing like New York City next door. The villains in it generally have low IQs, but are powerful. Like Lizard Man, Hulk, Juggernaut, and the like. They are all examples of reckless men. If these people were in Gotham City, they would have beaten Batman to death tens of thousands of times. But there are few such reckless men in Gotham City, so he's weird. Who made Bruce Wayne look like this? It's Frozen Man. Bruce Wayne moved his arms carefully and said with a wry smile. Frozen Man. Jason quickly searched through his memory. Soon a villain came to the rescue. Frozen Man is a cryogenic scientist. The research is on human cryogenic freezing. It was just because of an accident that his body cells changed. He can only survive at low temperatures. So he built himself a suit of armor. Various freezing weapons were also invented. Start making waves in Gotham City. He seemed to remember. This Frozen Man is a psychopath. He believes that everything in the world is most beautiful when frozen. How did Bruce Wayne get into trouble with him? How did you end up with Frozen Man? Jason asked a little gossipy. Although Frozen Man is a psycho, but he's not like that lunatic Joker who goes around wreaking havoc. He prefers to have sex with his frozen wife. Rarely come out to cause trouble. Jason was a little surprised how Bruce Wayne could fight with him. When Bruce Wayne heard him ask this, a wry smile appeared on his face. Last night, I went to patrol the economic zone. Then I happened to see him killing people, so I rushed to stop him. Who would have thought? The rest of the words were too shameful for Bruce Wayne to say. Then you are really unlucky. Jason looked at Bruce Wayne with sympathy on his face. Why is Bruce Wayne so unlucky? Because he actually rarely goes to the economic zone. The economic zone is actually a relatively prosperous part of Gotham City. A large part of the police force is here to ensure the safety here. Bruce Wayne spends most of his time in downtown. Justice is maintained in this mixed bag. I went to the economic zone by chance. I didn't expect to meet such a ruthless character. Suffered a big loss. Jason could only say that he was unlucky. Saw Jason say this. Bruce Wayne could only shake his head helplessly. Even if he didn't meet him last night, he would meet Frozen Man sooner or later. Let a super ability criminal do his own crime in Gotham City. It's just too dangerous. Just last night, at least a dozen ordinary people were affected. According to his situation, I'm afraid these people are already in trouble. Thinking of this, Bruce Wayne eagerly wanted to rush out and bring Frozen Man to justice. Jason saw what he was thinking in Bruce Wayne's eyes. Don't even think about it. What you need most right now is rest. The effects of hypothermia are not that easy to recover from. Besides, you still need to get used to the surge in power. It's not a smart thing to do right now. But Bruce Wayne still wanted to refute what Jason said. But Jason spoke first. No, but if you don't want to be in a wheelchair for the rest of your life, you'd better listen to me. Jason interrupted Bruce Wayne directly. It's not that serious though, but it also has a certain impact. What if Bruce Wayne ran out to fight again? In addition, Extremis consumes a lot of energy to transform the body. I'm afraid Bruce Wayne is really going to play Gigi. Batman's name became famous. Bruce Wayne sighed deeply when he heard Jason's words. Sit back together. He knew Jason was doing it for his own good. It's just that he really doesn't worry about the safety of Gotham City. Jason felt helpless when he saw Bruce Wayne's appearance. Batman lowered his head and looked a little pitiful. Jason was helpless. He could only speak. Okay, you can save me for training. At worst, I'll help you catch Frozen Man tonight. Bruce Wayne's eyes lit up when he heard this. Then I'll bother you, Jason. Jason looked at Bruce Wayne, whose face changed instantly. My heart keeps wailing. This Bruce Wayne is not honest either. Don't show any mercy to your son. Since he promised to help Bruce Wayne solve the Frozen Man problem, Jason won't push the envelope. But before that, he still has some preparation work to do. First, it took him 2 days to complete the subdimensional space manipulator. Look at the silver white ring on your index finger. Jason couldn't help but sigh deeply. Technology is also a very magical force. No wonder the man in the white coat called this thing the Supreme Lord of the Rings. Now it seems, although it is not far away. What is the difference between this ability to suddenly emit super low temperatures and magic? With a sigh, Jason put down the ring to observe himself. Skynet, bring up yesterday's surveillance. Jason said something to Skynet. The economic zone is a relatively prosperous area of Gotham. To ensure the safety here, there is still a lot of security on the block. In addition, yesterday Bruce Wayne and Frozen Man made a big fuss. Half the block was cordoned off. Dozens of stores have been directly transformed into ice and snow parks. Naturally, a lot of video material was left behind. Before dealing with Frozen Man, he naturally had to study these video materials carefully. Only by knowing yourself and the enemy can you fight without danger. Soon enough video materials were collected on the internet. Looking at that number, I'm afraid it's even more complete than the police station's information. 363. After Jason got the information, he began to observe it carefully. The armor on Frozen Man is not pretty. It looks like a biochemical suit used for biological control. A device on the face similar to a gas mask should be used for breathing. Carrying a flamethrower-like device on his back. It's just that white mist is sprayed out. These white gases have extremely low temperatures. Spray it onto an object and a layer of ice will be created directly. The human body even turns directly into an ice sculpture. In Jason's opinion, such a temperature is at least nearly 100 degrees below zero. Moreover, these mists seem to have another mystery. To know, heat conduction takes time. Even if you are temporarily exposed to low temperatures of hundreds of degrees below zero, your body will not freeze immediately. Rather, it requires a process in which temperature is slowly conducted. Until all the heat inside the body disappears, the human body will be frozen. But the Frozen Man sprays mist. But it allows the human body to freeze in just a few seconds, and the effect is very magical. In Jason's view, this technology allows rapid temperature conduction. It is more important than freezing technology. Skynet, record this. It is worth noting that Frozen Man is suspected of possessing a highly efficient heat transfer agent. Other abilities are not great. To deal with low temperatures, a heating device can be installed inside the armor. Non-icing materials can be used on the surface of the armor. After thinking for a while, Jason added again. Surface materials should resist low temperature brittleness. Order Type 2 cryogenic alloy from Stark Industries. Touching his chin, Jason recorded again. Frozen Man's surface armor is suspected to have bulletproof capabilities. It still needs to be verified. The possibility of having other abilities cannot be ruled out. After some analysis, Jason suddenly felt. This Frozen Man is just a chicken? The reason why Bruce Wayne can't be beaten is because he is too good. Think about it. He also couldn't imagine what abilities Frozen Man had that could threaten him. So what if his freezing ability is stronger? As long as the armor's arc reactor energy is not exhausted, Frozen Man can't possibly pose any threat to him. Just keep having a fever. After thinking about it, Jason shook his head. He also thought wrong. It's not that Bruce Wayne is too weak, but he is too strong. The steel armor is technology that can fight against cosmic giants like Thanos. Rockets from advanced civilizations in the universe all believe that this technology has certain merits. Use steel armor to deal with this kind of villain who can't get away in a city. It is indeed a bit bullying, Jason said with a smile. Skynet, trace the whereabouts of Frozen Man. Frozen Man appears in the economic zone for a reason. He showed up here to rob a bank, CFCA. Jason knew it after thinking about it. The life experiences of such scientists are similar. Taking money from other companies and researching for decades, nothing can be achieved. Then he was cut out of the laboratory. Then Blacken takes revenge on the world. Dr. Connors is like this, and this frozen man is probably similar. But such extreme people are not worthy of pity. This company is not a charity. Consider the benefit of the company. It would be nice to support your research for a while. If you can't produce results, you still want to use other people's funds. Where in the world can such good things happen? All he can say is that a villain is a villain. No matter how miserable the treatment is, it is not worthy of sympathy. Hulk Dr. Bruce Banner. The experience was also extremely miserable, not only because he was plotted against me. He was almost arrested by his father-in-law, but there is still no Blacken. Always feeling guilty about the things I did. Even incognito. Children in slums are treated for free. This is the difference. So Jason doesn't feel any guilt at all when dealing with this frozen man. Just as Jason was thinking, Skynet's voice rang. Find the traces of frozen man. At 43 Grandy Street. Jason's mouth twitched when he heard the address. It's true that the most dangerous place is the safest place. Hiding directly next to the police station? Less than a block away. How brave? Gotham City's police are also trash. We can't control petty thieves on the streets. We can't control robberies, let alone supervillains. We don't dare to control them at all. I don't know what the purpose of this organization is. Are you really just waiting to clean up the floor after everything is over? A rant about the Gotham City Police Department. Jason issued his own order. Well, send a message to the police station and ask them to evacuate the nearby people. I remember Commissioner Gordon had a very good relationship with our Wayne family. Let him help. Tell him there's biological contamination found nearby. Seize the time and let people organize an evacuation. Jason coughed and said, Gotham's police are very competent at doing this kind of thing. In this place where the upper class is extremely corrupt and the upper class people are all equipped with guns, it is not easy to do this. After the transformation of the armor is completed, we will send it out. Prepare my own armor, and I'll join in the fun. Jason said something. After building the atomic collider, he also upgraded the core of the armor, replaced with new elements developed by Tony Stark. Both output power and battery life have been greatly improved. Found an opportunity this time. Naturally, he wanted to test the combat effectiveness of the new generation of armor. Thinking about it, I am still a little excited. Commissioner Gordon of Gotham City has an old friendship with the Wayne family. It's also wonderful to say, when Commissioner Gordon was an agent, the first case on the stall, it's the case where Bruce Wayne's parents were shot. The Wayne couple, who adhered to the principle of not taking bodyguards when going out, went out to watch a movie, and were all killed by a gangster. The young Bruce Wayne I met at that time was the first police officer I met. That's Director Gordon now. Gordon, who had just returned from the army, was still a very upright man. Soon he became friends with Bruce Wayne. However, compared to the upright and young Director Gordon at the time, Commissioner Gordon now, it is undoubtedly much more tactful. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to hang out in the muddy waters of Gotham for so many years. Little Jason, are there really biological weapons here? Director Gordon looked at Jason and said cautiously. Jason glanced at Commissioner Gordon. Whether there are biological and chemical weapons inside really depends on the situation. Just like when the bald eagle said that oil countries have biological and chemical weapons. It may not be there at first, but you have to search. Biochemical weapons can definitely be found. As for the biochemical weapon, was it already inside? Then Jason can't guarantee it. Of course Jason couldn't say that. He just told lies with his eyes open. Definitely. A business partner of our Wayne Group people told us the news. Director Gordon, I will not deceive you about this kind of thing. We'd better stay away and let professionals handle these things. Commissioner Gordon shouldn't have him. He nodded deeply, turned around and left. Not the slightest hesitation. After Commissioner Gordon left, Jason waved. A large truck drove over. 10 pieces of steel armor got off the train uniformly. The 8 pieces of armor are ordinary models, but they have been modified. There are 2 armors that look very special. The paint on the body is fiery red. The body even looks like a jar. In place of the arms are 2 flame spouts. This is a modified model specially modified by Jason to deal with Frozen Man. Jason didn't speak until everything was ready. Skynet, what's going on with Frozen Man? After Jason finished speaking, a video appeared in his helmet. What is playing is the scene inside Frozen Man's laboratory. I don't know if it's ignorance or arrogance. Entire blocks were evacuated. The Frozen Man inside seemed unaware. He kept saying something to a female corpse in the machine. Seeing this, Jason felt a chill in his heart. Sure enough, he is insane and cannot be understood. Jason muttered. Skynet, directly send fighter planes to blast it forcefully. Jason gave an order, and the 4 armors formed a tactical formation and surrounded him. The house where Frozen Man is located is nothing more than an ordinary residence, although modified by Frozen Man. But in front of the armor, these defenses are made of paper. 3 strikes, 5 divided by 2, several pieces of armor controlled by Skynet rushed in directly. It's just that I just took 2 steps. Jason saw a burst of white mist appear inside the camera. The 4 steel armors immediately froze in place. The body is covered with white frost. Several gunshots were heard inside the house. The 4 pieces of steel armor were shattered like glass handicrafts. It was directly broken into pieces. Jason's eyes narrowed when he saw this. Metal does show a certain degree of low temperature brittleness below the base temperature. But there is a limit to this. Metal is still metal no matter how brittle it is. There is no way it is as brittle as glass. Not to mention, Jason still uses low temperature alloys specially ordered from Stark Industries. It is said that it can maintain its properties at low temperatures of -200 degrees Celsius. But now it seems that this is nonsense. Even a piece of pig iron performs better than this low temperature alloy. Stark, you profiteer. He cursed Tony Stark bitterly. Skynet, send out the fire bats directly. Seeing that something was wrong, Jason directly dispatched 2 special models of armor. These 2 modified armors with specially reinforced armor have much better cold resistance than ordinary armors. Under the control of Skynet, 2 pieces of orange-red armor walked up with heavy steps. The heavy armor stepped on the ground, making a thumping sound. 2 armors just walked in front of the door. A white mist spurted out from inside. The bodies of the 2 fire bats were immediately covered with frost. But the fire bat is not as fragile as ordinary armor. A red light flashed across his body. Action was quickly resumed. There was a buzzing sound all around. It was like a red-hot iron thrown into ice. The 2 arms were raised directly, and flames more than 20 meters long were sprayed directly from the 2 flame jets, immediately mixed with the white mist. A white mist formed in the sky. It works. It seems that this low-temperature spray has not reached the level of freezing flames. The fire bat is not loaded with ordinary oil. It is a mixture of phospholipids and high-energy aviation chemical fuels. Can burn even underwater. No need for oxygen at all. Although this white mist has the ability to freeze instantly, but it's obviously not strong enough to crush this kind of gunpowder. 0. Increase the jet power and suppress these white mist. Jason ordered again. Also, we will send infrastructure-modified fire bats from the group. Jason frowned. Frozen Man is also a wizard. The developed freezing spray actually managed to compete with the 4 flamethrowers. It's really eye-catching. These are 4 flamethrowers, enough to burn down a forest. Watching the 2 sides remain at loggerheads, Jason shouted directly through the loudspeaker. Dr. Victor, how about we talk? There is absolutely no need for us to fight to the death. Besides, Dr. Victor, how long can you last? My supplies are unlimited. Jason shouted a few words, hoping that Victor inside would be shaken. Unfortunately, his strategy didn't work. Frozen Man remained silent in the house, just constantly fighting against the fire bats. The surrounding air is filled with mist formed by water vapor condensation. It makes this place look hazy and shadowy. Jason frowned when he saw the situation. We are preparing to send a few ordinary armors to support, but he hasn't done it yet. I heard 2 sharp whistles coming from the room. It sounded like the sound of an RPG in midair. Then there were 2 soft pops. The 2 fire bats immediately lost their connection. Jason frowned. The expression on his face became ugly. Jason looked at the red panel in front of him. The expression on his face is very ugly. Unexpectedly, the fire bat specially modified for Frozen Man was directly destroyed. A sensor mounted inside the fire bat. The last message sent only showed that the temperature of the fire bat dropped sharply. For a moment, the 2 fire bats were immediately taken off the production line. Jason didn't even understand what Frozen Man did. Skynet, turn on the detection equipment and see what happened. Let the ordinary armor go up and activate the overload mode. Jason issued the order. He directly put on the armor and hid behind the heavy truck. He is not ready to appear in front of Frozen Man until the situation is unclear. Who knows what methods this guy used? Even the fire bats can't stop it. The armor on his body was even more unstoppable. Skynet, a direct and indiscriminate saturation attack. 003. Don't talk to him anymore. Jason saw that the situation was not good and gave the order directly. Originally he wanted to talk to Frozen Man. It seems completely unnecessary now. It's safer to kill it directly. Jason ordered. The remaining 4 pieces of steel armor raised their hands and started shooting. Blue energy cannons shot into the fog like raindrops. The entire neighborhood suddenly heard the sound of an explosion. Director Gordon, who was listening a block away, felt his heart palpitate. Thinking in his heart, it's a good thing that he didn't go in, otherwise he would be delivering food. Stay far away and keep a safe distance. He scolded the members of the police station. Director Gordon retreated several dozen meters again. The other side. Jason's saturation attack has almost come to an end. Several nearby residential buildings were directly flattened, and the ground was full of building debris. At this time, another giant transport truck also arrived. The inside of the carriage is like dumplings. Dozens of pieces of armor jumped out from inside. Saw these armors arriving. Jason's confidence suddenly became stronger. Skynet, blow away these fogs. The mist and dust greatly restricted his field of vision. Neither the infrared camera nor the temperature difference camera can detect anything. Jason had no choice but to expel the fog. With the work of several pieces of armor, the fog that obscured his vision quickly disappeared. The scene inside is revealed. It looks very old inside, and the buildings that were built more than 30 years ago have long since disappeared. Instead, a semicircular shield was buckled to the ground. The shield looks like it's made of ice. There is still a white cold air emanating from it. It was this thing that blocked the attack of the armor just now. Jason frowned. He fired the ionizing weapon cannon directly. This ionization cannon really made a difference. There is a file-sized dent on the bowl edge on the ice shield, but it was quickly repaired, and it looked as if the shield was alive. Skynet, destroy it directly. Jason waved his hand calmly. This thing just looks amazing. Just a turtle shell. As long as the attack power is strong enough, it's easy to fight. Jason gave an order, and rocket nests appeared directly on the shoulders of dozens of armors. Nearly 100 javelin armor-piercing rounds were fired directly. This weapon is capable of penetrating the frontal armor of tanks. Compared with ionization cannon, it has stronger penetrating power. The armor-piercing projectile was launched and directly penetrated the ice shield. If there is, it is stuck halfway. A few milliseconds later, all javelin armor-piercing shells exploded directly. There were nearly 100 fireworks in front of Jason. A mushroom cloud rose directly from the ground. The scene was extremely spectacular. After the smoke cleared, a figure appeared in the smoke that had almost disappeared. None other than Frozen Man. However, Frozen Man is not in very good condition at the moment. The armor on his body was badly damaged, revealing his pale skin. There was also constant white air conditioning emanating from inside. Next to him is a silver white ice coffin with a corpse inside. Cough cough, cough cough. Why? Why did you do that? Frozen Man turned his head to Jason. The mask on his face was half broken. The exposed half was also covered in blood and looked very ferocious. Even though Frozen Man has reached this point, Jason still hasn't let down his guard. It has no meaning at all from my past. The direct operator walked over in his own spare armor. Why? When you kill someone, shouldn't you think of what will happen to you? Because of your actions yesterday, more than 30 innocent civilians died on the entire street. After Jason finished speaking, he stopped and closed his mouth. Frozen Man's quick freezing spray is fatal to ordinary people. As long as they cannot be sent to the hospital in time, hypothermia will soon kill these people. If it weren't for the Batmobile, Bruce Wayne might not have survived. Now that Frozen Man said this, Jason found it ridiculous. Those who kill will always be killed. So that's it. Another pretentious superhero. I never thought I would die in the hands of someone like you. I'm obviously taking them to eternal art. Why don't you understand? Jason curled his lips when he saw the somewhat nervous Frozen Man. Lifting it directly to the palm, blue energy gathered in the palm of the hand. I also sent you to the world of art. Why don't you understand? Frozen Man looked at the blue light on the mecha in front of him. I choked all of a sudden. Ha 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 ha. After half a day, Frozen Man spoke. After letting out a very heart-wrenching laugh, Jason couldn't help but retreat a few hundred meters again. Why are you laughing? After feeling that he was safe, Jason controlled the armor and spoke. Why are you laughing? I'm laughing. Even if I die, I will be buried with a funny person like you. Ha ha ha. While laughing wildly, more and more white mist formed on Frozen Man's body. There was white mist constantly emanating from the gaps in his armor, spreading to the surroundings. Ice crystals were visible to the naked eye in the air and fell to the ground. Jason's expression changed and he wanted to retreat, but found out. At some point, a layer of invisible ice had frozen his mecha to the ground. Even the thrusters underneath the armor couldn't be started. Frozen Man raised his head and glanced at Jason. Don't waste your efforts, you can't escape. Laughed crazily a few times. Frozen Man opened the ice coffin and hugged the dead body inside. Then the whole person suddenly exploded. A large white mist spread directly towards the surroundings. The ice visible to the naked eye begins to spread from here. Spread directly over a distance of several hundred meters. Everything within this range was quickly frozen. The transparent ice cubes surrounding everything look very beautiful. Jason only felt a chill. Jason looked at the ice less than 10 meters away from him. I felt scared for a while. Fortunately, he was smart and retreated several hundred meters in time. Almost to the outskirts of the block. Otherwise, I will really die with this Frozen Man. However, he sent nearly 100 battle armors. 2 modified heavy goods vehicles. All were frozen inside. I'm afraid even if it is taken out, it probably won't be usable. It can be said that it is really a heavy loss. Looking at the ice sculpture in the frozen center with hatred, Jason spat. Sure enough, these villains are all madmen. Whether it's Joker or Frozen Man, they are all lunatics who do not value other people's lives. He is almost dead, and he still needs to plot against him. If he wasn't smart, I'm afraid he would be the one living here. Jason spat beside him for a long time. The system prompt came belatedly. The host contacts the plot characters. Extraction technology and rapid freezing technology of human body. Hearing the system prompts, Jason felt better. With a depressed sigh, Jason spoke. Skynet, send armor to clean up the scene. Destroy all the evidence that shouldn't exist. After giving Skynet a few instructions, Jason put away his armor and walked outside. Soon, Jason reached the blockade. Director Gordon saw Jason coming out and quickly came over to greet him. How's little Jason doing? Is the crisis resolved? Gordon's face was filled with worry. Just now, whether it was the huge amounts of explosions or the mushroom clouds in the sky, he was a little worried. Afraid of leakage of biological and chemical weapons. It evolved into a crisis that affected the entire Gotham City. If that's the case, I'm afraid he's done as the director. Jason saw the anxious look on Gordon's face. He just sighed. Gordon immediately trembled when he saw it. Director Gordon, although the biological and chemical weapons have been destroyed by our blast. But Jason made such a turn. Director Gordon finally felt relieved again. Little Jason, it's time now, so stop showing off. Tell me what's going on. When Jason heard what he said, he gave him a reassuring look. Don't worry, Commissioner Gordon. It's nothing serious. There was just a little problem. Although the biological and chemical weapons were destroyed, there was still some leakage. I'm afraid it will be closed for a certain period of time. Many residences in the neighborhood were also destroyed. But out of humanitarianism, our Wayne Group will provide certain compensation to these people. Jason explained it in one breath. Commissioner Gordon breathed a sigh of relief. Then he said somewhat coquettishly, "Isn't this bad? The Gotham City government should provide subsidies." Forget it, Commissioner Gordon. It's better to expect a sow to climb a tree than to expect the Gotham government. A few years ago, the Gotham government talked about repairing roads, but it has been almost 5 years. Isn't it money from our Wayne Group? Jason pouted and said, "The existence of the Gotham government is entirely a stage created by these politicians to fight among themselves. Governments elsewhere. How much meaning does it need to shout a slogan during an election campaign? Gotham City's politicians are great. That's a real slogan. I've never seen them actually take action. Every year, the bragging is loud and clear, and in the end the money comes from the Wayne Group. Over the decades, the money invested by the Gotham City government in Gotham is less than $1 billion US. Can you believe it? This is a city as prosperous as New York. You can imagine what kind of politicians Gotham City is. Commissioner Gordon is a veteran. Obviously I know this is a bit unrealistic." He smiled awkwardly and didn't mention it again. "Okay then, I'll make arrangements for the isolation. Kindness. Director Gordon just needs to isolate this place and that'll be fine. We at Wayne Group will take care of the rest. Don't put those punks and thieves in there. There are some homeless people, so don't put them in either. It's really dangerous in there." Jason repeated again. He really has little faith in Gotham City's police. These people make extra money for themselves, take bribes and bend the law, and each one is better than the other. But it's really about my own job. That's it. In addition, the bottom citizens of Gotham City are not so easy to manage in the first place. The people who live in this neighborhood are either hoodlums or gangsters, drug addicts, and gangsters. None of them are good people. Maybe these people didn't believe the police's explanation and wanted to go in and find something cheap or something. Thinking of this, Jason also thought of it. He should build another line of defense inside. Otherwise, it would not be a good thing if his information is really leaked. Farewell to busy Commissioner Gordon. Jason used Skynet to arrange the plan again, and a mechanical defense line was established. Use drones for comprehensive surveillance. Anyone who tries to sneak in will be knocked down by anesthesia. When they woke up, it was all over. Jason thought about it and felt that there was no loophole. I returned to the laboratory feeling relaxed. He obtained a piece of technology from Frozen Man's corpse. Just check it out now. Human body rapid freezing technology. Jason inadvertently read out the name of this technology. Cryonics technology. In fact, many people are studying it now. The application of this technology generally only has two aspects. On the one hand, it is to carry out long-term space navigation. If the engine technology is not good enough, you cannot jump through the jump point. Interplanetary travel can only be achieved through long interstellar voyages. At this time, cryonics technology will be useful. The voyage begins with freezing and waits until reaching the destination east. Don't worry about the lifespan being consumed by sailing for decades or hundreds of years. The second aspect is to use it directly on people. If you get a disease that is currently untreatable, your body will be frozen until it can be treated and then thawed. Or freeze yourself after getting old and frail. After the technology to extend life is available, it will be thawed again. In the world, this thing is only for rich people. The poor cannot afford it. For him, it is of no use. The effect of extremis is much more powerful than this thing. It can directly repair wounds and cure diseases. What is the use of cryonics? There may be unforeseen risks. In comparison, cryonics technology extends lifespan and is useful for freezing time. Jason is more optimistic about its application in weapons. He is very greedy for the frozen weapons made by Frozen Man. The power is almost comparable to the weapons on the armor. It is very effective against many specific opponents, like those who play with fire. Meet this weapon dust. I'm afraid I'll be caught blind. Jason has been hiding in his laboratory. Began to study the weaponization process of human rapid freezing technology. This is not an easy process. The rapid freezing technology of human body is used to save people, while the other is used to kill people. There is still a big gap. Prerequisites for cryonics. It is to replace all the blood inside the human body with refrigerated liquid. Prevents the generation of ice crystals inside human cells from damaging human cells. As a weapon, this process is not required at all. Frozen Man's cryonics technology combines freezing agents with refrigeration fluid. While freezing, perform blood transfusion. Very genius idea. However, this also caused a lot of trouble for Jason. He's not like that pervert Frozen Man. The body has been modified not to be afraid of low temperatures at all. Every time you study this kind of potion, you need to make careful calculations. Research is naturally much more difficult. Failed again. Jason angrily disposed of the mice that were used as test subjects. He cursed in great annoyance. The difficulty of this technique for him was much more difficult than he thought. He actually had no idea for a moment. He was a little envious of Tony Stark now. Such a smart mind. Studying other technologies only requires a little understanding. He is obviously a PhD in engineering. It only took a few weeks to resolve Extremis on Little Pepper. More popular than Deadman? With a sigh, Jason prepared to continue his research. Before he could do anything, his cell phone rang. Buzz 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 buzz. Jason smiled helplessly. As soon as he thought about Tony Stark, this guy came with news. Does this count as telepathy? Hello, Tony. Looking for me? Do you know something big is going on in New York? Tony Stark's voice was a little solemn. Jason is a little strange. New York is the most prosperous city in the entire America Empire. America's pearl. Even Washington, the capital, is not as popular as New York. The defense here is naturally very tight. Not only are America's most well-trained police officers there, but the headquarters of several intelligence agencies are located here. S.H.I.E.L.D's headquarters is here. There is also the National Guard on the outside. What can they do? What big thing could happen in New York? Aliens have invaded. Jason asked playfully. If only this were the case, I could still help. There are monsters in New York, and the entire Fifth Avenue is basically destroyed. Tony Stark said with a heavy tone. What? What kind of monster is so powerful? Are you people in New York just living on a dry diet? Without saying a word, Jason opened his mouth to shoot the map. Fifth Avenue is one of the busiest streets in New York. He actually let everyone else destroy it? What kind of monster is so stupid? Could it be that Loki brought the Chidori in advance? Hearing Jason ask this, Tony Stark was filled with anger. It wasn't General Ross, this old bastard, who directly asked the army to surround the place. Don't let outsiders interfere at all. When someone enters Fifth Avenue, he just opens fire. This old guy deserves to go to hell. The damage to Fifth Avenue is all on him. Tony Stark kept cursing, sounding very annoyed. But Jason didn't notice this. Instead, he felt a thump in his heart. The Ross you are talking about is not the American Air Force Lieutenant General, is he? The general who took control of a military base. That's right, it's this old bastard. You know him? Tony Stark said bitterly. No, naturally, he knew this General Ross. Otherwise, this old bastard is Hulk's father-in-law. If he guessed correctly, the two monsters in New York are probably monster abominations created by Hulk and the military. No wonder it can turn the whole of New York upside down. Fortunately, Tony Stark didn't go. Even if he went there, he would be beaten to death. Inside Avengers, the strongest in melee combat is probably Hulk, when empty-handed. Thor, the second-generation god, was all punished. Tony Stark's current small suit. I can only deliver food when I go there. Ahem. Tony, I advise you not to get involved. You can't get involved in this matter. And I'm afraid it won't be of any use if you go. I'm afraid you can't defeat either of those two monsters. What? How do you know? Jason, are you hiding something from me? You seem to be very familiar with these two monsters. Tony Stark asked. Ahem. Actually, you also know that monster, and you may have communicated with him. Jason spoke again. Impossible, how could I possibly know such a person? Tony Stark flatly rejected it. How is it impossible, Dr. Bruce Banner? Don't say you don't know him. Jason said something. What? You said that monster is Dr. Bruce Banner. This is impossible. Dr. Banner disappeared 5 years ago. Tony Stark's voice went up an octave. Tony Stark always thought, except for a certain little brat in this world, only Dr. Bruce Banner can compare with him. He and Bruce Banner have always been close friends. In addition, he was quite absurd when he was young, and he was a little unhappy when he met Dr. Banner. So the two rarely communicate. When he learned that Bruce Banner was missing, he was sad for a while. Now I hear that Bruce Banner has turned into a monster. How could he accept it? Ahem, I'll send you a piece of information. Take a good look at it yourself. But don't make it public. I got this from the military. Jason coughed awkwardly and sent a piece of information. After Tony Stark received it, he looked at it indifferently. As for stealing information from the military, he doesn't care at all. He does this kind of thing the most. Whether it is the military or the American government, he is on the blacklist. And both the military and the government are building paper databases. Everyone understands that it is for defense. Getting some information from the military is a trivial matter. A few minutes of work. Tony Stark read through the information in his hand. Ross, this old bastard, really deserves to go to hell. It's really too much to persecute Dr. Banner like this. Tony Stark said angrily. Jason also coughed when he heard this. Ross, this old bastard, is really not a thing. Always likes to make trouble. But it seemed like every time he caused trouble for Banner, he was the one who was unlucky. This time it seems that he has lost his military position. I can only run away to join politics. Eventually he became the Minister of Defense. As expected, only such a shameless old bastard can survive in both the military and political circles. Speaking of Dr. Banner, both Jason and Tony Stark fell silent. One is feeling sorry for what happened to Dr. Banner. The other one is thinking about how to get Dr. Banner into his own hands. Even if it is, you can't get it to be your subordinate. It's good to have a good relationship now. There was silence for a long time. Tony Stark then spoke. Jason, do you really think you can't intervene? How to intervene? Let's not talk about whether you can stop those two guys on the street. You can't even get through the military blockade. Ross is a genuine Air Force Lieutenant General. Jason shook his head and said, The American military has always had a posture of not losing its tail. As the largest military force in the world, it spends the most military expenditures every year. The Bald Eagle's military is very powerful. The energy in the hands of an Air Force lieutenant general is very powerful. A lieutenant general with real power is probably more powerful than some civilian generals. The government of America at home is originally a system of mutual disputes. Wait until the order comes from above. I'm afraid the dailies are getting cold. Even so to Tony Stark. But Jason himself had a little thought in mind. There is no way to help inside the military encirclement. But we can wait until Dr. Banner breaks out on his own? Whether it was helping Dr. Banner hide his whereabouts afterwards, or getting it into his own laboratory, it's all a sure profit. Tony Stark is careless. Of course I don't know what Jason is thinking in his heart. Hear Jason say that. He also knew that his own ideas were simply unrealistic. After saying a few words gloomily, he hung up the communication directly. Wait until Tony Stark cuts off the communication. Jason then spoke. Skynet, hurry up, bring out the surveillance on 5th Avenue and see how the situation is. Also, call all the cameras in the area. Get ready to follow Bruce Banner's trail. Also, send the Shadow Armor to New York on standby. The Shadow Armor is a special type of armor that he specially modified. The combat effectiveness is very low, but the hiding ability and speed are top-notch. Almost no radar reflection. The matching optical camouflage can completely achieve the purpose of invisibility in the dark night. Enough to transport Bruce Banner away from New York without a trace. In fact, Jason has always felt that. Bruce Banner's escape from New York. I'm afraid S.H.I.E.L.D is behind this. Nick Fury, a bald guy, probably had his eye on Bruce Banner from the beginning. Otherwise, there would be no one to help hide the traces. It would not be easy for Bruce Banner to hide his traces. The military's tracking technology is very advanced. Whether it is military satellites or electronic communication technology, unless Bruce Banner is hiding in the deep mountains and forests, it is impossible to escape tracking. Now, he was about to prepare and go directly to intercept whose SHIELD. Jason thought for a moment. Skynet has brought out the surveillance on 5th Avenue. He also quietly invaded a military satellite over New York to provide him with a better view. Jason turned his attention to the screen. I saw a scene after the war. The originally very bustling 5th Avenue. It was almost in ruins. There were fires and exploding cars everywhere. People's cries and shouts. There were also occasional gunshots, making the whole environment extremely noisy. Jason frowned as he looked at it. In this chaotic situation, according to the character of New York people, I'm afraid it's not safe. Normally, the security situation in New York is not very good. It is common to rob convenience stores in broad daylight. Not to mention the current chaotic situation. I'm afraid that fires in many places were deliberately set by someone. But that's not something he should worry about. Shaking his head, he turned his attention to another screen. That's exactly what happens when Hulk and the Abomination fight. These two bodies are extremely perverted. The fight was really punching and extremely exciting. The muffled sound made by the two people's struggle even made Jason's stereo blare. The two of them had a heated fight. But the soldiers in the military suffered a lot. The M1 tank was originally able to show off its power on the battlefield of oil countries. It's like a toy inside the two monsters. From time to time, these two guys would directly pick it up and use it as a weapon. Then it fell into pieces. One can imagine the fate of the bald eagle soldier inside. Therefore, Ross is really capable of becoming the Minister of National Defense after something like this happened. The situation on the battlefield is changing rapidly. Whether it's Dr. Banner or the sub-personality Hulk in his body, he's not much of a character who's good at fighting. In front of the hatred of a special soldier, it is simply not enough. He was quickly suppressed and put at a disadvantage. Abomination seized the opportunity and kicked him out. A very cruel smile appeared on Hade's twisted face. Hulk, today is the day you die. Having this kind of power but not knowing how to use it is a waste. When Hulk heard this, he roared. Then he rushed up. However, Jason noticed it keenly. When Abomination received Hulk's fist again, he began to feel a little powerless. Jason's mouth twitched when he saw this. Tell me, what are you doing with this exciting thing when you have nothing to do? Hulk is a monster that gets stronger the angrier it gets. During the Great War in New York, he even stopped the Hulkbuster armor with one hand. That thing is probably at least several thousand tons. I hate a pirated product and dare to be so provocative. He doesn't know who gave him the courage. Have you listened to too many songs? Sure enough, as Jason expected, the situation quickly changed. As the level of anger increases, Hulk's fists are getting heavier and heavier. Even though he started to hate him, he could still rely on his superb fighting skills to survive. Later, under absolute power, he was beaten so hard that he kept retreating. Even under this situation, the hater with a big head couldn't stop talking. Impossible, how is this possible? I am the strongest. As soon as he said this, he was punched in the face by Hulk, and several teeth flew out. Hulk could even directly grab the bone spurs on Abomination's back and break them off with a roar. Looking at Jason from far away in Gotham, he took a deep breath. Can't afford to offend, can't afford to offend. This fat green guy is so crazy that he is no longer human. He just saw that the tank's main gun hit the bone spikes on Abomination's back without any damage. The sturdiness is probably slightly better than his armor. Just break it with your hand? This is a human being? When I used to watch movies, Jason still doesn't understand how powerful Hulk is. Watching the live broadcast now, you can see how powerful Hulk is. I'm afraid he's wearing a battle armor and won't be able to take a punch easily. The result is no longer in doubt. Although Abomination has gained huge amounts of power, it is still a knockoff. After Banner's power becomes stronger and stronger, all that's left is being beaten. Hulk even developed his own air cannon, directly utilizing huge amounts of force to squeeze the air. The shockwave sent out immediately staggered Abomination. Then he rushed forward and gave him a good punch. Abomination was immediately stunned. The extraordinary resilience in his body has lost its effect. This is like killing Hulk on the Asgard immigration ship more than 10 years later. Causes huge amounts of damage in an instant. It also takes a long time to recover. Hate is what it is now. Autism was directly hit by huge amounts of force. Pale green blood flowed from the corners of his mouth. The arrogant momentum just now disappeared, and the whole person fell into a semi-conscious state. But Hulk didn't stop. Just pressed the hatred to the ground. The fists of the sandbag file size rained down on Abomination's body. Jason felt a little numb when he saw it. Very. Too cruel. This time it is considered the resilience of hatred. I'm afraid I won't be able to recover if I don't lie in the hospital for half a year. I don't know how many times I was hit. Until you hit it so hard that you have more air coming out and less air coming in, and it's almost impossible to see the original appearance. Hulk was the first to listen. He looked up to the sky and let out a roar. He looked at General Ross in the helicopter next to him with murderous eyes. This made General Ross, who was always known as a tough guy, couldn't help but tremble. Fortunately he has a good daughter, even if he protects Ross. Otherwise, a new record will be added to the United States of America. After World War II, the highest-ranking military officer was killed. Hulk looked at his girlfriend. There was a hint of tenderness in his eyes. He let out a roar and then rushed away quickly. Seeing Hulk escape, General Ross stood up from behind his daughter angrily. "Chase me? If you let him run away, wait until you take me to a military court." At Ross's command, the bald eagle soldier who was watching the show just now followed reluctantly. That dawdling posture. Those who don't know really think that they are good soldiers who love their people like their own children. Jason chuckled when he saw this scene in Gotham. At the same time, my heart moved. The opportunity has come. Skynet, lock him. Let the shadow armor be in place quickly. Jason said a few words quickly. Target locked? The armor will be in place in 2 minutes. Skynet's unheard voice came to mind. Hulk huge amounts of figure. Even in the night, it is very obvious. With the help of military satellites, locking down Hulk is very easy. The American soldiers behind Hulk did not have such luck. There are many situations on the trail. Either we encountered a car that had an accident or civilians blocking the road. After a while, Hulk disappeared directly. Jason looked at the scene. He hummed twice. If this was correct, he would have eaten the table in front of him. When did the American people dare to stop the car of the American soldiers? These people are not good birds. Killing civilians has no psychological burden at all. Moreover, perform military missions. There will be no court-martial at all. When something goes wrong, it's the superior officer who takes the blame. He didn't believe that the bald eagle man was so bold. Even if you don't take a shot from a gun, it will be very uncomfortable to be hit by a gun butt. Someone must be up to something behind this. Either Nick Fury or his old nemesis Hydra. Not many people in New York can react so quickly and use this kind of power. Ignore these guys. Jason's eyes quickly followed Hulk's. However, at the moment Hulk entered a park directly, the green body disappeared into the woods. It soon disappeared. Jason knew that Hulk must have turned into Dr. Banner and hid directly. Skynet, is the armor in place? Activate the life detection device. Find Dr. Banner. The battle armor is in place and the life detection device is turned on. Skynet's voice fell. There was a radar map in front of Jason. Several red dots appeared on it, meaning these are human beings. Among them, Dr. Banner's spot of light is particularly dazzling. However, apart from Dr. Banner, there are also fainter spots of light in this forest. But it has nothing to do with him. Skynet, control the armor and kill all these people. Let them have a good sleep. Jason said with a smirk on his face. The armor with the word shadow was originally used for sneaking into assassinations and escaping. In addition to the poisonous needles that kill people, the body is equipped with anesthesia weapons. No matter what these people do, I'm afraid I'm going to have a good dream tonight. Let Skynet control the armor to clear out these redundant people. Jason directly took over control of a piece of armor and went in towards Bruce Banner. In the life detector display, Bruce Banner's spotlight is particularly dazzling. And he stayed in the middle of the woods and didn't move for a long time. Jason guessed that Bruce Banner might be taking a break. After transforming into Hulk, he went through such a battle. Bruce Banner was obviously very tired. Jason controls the fast-moving armor. Soon, we arrived near Bruce Banner. Originally, he wanted to observe it in the woods, but I didn't expect it. He just arrived nearby. Bruce Banner spoke. Who? Bruce Banner's voice was full of caution. There is still a bit of uncertainty, and it seems that today's experience has had a great impact on him. Dr. Banner, I don't mean any harm. As Jason spoke, he controlled the armor and walked out. Wireless-controlled robot. The military's technology is really advanced. Bruce Banner scoffed. Dr. Banner, you misunderstood. I am not from the military. Jason defended himself. You are not from the military, how could you find me here? Bruce Banner taunted again. Jason looked at young Bruce Banner carefully. I have never experienced the nearly 10 years of living in the slums. Bruce Banner is obviously much more irritable now. The character doesn't look very good either. Not at all like the very gentle Donnie many years later. The tone was also full of provocation. But considering his experience, Jason can understand. If he was domestically abused by his father since he was a child, the character may be worse. Bruce Banner was a bit beyond Jason's expectations, acting very aggressive, and the distrust in his tone could be heard by Jason even through his armor. However, I just experienced something like this. This situation is no exception. Jason grew up in the slums of Gotham, so he understands it very well. Dr. Banner, I know you don't trust me now, but actually, I really want to help you. Hearing Jason's words, Bruce Banner's eyes became even more sarcastic. I have no relatives, why are you helping me? Are you an angel sent by God? Jason looked helplessly at Bruce Banner in front of him. No wonder Tony Stark can hang out with Bruce Banner. Both people are the same person. When I was young, he has a bad mouth and is very unpleasant. That guy Tony Stark often hung up on him in the middle of the night. Get him out of bed. Completely disregarding his thoughts. He is also very sarcastic when he talks. He is often so angry that others want to tear his mouth apart. Now he felt it again in Bruce Banner. If he hadn't been unable to defeat him, Jason would have taken action directly. It seems that Dr. Bruce Banner has not experienced the beating from society yet. Wait until he has lived in the slums for a few years. The whole person will become gentle. Thinking of this, Jason had no intention of continuing to communicate with him. Okay, Dr. Banner, think whatever you like. I won't tell you more. These are for you, bye-bye. And remember, my name is Jason Wayne. After saying that, Jason controlled the armor and turned around to leave. Wait until you leave. Jason just thought about it. It's not a good thing to have Bruce Banner now. Dr. Banner now is nothing like he will be a few years ago. Have good control ability. It can explode at any time. When the time comes, he will be the unlucky one. Forget it, let him fend for himself. We can communicate later after forming a good relationship. Thinking of this, Jason's mood improved again. Not as disappointed as before. As soon as he relaxed, the system's beep sounded in his mind. Get in touch with plot characters. Extraction technology. Extraction technology. Extract. The sound of Jason's system seemed to be stuck, and his heart suddenly jumped. This is what he depends on for a living. It won't break, right? The expression on Jason's face suddenly turned ugly. If I had known earlier, he wouldn't have been so curious and came to see Dr. Banner. Okay now, the system is going to crash. What should I do? Just when Jason was extremely anxious, suddenly, a sharp system prompt sounded in his mind. Warn. Warn. Unknown data intrusion detected. Unknown data intrusion detected. Execute emergency countermeasures. The Sonic Void engine is temporarily activated. The cosmological constant is being assimilated. Please authorize the firing of the Sonic energy disintegration cannon. I don't know if it's an illusion. Jason always felt like there was a little bit of emotion in the system. But at this time, I can't care too much. Jason said anxiously. Authorize. Authorize now. Get authorization. The nether energy disintegration weapon is being charged. Cross-domain attack ready. Sending extra-dimensional interference. The underlying coordinate space is locked. The nether energy disintegration cannon is fully charged. Execute the strike. The moment the system sound fell, several great beings in this universe suddenly felt heart palpitations. A blue beam of light was emitted from an unknown place in the universe, shooting straight towards the bottom of the universe. This beam of light is not like an ordinary light. Instead, it looks like blue crystal. It looks extremely crystal clear. However, after just one look, a sense of danger arises from the bottom of my heart. Beam directly traveled through countless spaces and came to the bottom of the universe. This is the deepest part of the universe. All the evil and darkness in the entire universe comes from here. The 5 gods of the main universe call this place Hell. There is a green door above the main space of Hell. It is engraved with the marks of countless gods. The marks of eternity, death, destruction, etc. are all engraved here. Block the passage to Hell. And inside the gate, there is something indescribable. This indescribable thing is indescribably long. Even if it's just a quick glance, the soul will become crazy and twisted. Hoarse whispers continued to sound from nearby. All hell is calling the name of this indescribable thing. Oba? It's a pity, it was almost. A male or female voice sounded from here. The tone was full of regret. After saying that, Oba huddled up lazily. However, as soon as it relaxed, it felt a sense of horror in its heart. In an instant, countless defenses were set up around him. A blue beam of light shuttled in directly from the outside world. The door covered with seals seemed to not exist at all, and was directly penetrated by this blue beam of light. The way Oba was established is like paper, with layers falling apart. The blue beam directly hit the main body of Oba. Blue crystals spread directly on Oba's body. Then it slowly breaks apart. Became the tiniest particle in the universe. The blue light constantly spreads, until Oba only has 1/10 of the body left under it. The energy of the blue beam was slowly consumed. No. The sound of despair spreads in this hell. Countless amounts of black gas began to gather near the Oba. Started to repair his body. However, this process will be extremely long. And on the other side, Jason had no idea what was going on in the hell of the universe. He was anxiously waiting for news from the system. Good thing. The system's beep sounded quickly in his mind. Reach the goal. Emergency counterattack mechanism is closed. The regular system is coming online. General system loading completed. Congratulations to the host, the permissions have been upgraded. Authority increased to censorship. Inspector, you can choose from one of the following technologies. General knowledge on nuclear physics of Type 1 civilization. Gamma strengthening potion. A kind of general knowledge of civilized creatures. The options cannot be changed once selected. Please choose carefully. System notifications sounded in Jason's mind. Jason was overwhelmed by what he heard. What followed was unbearable ecstasy. System privilege escalation. Is there such a good thing? Seeing the technology provided by the system, Jason was even more enthusiastic. Is this still a choice? Definitely choose Hulk potion. If the fist is big enough, who will study? Even knowledge has to bow before power to some extent. Jason never thought about it. His luck can be so good. Come out and watch the excitement, and you can even get a big gift package from the sky. Just do an upgrade slam. It not only gave him elevated system permissions, which was already exciting enough. Even Dr. Banner's housekeeping skills were revealed. When he thought about this, Jason just wanted to kiss Dr. Banner. No gay shit. He suppressed his excitement. Jason chose in his mind. Choose Gamma Strengthening Potion. Inspector, you have chosen Gamma Strengthening Medicine Potion. Technology is being released. Obacore Purification Liquid is being distributed. Please note that this item is unique and cannot be copied. Please use with caution. Jason was stunned when he heard this. This was the first time he had seen this kind of situation. The system actually proactively distributed materials. Then Jason lowered his head. On the table in front of him, at some point, there was a silver-white metal bottle. The surface of the bottle is very smooth. It doesn't look like metal at all, but like a gemstone. The bottle cap on top is also a bit ingenious. Completely integrated with the bottle. If it is not a system prompt. He thought the system had given him a piece of metal. Jason suddenly became interested. Through this bottle, can we tell the origin of the system? Skynet, check this bottle. Jason placed the bottle on top of the machine. A beam of light scanned from above. This is a new type of scanning tunneling microscope. The surface morphology of materials at the nanometer level can be observed. With this instrument, one can even see the whole picture of atoms. There are definitely no more than 50 such instruments in the world. Jason turned his gaze directly to the screen. But what shocked him was, what appeared on the electronic screen was a smooth plane, no different from what he observed with the naked eye. Jason's face was full of shock. The magnification of a scanning tunneling microscope is around 5,000 to 10,000 times. In theory, dogs can observe the shape of atoms. This happens now. This shows that the structure of this material is much smaller on a microscopic scale than he imagined. Scanning tunneling microscopy cannot observe its surface morphology at all. It's like looking at glass with a magnifying glass. No matter how much you zoom in, you still see a smooth surface. The magnification is not enough. Jason was not discouraged. He would only be disappointed if the things given by the system were so easy to study. Skynet conducts full spectrum analysis, X-ray scanning and particle beam interaction experiments, chromatography, mass spectrometry, and electrochemical analysis, electron energy analysis, differential thermal analysis, Mossbauer spectrum analysis. Jason talked about dozens of analysis methods in one go. It covers almost all research methods used by human civilization to study new materials. Soon the results were obtained by Skynet and displayed on the screen. Jason looked at the spectroscopic results given by the system. Then the whole person was blinded. The analysis results given by the system are empty. It cannot be said that it is completely blank. It can only be said that there are no peaks in the spectral analysis. Looking at the spectral analysis diagram is actually looking at the peaks of the reflected waves. Different materials produce different photon reflection wave peaks. It is through this difference that the different properties of various materials can be studied. However, the material given by the system has no peaks at all. The entire spectrum is flat. This indicates that this material absorbs all emitted light, and no particles are reflected back at all. Jason grabbed a handful of hair and took a breath. It's a system indeed. Just one material can break the imagination of the entire physics community. Jason immediately gave up the idea of continuing research. According to the technology he has now, there is simply no way to parse such material. Forget it, let's look at gamma strengthening technology. Anyway, there is no threat to the system now, Jason thought to himself. Not only did the system pose no threat, it also brought him many benefits. But Jason still felt a little uneasy. There is no such thing as a pie in the sky. Is it possible to give him such a huge benefit out of thin air without asking for anything in return? However, it is useless for him to think about this now. He hid his doubts in his heart. Then start looking at gamma strengthening potions. Gamma rays are a very common thing. Essentially, this is an electromagnetic wave. It is the same thing as the light, infrared, etc. we usually see. It's just that the wavelength is different. Because its wavelength is very short, the energy contained in photons is very high. It is also classified as a type of ionizing radiation. Moreover, gamma rays are produced when atoms decay and can also be converted into nuclear radiation. As the old saying goes, talking about toxicity without considering the dosage is just a hooliganism. The same goes for gamma rays. The gamma rays produced by the sun every day are refracted by the atmosphere, leaving only a small part. It poses no threat to the human body at all. Unless gamma rays are irradiated in large doses, the human body's adaptive ability is not afraid of this effect at all. It just so happens. The amount of gamma rays used in gamma-strengthening agents is the lethal dose. Ordinary people would die long ago after being exposed to gamma radiation through this method. Bruce Banner's survival was a complete coincidence. Fortunately, the safety of the system-modified medicines is still guaranteed. The principle is very simple. Gamma rays are used to cause benign mutagenesis of human cells. Enables human cells to absorb gamma rays to strengthen the human body. You can become stronger simply by basking in the sun. But, I don't know why. The medicine provided by the system does not have the effect that the angrier you are, the stronger it becomes. Corresponding. Even after modification, the human body will not change. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to bear the sight of turning into the Hulk. Even so, the effect of the potion is very powerful. And it can continuously absorb gamma rays, constantly becoming stronger. According to theory, if he keeps absorbing light, when the time is long enough, it is completely capable of becoming an immortal existence. Thinking of this, Jason felt excited. I can't wait to make the strengthening potion right away. Moreover, it is not only able to absorb the gamma range emitted by the sun. The arc reactor's cold nuclear fusion will also emit a small amount of gamma rays. In this way, it is simply double the happiness. Jason didn't even think about it again. Do you want to SOS Iron Man and install an arc reactor on the chest? Anyway, I already have the armor. There is no shame in building a reactor. The thought of a conflict later. Others finally broke through the armor. Only then did I realize that I was stronger than the armor. How desperate would that be? Jason smiled when he thought of this and couldn't help but dive directly into the laboratory. However, he always felt that he had forgotten something. At the same time, Dr. Banner in New York. Taking the money given by Jason, he was ready to escape. Suddenly my legs felt weak. The whole body seemed to be hollowed out. Human body modification is a very dangerous thing. If you are not careful, problems of this kind will occur. Taking a closer look at the entire universe, Captain America is the only one who has undergone human body modification without any problems. For other people, it's not because of physical problems. It's just a mental illness. For example, Dr. Bruce Banner directly suffered from schizophrenia. Jason naturally had to be fully prepared before making the potion before he would take it. First, just understand the principle of gamma strengthening potion. Before you figure this out, it was difficult for him to just take the potion. Only, this is easy to say. Without experimental subjects, it is very difficult to conduct research, especially in Dr. Banner's absence. He knows it very well. How do human cells absorb high-energy radiation? It's hard to understand that it relies on photosynthesis. Jason took a malicious look at the Hulk's skin color. Superman's hometown is green, and he can absorb solar radiation and become stronger. Hulk is also green and can absorb sunlight and become stronger. There might be some connection between these two. In my heart, I maliciously slandered the two guys who were not human beings. Jason began to prepare the potion. In fact, the configuration of gamma strengthening agent is not difficult. It is enough to synthesize according to the ratio of various substances given by the system. Finally add the vial of unknown substance given by the system. Even if the big 347 is done. Jason had seen that the medicines used in the formula were basically common high-energy nutrient solutions. Nothing special at all. So he waited until his potion ration was completed. His tests still showed no progress. Look at the bottle of liquid in front of you. Jason carefully took out a drop and tested the liquid. Skynet, provide the test results as soon as possible. Building molecular dynamics models. Jason made himself a cup of coffee and waited for the test results from Skynet. Soon, Skynet's test results came out. However, it was somewhat beyond his expectation. How can it be? His tests showed. The test results of this strengthening potion were no different from the nutrient solution he prepared. The bottle of unknown substance given by the system seemed to contain nothing at all. There are two possibilities. One is that the system is cheating him. The other is that his technology, CFBD, has not reached that level. He preferred to believe it was the latter. Jason's face looked uncertain. Skynet, showing molecular model. Simulating electron motion. See if the basic molecules of matter change. Jason said with a gloomy face. Soon, the molecular model was established by Skynet. Based on Skynet's powerful computing capabilities, the accuracy of this model is almost 99%. However, he still didn't find anything wrong with this molecular model. The expression on Jason's face became a little uncertain again. He thinks about it now. Should he try drinking these potions directly? In this way, he will face unknown risks. To be honest, now he is living a happy life. I don't want to bet on the probability that nothing will go wrong. But then he thought about it. This world doesn't seem to be a safe world. Not to mention that Thanos has already been plotting against the Earth in the universe for a long time. The few people Batman knows don't have fuel-efficient lamps. Something like Superman, Wonder Woman, etc. None of the villains he faced were easy to mess with. His environment was not as safe as he thought. Never mind. Stress the bold to death and starve the timid to death. Is there any way to gain strength without taking risks? Skynet, prepare a large gamma-ray emitter. Seal the laboratory and start radiating the ice wall device. Prepare high-concentration extremist stock solution and prepare first aid. Jason issued the order 3 times 5 times 2. He took off his clothes and lay down together. In his right hand is the bottle of gamma-strengthening potion he made. The instrument is charged and preparations for gamma-ray emission are complete. The atomic decay device is ready. High-energy extremist stock solution is ready. Skynet's emotionless voice sounded next to him. A trace of cruelty flashed in Jason's eyes. He poured the potion directly into his mouth. Those who saw him drank the potion. Skynet directly turned on the gamma-ray emission device. This device produces gamma rays through the decay of atoms. The instantaneous production of gamma rays can even exceed that of the sun. Ordinary people are in front of such a machine. In a matter of seconds, genetic collapse occurs. The body literally melted away within weeks. If the potion fails, it was inevitable that Jason would end up like this. So it's really a big gamble. The moment the instrument started, Jason didn't feel anything yet. I only feel the opposite angle of the spring breeze blowing on my face. On the contrary, it's a little comfortable. Soon, the situation changed. Jason felt as if there was an extra ball of lava in his body, constantly flowing in the body. Severe pain came out. In every cell of his body. It's like there is a steel needle stirring constantly. That feeling was like unexplainable. The suppressed pain burst out of his mouth. He knew that he had to be patient at this time. The cells in his body are being remodeled under the influence of gamma rays and agents. If he leaves at the moment, it is very likely that all his previous efforts will be wasted. There is even a risk of genetic collapse. Gritting his teeth, Jason slowly endured it. A few minutes. In Jason's eyes, it seemed like several years had passed. Fortunately, it was very quick. The pain dissipated like a tide. It turned into a warm feeling. Made Jason feel very comfortable. Skynet, is the gamma-ray emission device still on? Yes, Master. The gamma-ray device is still on. There was also a hint of surprise in Tianwang's tone, which had always been calm. Obviously, Jason's current situation and changes in his body are very strange. Master, your body has changed. What changes? Jason said. Upon hearing Jason's question, Skynet placed a photo directly in front of him. What in the name of Holy Mother? Is this me? Jason looked at the people on the screen and was shocked. It was really such a big change that he couldn't believe it. Although he has an adult soul. But because of his age, Jason is still a little kid. Less than 1.5 meters tall. He is a bit short among his peers. Coupled with the previous malnutrition, Jason was as thin as a bamboo pole. There is not even an ounce of meat on the body. If it wasn't for its good looks, it would really be unwatchable. But now, huge amounts of changes took place in his whole being. If it weren't for Skynet's inability to lie, he would even think that Skynet put his head on Bruce Wayne's body. It's incredible that the effect of the gamma-strengthening potion is much better than Jason imagined. It's not just physical fitness that has changed. Even the appearance has changed. It's like Captain America was injected with the super soldier serum. Suddenly he became a muscular tyrant. Looking at the muscles on his body, Jason nodded with satisfaction. Next time you see Tony Stark, be sure to mock him. Even though he is only 1.6 meters tall, he mocks him every day for being 1.5 meters tall. It's simply too much. Now, it's time for him to feel his own pain. I smiled a little wretchedly in my heart dash. Jason couldn't wait to put on Bruce Wayne's clothes and went to Bruce Wayne's private training ground. Bruce Wayne became Batman for a reason. In addition to necessary social activities and doing chivalrous work outside, he spent most of his time at the training ground. Completely different from Tony Stark, the playboy who spent half his life in bed. Therefore, the underground training facilities in Wayne Manor are very complete. It's not just the equipment in a regular gym. There is also a small shooting range in the back. When he first arrived at Wayne Group, Jason even went to go-karting. But later his wrist was dislocated and he never went there again. This time he was going to test his strength on the training ground. Skynet, prepare to monitor my physical condition in real time. Create my profile. Jason said casually. Already in the beginning, he asked Skynet to create his personal file. Various body data are collected almost every 6 months. Scientists like them are very prone to sudden death. Take Tony Stark for example. This philanthropist was playing every night, and the body was consumed by wine and sex. But this guy just stayed up all night doing research. The food was burgers and coffee. Under this situation, Tony Stark didn't die suddenly. Jason has to say that Tony Stark is himself. He has no interest in betting on this probability. Therefore, he usually pays great attention to his health. Now it's time to compare with his data. Picking up a 25 kilograms dumbbell plate, Jason gave it a try. Then he looked weird. It's not that this thing is too heavy, but it's too light. If it were him before, he wouldn't even think about such a thing. But now, holding this dumbbell chip, Jason even felt like he was just holding a bag of potato chips. Skynet, prepare the boxing test machine. This thing doesn't make sense anymore, Jason said with sour teeth. He originally thought that even if the strength increased, it would not be too exaggerated. He didn't lose control of his power at all. But now it seems. Or because the potion is too powerful. His nervous system has also been strengthened. A perfect match for his own strength. He has no correct understanding of his own power at all. Judging from just now, His strength is not as strong as iron, but it's almost there. This is the advantage of having a factory at home. The machine Jason wanted was quickly brought over by dozens of armors. For the sake of the future, Skynet directly designed a testing instrument with an upper limit that can withstand several hundred tons. The volume is naturally a bit larger. File size that occupies more than half of the venue. After the equipment was installed, Jason warmed up. Skynet, prepare to record the values. As he spoke, Jason shook his wrist and punched the machine with all his strength. Boom. There was a muffled sound. There is an obvious punch mark on the special rubber carbon fiber material. The numbers on the instrument kept jumping up. Seeing this number, Jason raised his eyebrows. So strong? You know, he has just strengthened his body and there is still a lot of room for improvement. And he had never learned any systematic way of exerting force before. This power is at most 2/3 of his full strength. That's close to 250 tons. What a concept. The speed of his punch is about 100 meters per second. According to the kinetic energy formula, power is equal to force multiplied by speed. In other words, the power of his punch is about 2 million kilowatts. A country with a large population like the electricity load in 3rd and 4th tier cities is only 1 million kilowatts. The power of Jason's punch was equivalent to the load of 2 cities, although the performance is not that obvious in terms of strength. But if one punch punches through a 5 to 6 story building, it probably won't be a big problem. It has completely exceeded the boundaries of human beings. Unless it's anti-Hulk armor, I'm afraid. Otherwise, ordinary steel armor will only be regarded as a toy in front of him in the future. It turns out that just one body strengthening potion can make you so strong. It's a beautiful comic book world where there are as many gods as dogs, hanging on the walls and everywhere. This strength has grown a bit too fast. Jason made a deal in his mind. The people in the training room couldn't help but sigh. Now, even Skynet, who had been calm all this time, couldn't stand it anymore. If she wasn't an artificial intelligence, she would probably spit in Jason's face. Who are you pretending to be? I can't stand Jason's pretentiousness. Skynet's gentle voice rang out from the speakers. Master, your physical examination report is out. Do you want to take a look? Jason, who was immersed in joy, did not notice the vividness of Skynet's tone. Okay, cast it on the screen for me. Soon a string of data appeared on the screen. Jason looked at it and saw that it was completely different from before. Before strengthening, his weight was only 40 kilograms. My current weight is straight towards 300 kilograms. But his figure does not look fat. One can imagine how incredibly dense his body is. The heart beats only half as often as normal people. It's just that the heart beats more vigorously. Jason even seemed to be able to hear the sound of blood flowing in his veins. Not only that, the activity of various organs in his body has been greatly enhanced. Even the gut flora. When taken outside, they can be regarded as superbacteria, the kind that no drug can kill. No wonder some previous works said that the blood of gods is poison to ordinary people. Bacteria with such high activity. It's okay to enter an ordinary human body, Jason said in surprise. I'm afraid he has nothing to do with voluntary blood donation in this life. I'm afraid there are no humans in the world who can bear his blood. Check the parameters of each part of the body. Jason was secretly surprised. He can be sure that he is very strong now. Very strong. Not at all human. From now on, when he goes out, as long as he doesn't meet a pervert, he can walk sideways. Jason was feeling complacent. A voice suddenly came from behind him. Who are you? Why are you here? Don't move. Jason wanted to turn around. But just halfway through, I heard a gunshot. Then my back felt like it had been pricked with needles. Jason turned around. He looked at Mr. Alfred holding a pistol with disbelief. Just shoot right now? What about your normally amiable persona? Why did you shoot without saying anything? Compared to Jason, Alfred was even more confused. He looked at the Glock pistol in his hand, and then at the shapeshifted bullet that fell on the ground. The old man is a little doubtful about life. He fired a shot at the target next to him. No problem. It's a real gun. But look at the bullet that only tore through one layer of someone's shirt. Alfred was considering whether to go to Glock for an explanation. Jason. But Alfred reacted quickly. He looked suspiciously at Jason, who was already a head taller than him. Grandpa Alfred, it's me, Jason said helplessly. As expected, this old man came from the 513 section of MI6. Make a move. That is totally without hesitation. Fortunately, after strengthening his body defense is also incredibly powerful. Hulk has just gone through strengthening. It can even withstand the bombardment of 20mm cannons from military-armed helicopters. That is a powerful weapon that can easily smash concrete walls into pieces. He can now stop pistol bullets. There seems to be nothing to be surprised about. Hearing Jason's voice, Alfred confirmed Jason's identity. He looked at Jason carefully, then asked, Jason, how did you end up like this? Ahem, something went wrong when I took the medicine. Jason said quietly. He is very satisfied with his current physical condition. Do you not want to transform from a 6-inch boy into a muscular man with a height of 1.8 meters? However, this is very difficult to accept for Alfred, who regards Jason as his own son. You get home. Seeing his son suddenly grow into a strong man who is even more powerful than himself. It's hard for you to accept. This change is so rapid. Alfred was a little caught off guard. In the end he could only sigh. Jason, I know you are a genius but you can't be reckless. What if there are any hidden dangers left? Hearing Alfred's concern about culture, Jason felt warm in his heart. No, Grandpa Alfred, this is science. There are no uncontrollable variables. Jason said this without blushing. Of course Alfred didn't know that Jason was talking nonsense. If he can't hold on to the strengthening just now, they are probably all disabled now. Heard that said. Alfred felt a little relieved. But he still said it. Even if you say that, you are too messy. You can't be sure. What if something goes wrong? Besides, although we at Wayne Group are not afraid, how will others see your huge amounts of changes when they are spread out? Maybe he thought you were switched. Alfred also had a headache when he said this. He wasn't sure just now, after listening to Jason's voice. He even looked at Jason carefully to be sure. Those little unconscious actions cannot be faked. He can confirm it, but others can't. Suddenly grew so big, said to be Bruce Wayne's illegitimate son. Who believes it? He didn't even believe it when he said it. Thinking of this, Alfred had a headache. At this time, behind them, a voice came again. Who are you? Alfred, who is this? Alfred looked at Bruce Wayne who was approaching, rubbing his shoulders. More headache. Have to. One problem has not been solved yet. Then another one came. He can no longer be a housekeeper? It took Jason a lot of effort to convince Bruce Wayne that he had not switched the package. In the end, Skynet was used to prove himself. Wait until this is confirmed. Bruce Wayne marveled at Jason. The look in his eyes made Jason feel a little uncomfortable. Jason, do you still have this potion? After hearing Alfred say that Jason was hit by a bullet in the front and was unhurt, Bruce Wayne's eyes lit up. If there are conditions, who doesn't want to be a super-able person? Every time he meets Superman, he always felt a little shorter. Meet other superheroes and ask him. He could only laugh at himself and say that he was rich. In fact, why doesn't he want to become a super-ability person? If that were the case, he wouldn't have to work so hard when he went out to do heroic things. Jason looked at Bruce Wayne's face lighting up. Jason could only shake his head helplessly. This one really doesn't exist anymore. But didn't I give you a desperate injection? Don't you feel anything? Jason looked at Bruce Wayne strangely. What he injected into Bruce Wayne was the high-level version. Although it is not as abnormal as Gamma strengthening potion, but it definitely rivals Captain America's super soldier serum. Strength, reaction speed, and recovery ability have all been enhanced. No matter how you look at Bruce Wayne, it seems like he has nothing. Seeing Jason's scrutinizing gaze, Bruce Wayne also smiled awkwardly. The extremist strengthening effect is indeed very powerful. His strength has increased at least 3 to 4 times, and is still growing. The wound recovery effect is also very good. His arm had been shot before he came. If it were before, you will have to stay in the hospital for at least a few months. Now, his wound has recovered. In fact, he was very satisfied. But seeing Jason can stop a bullet, he was naturally envious. Want to have one? The look in Jason's eyes when he saw Bruce Wayne. I cursed inwardly. What kind of bike do you want? Still not satisfied. But this is also human nature. After cursing in his mind for a long time, he still said helplessly, I guess it won't work this time. The materials used to make this potion are very rare. If I get a chance in the future, I'll get you a copy. Then it's settled. Bruce 4.0 Wayne thought happily. Kiss your own son. What are you being polite about? But, having said that, what's going on with you? Jason looked at the bullet hole in Bruce Wayne's arm. Well, hearing Jason ask this, Bruce Wayne sighed. The whole person became a little depressed. This matter actually has something to do with me. Bruce Wayne shook his head and said. This time he went out and met an old friend of his, Harvey Dent. Originally the district attorney of Gotham City. He is an upright man and is known as the Bright Knight of Gotham City. He is a very decent person. That's why he admired Harvey so much. Because from him, we can see all the bright parts of human beings. Only, all this changed after someone appeared. Joker is a very formidable enemy, Bruce Wayne said in front of Jason again. Harvey would have been a very bright man. Although his childhood home life was unhappy, he was not tainted by it. Instead, through his own efforts, he became a prosecutor. And, very shield. You can think about it. Coming from a family where his mother is a drug addict and his father is an alcoholic, how difficult it is for him to achieve such an achievement. Bruce Wayne sighed. Hearing this, Jason nodded in agreement. The influence of one's family of origin on a person. A sound that almost penetrated a person. People who had an unfortunate childhood will have more or less psychological problems when they grow up. Dr. Bruce Banner's split personality, Tony Stark's eccentricities and arrogance. It's all related to this boy's experience. If Bruce Wayne didn't have a good housekeeper and a good master, he would take over the role of his parents. It's hard to say what the future will be like. After Harvey Dent experienced his parents' divorce and domestic violence, he still grew into a bright man. It's incredible. After meeting Jason, I understood what he meant. Bruce Wayne speaks again. It is precisely because of this that I say Joker is scary. What's scary about him is not his force, but his ability to manipulate people's hearts. Few people who came into contact with him remained normal. So does Harvey. There was a flash of sadness in Bruce Wayne's eyes. Jason was even more convinced. In fact, the most obvious thing about this is Harley Quinn. She was a good nurse. He is good-looking and has a gentle personality. But after meeting Joker, he was forced to become a madman. Not only do I love this Joker deeply, I also have a mental problem. He is still locked up in a special prison. So when dealing with an enemy like Joker, you can't let him do more than one. Just kill him and that's it. Bruce Wayne on the other side didn't know that Jason had such violent thoughts in his heart. Otherwise, I will definitely shout a traitor. That's how Harvey met Joker. The more extreme the light, the easier it is to fall into darkness. Joker first used sulfuric acid to disfigure Harvey, and then messed with Harvey's mind with words. Harvey couldn't accept his disfigurement, so he became a shadow hiding in Gotham City. Two-Face. Bruce Wayne finished. Directly fell into silence. Jason also sighed. Harvey Dent's tragic childhood life did not have no impact on him. He suffered from the same disease as Banner, schizophrenia. According to scientific statistics, more than 90% of schizophrenia patients had miserable childhoods. So does Harvey. Behind his bright personality, there is another personality hidden. And Joker released this hidden personality. That's why Harvey Dent's actions are so unpredictable. He often determines his actions through a coin. At times, he was the most feared gang boss in Gotham. Sometimes, he helps Bruce Wayne fight crime. He is a very complex criminal. It's normal for Bruce Wayne to be frustrated when facing him. On the one hand, Batman never fails to kill people. Harvey Dent, on the other hand, was his good friend from the beginning. He still has certain expectations and has no determination to take action. Didn't die at the hands of Harvey Dent. He was lucky. Looking at Bruce Wayne, Jason couldn't bear it. Do you want me to help you deal with him? Bruce Wayne glanced at him. Never mind. He didn't question Jason's strength. To deal with Two-Face, you really don't need any powerful abilities. That's what he's worried about. Once Jason takes action, two-faced people simply cannot survive. Back when dealing with Joker, he could see how ruthless Jason was. He also knew that Jason was born in a place like the slums of Gotham. It's normal to develop this kind of personality. He is already thankful that he has not developed the habit of smoking, getting tattoos, or smoking tobacco. Just like that, he was planning to find a psychiatrist for Jason. I promise you, why not kill him? Jason said helplessly. Not to mention that Bruce Wayne is his cheap daddy. Just saying that Bruce Wayne was really nice to him. It's not just the various resources of the Wayne Group that are at his disposal. I usually care a lot about him. Before going out to do heroic things every day, I often talk to him. It is better to say that they are friends than father and son. Jason is not an ungrateful person. If someone treats him well, he will naturally remember it in his heart. Now Bruce Wayne is in trouble. Of course he wants to take action. Are you serious? Bruce Wayne asked suspiciously. What did I lie to you about? You have to think clearly, if you can't deal with him. Harvey Dent doesn't know what he's going to do. What if someone else takes action then? Gotham is a big city no less than New York. Of course, there is more than one superhero like Batman. Many other superheroes also operate in Gotham City. Bruce Wayne doesn't take action. In case Two-Face messes with other superheroes, the possibility of being killed is also very high. The gap between super ability people and humans is really huge. Hear Jason say that. Bruce Wayne also hesitation. Jason is right about this. Gotham City luckily still has a lot of superheroes, although not very strong. But there is no problem in dealing with a gang boss. Okay, then you must promise me not to kill him. If there is no death penalty in Gotham City, we cannot carry out private executions. Jason curled his lips when he heard this. Capitalism is really good. Abolition of the death penalty is commonplace. There is really no way for ordinary people to survive. After thinking about it, Jason said impatiently. Okay, I got it. I will definitely bring him back alive to you, and I will send him to Arkham Asylum. I'm going to help you upgrade the security system there. Tell it yourself, there are many people running away from your place. Jason was so full of things that he didn't even know where to start. Obviously he has no strength. You really want to trap these supervillains. No matter how powerful your mental hospital is. Can it be more powerful than S.H.I.E.L.D. super prison? There are very few jailbreaks over there, let alone yours. If he doesn't help strengthen the defense, I'm afraid I've only been locked up for a few days. The villains ran out on their own. Bruce Wayne also sighed when he heard this. You can go ahead and upgrade. Arkham should really change. When he said this, Bruce Wayne's tone was full of fatigue. His heroic deeds were not so easy. When Jason decides to do something, there are very few people in Gotham City who can stop him, especially when he wants to find traces of a person. The ability of Skynet artificial intelligence is like a ghost on the internet. As long as you have used the internet, it is impossible to escape his search. Not to mention that Two-Face is a very low-key person. Thanks to the clear governance of Gotham City, the police are basically useless. The gangs in Gotham City are quite rampant. Most of it is on the surface. Even cooperating with the police is a very normal thing. Two-Face's base was quickly detected by Skynet. This is an abandoned factory in a slum. Because it is far away from the city and close to the pier, he was treated as his own factory by the Two-Faced man. Produce some contraband. The defense is very tight, and 40% of the entire gang's defense force is used here. Definitely, that's for Jason. It is simply in name only. Skynet, prepare the armor and load it with non-lethal weapons. When the time comes, give them a shot of saturated anesthetic gas to cover them. Jason chuckled. Wasn't he the one who was captured? It's so simple. Hundreds of rounds of ether diffusion bombs were fired into it, and the elephant was stunned. It's definitely possible that some unlucky guy breathed in an overdose of anesthetic gas and died. But what does this have to do with him? Are there any good people among these gangsters? Moreover, he's not like Bruce Wayne. He is not a messenger of justice. Also, Skynet, prepare anesthetic injections. Prevent these people from having gas masks on them. Jason patted his head and said suddenly, this is a double-faced factory. It is also very normal to prepare some gas masks inside, although it would not pose any fatal threat to him. But in the final analysis it is troublesome. It would be safer to bring some narcotic weapons. Soon, it was evening. In order to avoid exposing one's own strength, he scheduled his move at night. Avoid the risk of being seen by ordinary people. It's time. Jason started directly from his own laboratory. Soon we arrived at Double-Face's factory. Skynet, is the target still there? Master, the target is still there and has not left. According to the surveillance, the other party seems to be carrying out unknown criminal activities. Skynet's voice sounded next to Jason. Jason was not surprised at all. Anyway, the two-faced person is either committing a crime or on the way to commit a crime. Morgana committed a criminal activity. What's so strange about it? Now that we have determined that the target is internal, let's start taking action. Let some armor sneak in secretly and release ether gas. With emphasis, Jason asked Skynet to take action. Then the armor behind Jason. He began to act quietly. The propellers under his feet became silent, and it doesn't emit any light. Soon, colorless ether gas is dispersed throughout the factory. Lots of alert gangsters. He fainted immediately. Jason wore the armor directly. He walked into the factory openly. See if Two-Face is stunned. Swaggering into huge amounts of steel and tile factory buildings. Jason didn't have time to speak. The headlights of the factory are turned on directly. Ba-bang bang. Applause rang out from the second-story steel structure of the steel factory. Jason looked up. Two-Face appears above. To be honest, if it weren't for half of his face being disfigured, Two-Face would still look very handsome. Just a pity. Today's two-faced man has half his face dissolved directly by sulfuric acid, making him look like a Terminator with half of his face exposed from the metal structure. However, what makes Jason strange is, he was not knocked out by the ether. How strange. You are supposed to be the legendary illegitimate son of Bruce Wayne, a man in steel armor. As soon as Two-Face saw Jason, he spoke directly. Although it was a question, his tone was very calm. It seems that this result is very certain. When Jason heard this, his heart changed. How does this bastard know his identity? Although he often goes out wearing battle armor, but the action is very secretive. The surrounding surveillance systems were also destroyed by Skynet. No one should know his identity? This is how the same thing? What are you talking about? I don't understand. I'm Iron Man. Jason said directly with nonsense. Although Two-Face looks very certain, but he can't admit it. He's not like that idiot Tony Stark. The desire to perform is so strong. Making a fortune in silence is what he wants. Hear Jason say that. Two-Face smiled mockingly. You playboys, do you all like to pretend to be superheroes? So does Tony Stark in New York. It seems like he is the Iron Man. Two-Face said with a mocking look. Jason didn't answer his words. Asked instead. Compared to who I really am, why you can remain calm is what I'm curious about. Don't you know that we never fight alone? With that said, Jason waved his hand. More than 20 pieces of armor appeared behind him. This kind of combat power is enough to attack a small country. It's more than enough. Jason brings so many armors. It's just a subconscious preparation. God knows if these gang members have any genetically mutated monsters. You can never go too far wrong. However, Two-Face didn't seem surprised by this. Instead, he said with some sigh, as expected of someone from Wayne Group, the price of these armors is probably billions of dollars, right? Two-Face said this. Jason's heart moved again. Why does this two-faced man seem to know his information very well? This shouldn't happen at all. Who leaked his information? Jason became increasingly curious about Two-Face. He wanted to know who leaked his information. Immediately, he was too lazy to talk nonsense with Two-Face. Just wave your hand and get ready to take action. 20 pieces of good armor came forward quickly. But, just halfway through the flight, suddenly a burst of electric current appeared inside these armors, and then they struggled a few times. It fell to the ground. Young man, you are really far from your father. He is not as impatient as you. As he said that, the two-faced man waved his hand. Dozens of them armed men in gas masks stepped out of the shadows. Not like a gangster at all. Instead, he looks like a professional soldier. Jason's eyes narrowed. I felt the condition of the armor on my body. Graphite dust bombs. I never thought you could get something like this. Jason felt a little surprised. Graphite dust bombs are not something that is easy to obtain. Can be used with military-grade graphite dust. The price is very expensive. Not to mention making it into a weapon. Where did Two-Face get this thing? Jason suddenly became more interested in Two-Face. The iron armor is a very powerful creation. It is the crystallization of the highest level of engineering. This does not mean that the steel armor does not have shortcomings. Unless it's late. It's like asking you Stark to research nano armors. Otherwise, the steel armor is a complex engineering machinery. Any construction machinery. There must be circuits inside. The energy consumption of steel armor is very serious. Electronic equipment loaded with various energy weapons. The internal circuit is very complex. Graphite dust bomb is a weapon specifically designed for this kind of equipment. Graphite is a conductor. The graphite particles that are ground into particles will adhere to the circuits of electronic equipment. When electric current is running, short circuits will occur in electronic equipment. This goes for any electronic device. All are unacceptable. The electronic precision electronic components inside the steel armor completely scrapped after short circuit. This is also the reason why all those steel armors were scrapped. Thinking about it, this is what makes Two-Face so calm. Otherwise, Two-Face will not act like a fool. Dare to face this highly maneuverable weapon of destruction. Seeing Jason, he stopped moving. Two-Face spoke again. Ha, Jason Wayne. You know nothing about me, but I know you very well. What are you using to fight me? Jason laughed when he heard this. Say it as if these are your things. If there is no support behind the two-faced person. He twisted the head off to use as a urinal. Mr. Harvey Dent, you feel too good about yourself. In the entire Bald Eagle Empire, there are less than 10 arms dealers that can produce graphite dust bombs. Each military-grade graphite dust bomb has a market price of $3 million. Not to mention this kind of dust weapon arranged in advance. It's not enough for the whole space, at least 4 or 5 pieces are needed. It's not that I look down on you, Mr. Harvey Dent. Do you have that much money? Although Jason's tone was very calm, but the irony in it is obvious to everyone. Obviously, there are things you can learn from being friends with Tony Stark. At least, this taunting ability is maxed out. Harvey Dent over there turned red when he heard this. The ruined face on the other side was full of ferocity. Jason is right about one thing. He really couldn't afford that much money. It's not really impossible to get it out. I want to take out so much money. I'm afraid he has to sell all his assets. He's not crazy. How could this be done? But, knowing is one thing. It's another thing to be told. You are really as annoying as Bruce Wayne. The smell of hypocrisy is disgusting. Jason pouted again. Mr. Harvey, it's not your fault that you are ugly, but it is your fault that you come out to scare people. I have reason to suspect that you are jealous of the good looks of our Wayne family. When Two-Face heard this, he became even more angry. Since the disfigurement, what he hates is what others say about his appearance. A sharp-tongued boy. Originally, I wanted God to decide your life or death. But now it's time for me to make up my mind. I'm going to make your life worse than death. Two-Face's tone was very spiteful. It was hard for Jason to imagine. How did this person become the Light Knight of Gotham City? Could it be that the brighter a person is, the more ruthless blackening will be? The thoughts in his mind did not block Jason's counterattack at all. Harvey Dent, you are ugly, but I think you are beautiful. Believe it or not, I'll beat the shit out of you today. When Two-Face heard this, his expression suddenly changed. Boy, if you're not curious, why am I talking so much nonsense to you? I'll tell you the answer now. I'm just stalling for time. You have wings and can't escape. Jason pouted. I really don't know where Two-Face's self-confidence comes from. Can't he see that Two-Face is stalling for time? A breakdown of Gotham City's villains. The one who liked BB the most at the beginning was Joker. Because he likes to confuse people. On the contrary, Two-Face is the kind of person who can take action and try not to be pushy. He just likes to flip coins and maintain his neurotic personality. And being a villain who likes to take action. Suddenly I'm talking to you. There are only 2 reasons for that. One is because he can't beat you. The second is because he is stalling for time. However, what is coming is very disturbing. Is this your trump card? Feel the vague pressure coming from your body. Jason's face was full of disappointment. Strong magnetic restraint device. If he were the Jason he was a few days ago, maybe it will really fail. The armor loses its effect. In addition, a strong magnetic restraint device can generate several tons of force in an instant. He couldn't change hands at all. Because of magnetism, the steel factory building next to it has to be shapeshifted. Two-Face didn't take Jason's statement seriously at all. You can't move now, can you? Jason Wayne. Bluffing won't do anything. You will die today. Harvey Dent said viciously. Mr. Harvey, that's not what our agreement says. Two-Face just got mad. A young voice came from beside him. A blonde young man in a suit appeared next to him. This young man wears a pair of gold-rimmed glasses. He looks more elegant than him, like a young master from a big family. Behind him were 2 heavily armed soldiers. It can be said to be full of style. Jason was immediately interested. Coming. The mastermind behind the scenes appears. This is my place. Harvey Dent also showed his fangs. As he said that, a group of gangsters rushed out from outside. Although it seems that these gangsters have a variety of equipment, there is no way to compare with those fully armed soldiers. But there are so many of them. Each person has an AK, which is more than 100 guns. Not to mention, this seemingly ragtag group of guys also had several song RPGs. I don't know what the police in Gotham City do. Wow, Mr. Harvey, we at AIM are sincerely cooperating with you. It's so sad that you're like this. The young man said with a sad expression on his face. Makes it look very cool. Cooperation? You just want to use me. Just in time, I want to take advantage of you too. Jason Wayne must die. The equipment you are wearing is also mine. A trace of greed flashed in Two-Face's eyes. Playing good old Jason down there. I felt like CAO in my heart. It's like watching an annual drama. The appearance of AIM surprised him. Two-Face surprised him even more. This guy actually wants to take advantage of both families? It's a good idea. But do you have the strength? The appearance of AIM, an old friend, was a bit beyond Jason's expectation. He thought about who was behind Two-Face. But I didn't expect it. These people turned out to be people from AIM. Think about it too. AIM is one of the few people who might know his identity. Anything can happen during a fight. It's not impossible to reveal your identity. Just didn't expect it. The people from AIM dared to chase him all the way to Gotham. He also contacted the local gang. But I guess the people at AIM haven't thought about it either. The psychopath Two-Face is more greedy than they imagined. I still want to take advantage of others. Jason is therefore seen as non-threatening. Don't put them aside. People from the two families started to fight. Two-Face believes that his more than 100 gangsters are very intimidating. More than 100 fully automatic rifles. Coupled with RPG, it is enough to fight a small local war. It is also very normal for two-faced people to be confident. However, the people at AIM are also very calm. There are obviously other trump cards. Mr. Harvey, do you really want to do this? This is very damaging to our friendship. Even to this point, the young man from AIM still looks very calm. I don't know what trump cards there are. Stop being pretentious. My men have investigated and there is no one else around here. The two-faced man said with a very disgusted expression. Hand over your equipment obediently. I might be able to keep your bodies intact. The two-faced man looked at the person opposite, his eyes full of greed. It seems that he has been planning for AIM's sophisticated equipment for a long time. This excellent military special equipment. But there is a price but no market. It's not something you can get with money. Gangsters like Two-Face want to get this thing. Totally impossible. He is naturally very greedy about this. So are Two-Face's men. Looking at these people's equipment, their eyes lit up. It's like seeing a fat wolf. The whole group of people became excited. In an instant, whistles, shouts, and the sound of guns being loaded filled the factory building one after another. The young man from AIM had pity in his eyes. What a pathetic person. Never know what true power is. Don't you know that numbers are meaningless in the face of absolute combat power? He finished. Suddenly there was a thumping sound from above the factory building. It was as if something heavy fell from the sky. Suddenly all the gangsters aimed their guns at the factory. Two-Face also pulled out his pistol and pointed it at the young man opposite. A ferocious smile flashed across his face. You'd better not act rashly. The young man at AIM smiled. He straightened the tie on his suit. It's really sad. The words have not yet finished. The young man turned into a black shadow. Two-Face hasn't reacted yet. Just flew up out of thin air. It hit the factory building next to it. It knocked a huge amount of dent into the iron sheet. Of course Jason can see clearly. The young man rushed out quickly. Kicked Two-Face. Because the speed is too fast. Two-Face didn't react at all and was knocked out. Only at this time did the two-faced people react. While shouting and cursing uniquely to gangsters. While holding the crazy design of the AK in his hand. That posture was like that of the black uncles in a certain area. Not very good at marksmanship. The momentum is very strong. But soon, they screamed. It was a guy wearing a black body armor that fell from the sky. Go on a killing spree among gangsters. Those gangsters basically lost their fighting ability after just one punch. And because of being in the crowd, the gangsters outside didn't dare to shoot. After a while, he was beaten to pieces by these men in black. Many people started to run out. Jason sighed a little. He naturally recognized what these people were. It is AIM's centipede warrior. What he didn't expect was, Tony Stark, and the people from SHIELD destroyed so many bases. The AIM people can actually produce so many centipede warriors, even raising funds to deal with him. Sure enough, the centipede was dead but not stiff. Various secret organizations in this world. It's really annoying. A dozen modified centipede warriors. The strength is very powerful. 100 gang members. In front of a centipede warrior, it was like chopping melons and vegetables. They were all beaten to pieces. Several centipede warriors rushed out. Jason could still hear the screams coming from outside. Saw took control of the situation. The blonde young man from AIM straightened his tie. Walk up to Jason. He said with a salute. Thomas Gordon, Director of AIM Weapons Research and Development Department. I'm really sorry to meet in such an unreasonable way. Mr. Jason laughed. Jason carefully looked at the gentle scum in front of him. He asked, pretending to be hoarse. What is your purpose? Oh, I didn't expect Mr. Jason to be so straightforward. Then I don't want to show off. I would like to invite Mr. Jason to join our AIM Weapons Research and Development Department. You're such a genius. Your transformation of technology is also an art. Before you, I never thought that weapons could be so beautiful. Thomas Dawson looked at the centipede warrior next to him. A trace of intoxication flashed across his face. Jason looked at it and cursed inwardly. Another psychopath. Why is there so much perversion in this world? Still beautiful? It doesn't matter if she's a girl, she is tall and muscular. How do you see beauty? After cursing a few words in his mind, Jason spoke again. You planted a spy in our Wayne group. Thinking of this, Jason was a little annoyed. He is still young. I didn't think about it at all. The confidentiality of various technologies is very inadequate. It is also very normal for technology to be stolen. There are 500 people in the Wayne group headquarters alone. The Wayne family is relatively low-key. But to take care of Wayne Manor, There are nearly 200 people of various kinds inside. Not to mention, he had just expanded his biology laboratory. There are also 200 to 300 people. In a country where commercial espionage is normalized, some of the spies are just too normal. Not to mention, AIM is a large organization. If you don't send a few spies, Jason thought their leader was an idiot. Thinking of this, Jason became even more annoyed. Whether it is the past life or the present, he has no experience in this area. I didn't expect that I had been unaware of it all this time, and that I would actually fall into the trap. Thomas Gordon didn't know the annoyance in Jason's heart. He smiled and said very happily, Mr. Jason is a genius. But these are just little tricks, not worth mentioning. Jason looked at Thomas Gordon, who was smiling in front of him. I have the urge to explode him. He fell for all the little tricks. Doesn't it seem that his IQ is very low? There was one thing Jason didn't expect. This AIM is indeed a villain organization. No taboos. After stealing his technology, he shamelessly recruited him. He even planned to brainwash him. Mr. Jason, a genius like you shouldn't be buried like this. As long as you join us at AIM, you can quickly gain power. If we rule the world in the future, you will definitely have a seat. Hearing this, Jason's mouth twitched. Rule the world? Is your organization still awake? Jason can only be described as ignorant and fearless. Not to mention S.H.I.E.L.D. and various state violence agencies. Even the group of magicians under the Ancient One are not something ordinary organizations can afford to offend. Want to rule the world? Overthinking. Is this kid probably brainwashed? Mr. Jason, I know you don't believe in our lofty rule the world ideal, but as long as you join our organization, after seeing our strength, I finally believe it. Jason looked at Thomas Gordon, who looked serious. I was immediately speechless. This is hopeless. I have been completely brainwashed. What happens if I don't join your organization? Jason asked in a hoarse voice. Oh, Mr. Jason, I'm afraid you don't want to suffer that outcome. There was once someone as determined as you, but they all eventually became one of us. I really don't want a genius like you to be treated like that. Thomas Gordon said this from the bottom of his heart, as if he was doing it for Jason's benefit. Jason understood. This AIM is probably no ordinary organization. I'm afraid there is some kind of hypnotic ability or brainwashing technology. Otherwise, Thomas Gordon would not have spoken so confidently. Jason thought for a moment, then spoke. Okay then, I'll join you. Real? Thomas Gordon asked in surprise. Definitely, I don't want to suffer. Jason said helplessly. Besides, we don't have any conflicts, right? Thomas Gordon also spoke after hearing this. Yes, Mr. Jason, we have no conflict. We all want a better future for humanity, right? Jason cursed inwardly when he heard this. Just talk nonsense. Just now he said he wanted to rule the world. However, he still pretended to be conceited. That's right. Thomas Gordon, now that I have joined you, can you cancel the strong magnetic restraints? This kind of pressure is uncomfortable. Jason complained. Definitely, Mr. Jason. It's just that you need to take off the armor first. Thomas Gordon said with a gentle smile on his face. Okay then, hurry up. Jason's tone seemed very helpless, like a young master who can't stand the abuse. Mr. Jason, I remind you not to make any small moves. Otherwise, it won't be us who get hurt. Thomas Gordon breathed a sigh of relief when he saw Jason agree. Although the centipede warrior is powerful, but it can't fly. If Jason ran away, he wouldn't have anywhere to cry. Jason certainly had no intention of running away. Mr. Thomas Gordon, you are overthinking. I know the strength of centipede warrior better than you. I won't do anything irrational. This is best. Thomas Gordon was non-committal. Then call a centipede warrior to help Jason take off his armor. There was no disturbance in the process, and Jason didn't make any small moves. Thomas Gordon saw the suit peeling off Jason. Then he breathed a sigh of relief. His tone also became sincere. In his opinion, Jason has a desire to cooperate. Besides, in his opinion, Jason had no essential conflict with them. Destroying their base was just because of the naughty child's temper. No matter how talented he is just a child. What a lie. Mr. Jason, the changes in you are incredible. Thomas Gordon sighed when he saw Jason, who was 1.8 meters tall. Use your words. Jason rolled his eyes at him. That guy Tony Stark always said I was short. Who is shorter now? Thomas Gordon heard this. The corners of his mouth twitched secretly. He is indeed a naughty kid. In order to fight for the spirit, the body can be transformed. He is a ruthless person. However, he still complimented against his will. Mr. Jason is naturally a genius. How can Tony Stark compare with you? That's natural. Jason admitted without hesitation, making Thomas Gordon groan in his heart. Mr. Jason, it's getting late. Let's go to our aim first. My boss has been admiring you for a long time. Thomas Gordon licked his face and said. There's no rush yet. Jason said nonchalantly. Mr. Jason wants to regret it. Thomas Gordon asked with a fierce light flashing in his eyes. Definitely not yet. Jason waved his hand. If a genius like me joins your organization, isn't there any preferential treatment? If that's the case, why should I do things for you? It turns out it's about benefits. Thomas Gordon felt relieved. Mr. Jason, don't worry, there will definitely be great benefits to joining our aim. When you join our organization, you can't help but get rich resources and see some high-tech technologies. And being able to have a huge amount of labs. Even we can become your subordinates. Thomas Gordon explained slowly. As a result, Jason pressed his nose and said, "This treatment is not very good. Is it okay if we have some from Wayne Group in the laboratory?" Thomas Gordon choked suddenly. AIM is indeed a big company with a big business. It may surpass Wayne Group in terms of strength. But like Jason's own laboratory, they really don't have many. Let Jason be the heir to the Wayne Group. Just having money? This, definitely, as long as you make enough contributions, you can have a better laboratory. Thomas Gordon said bravely. Jason licked his nose disdainfully again. Then the treatment from your organization isn't that good. We also have a lot of new technologies. Thomas Gordon said hurriedly. Is it as powerful as the one I developed myself? I developed the steel armor and improved the centipede warrior. Do you have better technology? Thomas Gordon choked again. Damn it. A naughty kid or something. So annoying. This, definitely, we have other technologies as well. Thomas Gordon said somewhat vaguely. Jason saw his look and sun-mouthed. If this aim wasn't well hidden, they would have killed it long ago. You don't have anything and you're still trying to trick others into joining? Then your aim must have something worthy of my participation, right? Jason asked. Thomas Gordon said hurriedly upon hearing this. Definitely, Mr. Jason. We at AIM are a large multinational organization with very strong capital. There are branch bases of our organization throughout the America. Many big companies have our shares. As long as you join, you will definitely get great rights. After speaking, Thomas Gordon looked at Jason eagerly. That posture. Not like a villain. On the contrary, it's a bit pitiful. Maybe Thomas Gordon really thought Jason was going to join AIM. Told Jason a lot of information. AIM is ostensibly a weapons research company. Actually a huge amount of multinational organization. Across America. All have AIM bases. The financial strength is also very strong, and we have a deep network of relationships in various aspects. Only, Thomas Gordon was vague about the origin of these things. When Jason heard this, he was shocked at first. Then came the deep doubts. What does Nick Fury, the spy chief, do for a living? Can such a large organization be invisible under his nose? When I went out to destroy AIM some time ago, it was just a small fuss. Stopped after destroying a few secret bases. There was no intention of pursuing it further. Jason once suspected that Nick Fury had been switched. Wrong. It's impossible for Nick Fury to be traded, but that's not necessarily the case for others. An idea suddenly appeared in Jason's mind. S.H.I.E.L.D. is no longer just SHIELD. Hidden in the shadow of S.H.I.E.L.D. is an organization with a longer history. Hydra? Even the deputy director of SHIELD company is from Hydra. If AIM and Hydra were involved, it might be hidden. The more Jason thought about it, the more he felt that this guess was very possible. His guess was very well founded. Within an area, capital is limited after all. On the same road, there are large transnational organizations such as S.H.I.E.L.D., Hydra, and AIM. Is it possible? Don't forget, inside this area, there are other organizations with larger file sizes and smaller ones. The resources of the America simply cannot support the development of these organizations. Then the answer is obvious. Some of these organizations are definitely related. The independence between organizations coupled with Hydra is very strong. Various organizations are united under various smugglers. It is possible. It's very simple to verify this. Looking at the expectant Thomas Gordon in front of him, Jason said quietly, "Hail Hydra." Hearing this, Thomas Gordon's face was filled with shock. Looking at Jason in disbelief. "Hail Hydra. Mr. Jason, you too?" Thomas Gordon asked hastily. Jason nodded calmly. "Whose men are you, Pierce or Whitehall?" "Probably not a baron." Jason seemed to be talking to himself, but all the sounds reached Thomas Gordon's ears. Thomas Gordon was very shocked when he heard this. He is considered a minor leader among AIM. But I don't know much about Hydra. All I know is that the AIM he works for is a branch of Hydra. Their leader is Whitehall, the veteran of Hydra. He didn't know the names of the other Hydra leaders. Now listen to Jason say this. He was suddenly shocked. I think Jason might be Hydra's big shot. Jason looked at Thomas Gordon, whose face was full of shock. Smirking inwardly. Modern Thomas Gordon is just like the original S.H.I.E.L.D. bald agent Sitwell when he heard Captain America lied to him. Completely unbelievable. Then he was directly cheated out of the infinite gems in his hand. Thomas Gordon now also looked confused. Mr. Jason, how is that possible? How is it impossible? Our Wayne family is a very old family. Jason gave Thomas Gordon a meaningful look. Thomas Gordon suddenly had a lot of thoughts. What ancient times Hydra was founded on? I heard that many Hydra families are hiding in the shadows. See one head, grow two heads and so on. Thomas Gordon immediately thought of the Wayne family as one of the oldest families in Hydra. The expression on his face immediately became respectful. Although Hydra does not belong to each other, but there is still communication between the leaders. He couldn't afford to offend a secretive smuggler. Mr. Jason, it turns out we are all in the same group. I was disrespectful in the past, please forgive me. Jason waved his hand indifferently. Ignorance is not guilty. Since you don't know my identity, it is not an offense. It's just that you can tell me something more in-depth now. Jason glanced meaningfully at Thomas Gordon again, pretending to be some kind of Hydra big shot. Mr. Jason, it's not that I don't want to say it. but I really don't know anything anymore. Thomas Gordon had a wry smile on his face. As he said that, he wiped his cold sweat. I am just a small character. I have never met Mr. Whitehall. Jason's eyes narrowed and he stared at Thomas Gordon, his eyes full of oppression. Thomas Gordon was so frightened that he almost knelt down. Mr. Jason, you also know that our Hydra system is strict. I really don't know anything anymore. Thomas Gordon said hurriedly. That's a shame. Jason sighed and said. What's the pity? Thomas Gordon asked with some confusion. It's a pity that you are of no use anymore. After Jason finished speaking, the expression on his face suddenly became very ferocious. Then he punched out. Thomas Gordon would never have thought of that. Jason, who was very friendly just now, was completely unprepared. That circle hit Thomas Gordon directly. Hundreds of tons of force, punched out at a speed exceeding factors. Thomas Gordon, the transformed centipede warrior. It's like a plastic bag filled with water. Didn't even have time to react. It was blown up directly. Red plasma was everywhere. The ground within a few meters was covered in blood. Jason looked like he was dyed red by fuel. The whole person is red, looks like a devil. At this time, the surrounding AIM members reacted. Several centipede warriors pounced directly on him. The special team members behind them opened fire directly with the firearms in their hands. But the ruthlessness in the hands of these special team members is sophisticated. The caliber is very small. Not even the AK-47 in the hands of gangsters. In front of this total monster like Jason, it has no effect at all. The bullet just penetrated the skin. It was clamped by extremely powerful muscles. He was squeezed out directly. Then the wound healed quickly. At this time, several centipede warriors also rushed up. Every warrior who has been transformed. The power can even approach Captain America. Lifting a car is very easy. Blessed by powerful force. Centipede warriors are also very fast. The fist hit Jason directly. If you are an ordinary person, with these few punches, I'm afraid all the bones in his body will be broken. Become a bag wrapped in blood. Only, in front of a monster like Jason who has been strengthened by gamma strengthening medicine. It's almost like scratching an itch. Jason didn't even move. A sinister smile appeared on Jason's face. It's my turn. The sound of sonic boom suddenly sounded. Jason's fist sent ripples through the air. Hit a centipede warrior. Time seemed to stand still. The centipede warrior that Jason shot. It was like being hit by a speeding train. He was knocked out directly. Then it was attached to the steel wall of the factory building. Like a tomato thrown down from dozens of floors. The centipede inside the body transformed the metal and became extremely twisted. Like a twist, it was hung on the wall. The entire factory is filled with an atmosphere that is not suitable for children. Saw this scene. Even the centipede warrior, who has always been expressionless. There was a flash of fear in his eyes. They looked at each other. They all fell back. You want to run away now, don't you think it's too late? A sinister smile appeared on Jason's face. His feet kicked the ground hard. A large hole of about half a meter was left on the ground. The whole person jumped out. That speed. It actually produced an afterimage in the air. A special operations team member standing in front of Jason. No one reacted. He was knocked directly out. The whole person turned into a blood mist. Due to high-speed airflow, not even a trace was left on Jason. What followed was a one-sided massacre. The Hulk is one of the strongest in the Avengers. Although Jason has not reached the level of the Hulk now, but it is definitely not something that a mere transformation warrior can contend with. This team of AIM Special Forces didn't even leave any trace on Jason, except for the clothes being a little tattered. There wasn't even a scratch on him. Wait until the massacre is over. Jason looked at the scene that looked like a battlefield. A wry smile appeared on his face. The gamma strengthening potion still had a certain impact on his mood. The moment he killed Thomas Gordon, he felt a bloodlust. Plus he didn't deliberately limit it. This is what happened. If it were him before, he would never be able to do such a thing. Just beat people to death. It's really disgusting to blow it up. Just right. The armor sent by Skynet has arrived. Jason quickly went in and cleaned it. Each piece of steel armor has an independent internal circulation purification system. Tony Stark even said that he often peed in his suit. Although Jason doesn't have that strong taste. But it's still very good for cleaning. Skynet, send me a set of clothes. Because of the graphite dust bomb situation, all the electronic equipment on his body was scrapped. Only now did I contact Skynet. Clothes and other things can only be picked up back home. Also, go ahead and bring out the Two-Face man inside. Jason patted his head and said, Two-Face's body is pretty good too. He survived a blow from Centipede Warrior, but the bones in his body were probably broken a lot. Now there is more air coming out and less air coming in. But for Jason, these are minor issues. Just Wayne Group. He can give Bruce Wayne a complete Two-Face. It's just that he can't cure his schizophrenia. Look at the factory hidden in the darkness behind you. Jason frowned. Skynet should destroy this factory, lest others use it to do bad things again. Below this factory, there is a complete white powder production line. Of course Jason couldn't let this kind of thing continue to exist. Finish these things. Jason was in no rush to go back. Instead, he put on the clothes brought back by Skynet. Sitting on a piece of steel. Skynet, activate internal surveillance mode. Track all Wayne Group employees, internal Wayne Manor employees. Keep an eye on their whereabouts. Jason said in a deep voice. The exposure of this intelligence gave him a big wake-up call. There may be many spies within Wayne Group. Even his core technology can be obtained. This shows that there may be various spies in the core level of Wayne Group. But Jason wasn't surprised either. S.H.I.E.L.D. is a secret service agency with very strict rules and regulations. Everything penetrated by Hydra is like a sieve. Even within SHIELD, Hydra's numbers are probably much better than those of SHIELD. Infiltrate their Wayne Group. It was so easy. He had to check it carefully himself. Don't worry about the privacy of employees, start comprehensive monitoring. After monitoring, all data will be deleted, Jason said helplessly. He was concerned about the privacy of his employees. Skynet does not have authority in many places. He is well aware of the dangers of artificial intelligence. So in many places, there is no authorization from him. Skynet cannot act on its own. Previously for the privacy rights of employees, he did not give Skynet authorization. It's completely gone now. Hydra's spies are very scary. Do not know when. Maybe he would stab him in the back. Must pick it quickly. Definitely, Skynet is not omnipotent. Hydra is also a very well-organized organization. To some extent, the rigor of its system may be even superior to SHIELD, while conducting espionage activities. Very experienced. In today's digital age, they may even use the most primitive way to convey information. That's not something Skynet can monitor. While monitoring existing operations, investigate the resumes of these employees. Since they are spies, they must have been trained. There will definitely be some traces of cobweb horses, Jason said with certainty. There are many employees who have worked at Wayne Industries for decades. These people will certainly not be able to find any clues in the short term. Only their resumes can be traced. No, something is wrong. Skynet, establish a laboratory safety mechanism. All personnel actions are documented. Directly physically disconnect the laboratory. A handful of network ports must go through your oversight. Enforce a strict employee classification system. Low-level employees cannot access high-level materials. As Jason spoke, he asked Skynet to record it. He talked about more than 100 various rules and regulations. Moreover, Jason decided that these would all be supervised by Skynet. People will always have problems. People are not saints. There are always weaknesses. Even if you don't have it, your relatives and friends must have weaknesses. Hydra is an unscrupulous terrorist organization. As long as they can achieve the results they want, they will definitely use any means. He wants to fundamentally eliminate the impact of personnel. Leave the monitoring responsibilities to Skynet. In this way, interference caused by personnel can be avoided to the greatest extent. Because he just found out from Skynet. I usually bring him food. The head maid who has worked at Wayne Manor for 30 years turned out to be from Hydra. This made Jason shudder. Fortunately, this person just stole the information in his hand. What if there is an assassination attempt on him? Order before body strengthening. He can be poisoned by any poison. It's too dangerous? Personnel cleaning is required? It has been told. Once bitten, the person would always check his surroundings twice. Jason feels a little nervous now. Everyone around me wants to be a Hydra spy, although these spies can't kill him. But killing Bruce Wayne and Alfred may not be a big problem. Grandpa Alfred, you better not go out these days. I'm going to have Dr. Connors give you a shot of extremis potion. Is this necessary, Jason? Alfred said with a frown. It's absolutely necessary. Bruce's identity could be exposed. After all, there are too many spies in the family. Thinking of this, Jason also shook his head. Wayne Group is doing fine. There are many spies, but it's irrelevant. They rarely go to Wayne Group. The technology in the company is not very advanced. The real danger is the people in the manor and the laboratory he established. Especially the biology laboratory. Because it was just established. 1/5 of it was actually sand mixed in by various groups. Hydra, S.H.I.E.L.D., the Court of Owls and other biological groups. They are all here to steal technology. The servants inside the manor are even more threatening. According to the old man's torture, he extracted a confession. These people have long been eyeing the Wayne Group. In their opinion, this is a big fat meal. Special was the years when Bruce Wayne went to the mountains to train. The internal struggle within Wayne Group has reached fever pitch. The agents of various interest groups were at loggerheads. If it were not for the uneven distribution of their interests, Wayne Group has long since changed hands. Fortunately, the Wayne family's assets are relatively secretive, otherwise there would be more trouble. Jason said somewhat thankfully. The Wayne family is also considered an old family. Its origins date back to before the Revolutionary War. Such a huge family. The way it works is very complex. Through cross-holding, supporting agents, etc. The Wayne family runs a huge fortune. Wayne Group is just a small part of it. And Bruce Wayne is just a legacy. Even if he dies, the wealth will flow into the Wayne family bloodline. It's this way of being unrelated to Bruce Wayne. These riches were not discovered by the people of Hydra. It is also a blessing among misfortunes. Jason, I know this incident has had a great impact on you, but it won't come to this. Alfred looked at Jason's attitude of trying to stab this guy. He said rather helplessly. Retired from MI6 at a young age. Then served the Wayne family. All of a sudden, it's 50 or 60 years. As an old man half buried in the grave, he has seen true friendship and decisive betrayal. He didn't think it was a big problem to have a traitor in his family. He even knew that many people had problems. But it wasn't revealed. Just to send some wrong information through these people. A spy is sometimes a tool. Therefore, he didn't understand where Jason's panic came from. Seeing Alfred's disapproval, Jason sighed. Grandpa Alfred, you don't know how powerful the forces behind these people are. Jason sighed. Hydra is a global organization. Most of S.H.I.E.L.D. has been infiltrated. Among the members of Congress, there are also many people from Hydra. Even within Hydra, there are also many people with special abilities. Not to mention, secret bases hidden around the world. This group of people even mastered nuclear weapons. Jason even feels that the Avengers are not as powerful as Hydra. If Hydra really wanted to banish the Avengers together, it would be very easy to beat them into semi-crippling form. Nuclear weapon. This is the most threatening weapon developed in the history of human civilization. So powerful. I'm afraid it's beyond ordinary people's imagination. World War II period. The 2 atomic bombs exploded in Fuso were only the smallest atomic bombs. It seems that it is impossible to get on the stage at all. An active American Ohio-class nuclear submarine. The conventional bomb load is 24 Trident missiles with a range of 11,000 kilometers. Each missile can carry up to 14 nuclear warheads with a yield of 100,000 tons. If a war really breaks out, within a few minutes, one nuclear submarine can destroy 24 cities the size of New York File. Such a nuclear submarine. The America officially has 14 ships. The combined yield of these nuclear weapons is 1.4 billion tons. It is absolutely possible to use nuclear bombs to clean the surface of the Earth. Not to mention, America has the most powerful aircraft carrier fleet in the world. These aircraft carriers are also capable of launching nuclear weapons. The Avengers are really vulnerable in the face of this kind of force. Thor, the strongest Avengers. It can only block the fixed star's light head-on. Just like that, he was also on the verge of death. The core explosion temperature of any nuclear weapon can exceed the core temperature of the sun by hundreds of times. With a high temperature of hundreds of millions of degrees, Thor might be melted instantly. In the Avengers, no one can resist nuclear weapons. Jason even felt that Thanos could not block such a powerful weapon. Definitely, this is a weapon that can kill 1,000 enemies and damage itself by 800. Generally no one will use it. But Hydra is crazy. That's really not necessarily the case. If a nuclear weapon is actually launched, there is still a 10,000 chance that Jason will escape. As long as he is not in the core explosion range of the nuclear weapon, he will most likely survive. The people around him are really not sure. This is what worries Jason. Compared to the weak armies in the movie, the real military is much scarier. There are only those like the Ancient One, Odin or Thanos who has mastered the infinite gems. It is possible to ignore the deterrence of nuclear weapons. Personal power can only be used more for assassination, head-to-head confrontation, unless you are the kind of strong person who can move a city distance instantly. Otherwise, no one is a match for the modern army. Jason felt that he had not reached that level. So when facing an organization like Hydra that may have mastered nuclear weapons, be careful. Grandpa Alfred, just listen to me this time. I won't harm you. As for the name of this organization, I can't tell you yet. The more people know about it, the more dangerous it is. Jason said with a tired tone. Alfred was a mature man. Naturally, I saw the heaviness in Jason's tone. I stopped asking immediately. Jason, don't worry, no matter what you do, I will support you. Alfred patted Jason on the shoulder and said seriously. Thank you for your trust, Grandpa Alfred. Jason said with a moved face.
Hello, everyone. As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500+ novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.